Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 691-700. Duke Hobert first arrived at an uninhabited island and established an angel-level spiritual wall. Then, he entered the country of disorder and reinforced the spiritual wall. This way, even if a clone of Aemon came to disrupt this exploration, or if something terrifying was released from the Bronze Gate, the spiritual wall would be able to hold it back for a while. Immediately after, Duke Hobert took the 0-73 death domain out of the country of disorder and re-entered the death domain. The grabbing of spirits by spirit world creatures and the undead language of the wraiths immediately assailed him. Because Duke Hobert held 0-73, the wraiths and spirit world creatures immediately shrieked and fled. Duke Hobert once again arrived before the Bronze Gate, which was covered in intricate mystical symbols, a circle larger than a normal underworld gate, continuously emanating a terrifying aura. He observed the gate for a moment longer, then grabbed a wraith and, using the death domain, commanded it to chant the honorific name of the creator. Duke Hobert then exited the death domain and retreated outside the spiritual wall, protecting himself with a barrier formed by the Order Crystal. After this series of operations, Duke Hobert came to the country of disorder and, based on the wraith's prayer, made the creator appear before the two massive bronze gates. Duke Hobert first tried to open the bronze gate in front of him by using the surrounding power of the underworld. However, the bronze gate only trembled slightly, showing no signs of opening. Duke Hobert was about to try using the mark Mr. Azek had given him, a mark for spirits, which allowed the power of that mark to be used even in the form of the creator. But in the next moment, his spirituality gave a strong warning, meaning that if he used that mark, something extremely dangerous would definitely happen. Duke Hobert pondered for a moment. Since he couldn't utilize the convenience of the death pathway, he could only resort to violent opening. He unsealed the uniqueness and placed the magnificent crown on his head. Duke Hobert's spirit immediately expanded twofold, and the immense pressure it exuded made the underworld creatures kneel on one knee in submission. He reached out towards the bronze gate, altering its closed state to open. Boom! After a loud bang, the force that had kept the bronze gate closed suddenly turned into a force that pushed the gate open. The bronze gate opened a crack, but the surrounding power of the underworld surged towards the bronze gate, and it seemed as if a hand inside was pulling the bronze gate from within, making the crack grow smaller and smaller. Duke Hobert immediately amplified this crack, causing the bronze gate to instantly open a palm-sized gap. More of the underworld's power surged towards the bronze gate like waves. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Duke Hobert severed the association between the bronze gate and the underworld, preventing the bronze gate from receiving the support of the underworld's power. Clang! Using the moment the association was severed, Duke Hobert violently pulled open the bronze gate. Duke Hobert saw that inside the bronze gate, shrouded in a layer of grayish-white mist, sat a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe of South Continent style, with facial features typical of the South Continent. His eyes were tightly closed, his hands rested on his lap, and on his head was a crown full of rust and bloodstains. He sat upright on a golden chair whose back was carved with patterns of undying bird, feathered serpent, and other symbols. Behind the golden chair was an oppressive darkness, like a bottomless pit, so deep that even true sight could not discern what lay within. Duke Hobert only glanced at the middle-aged man and immediately determined that this was Underworld Emperor Salinger. Because the middle-aged man's appearance bore some resemblance to Mr. Azek. And he was the source of the terrifying power behind the Bronze Gate. He symbolized death, symbolized the underworld, and all living beings would fear death. This was a fear etched into their genes. Or rather, this was a corpse possessing a part of Salinger's symbolic meaning, which was different from the ancient death god's corpse, and more like a high-quality imitation. Just like Erebus, he possessed some characteristics of uncertain mist, but was far from the main body. And after becoming death, the qualitative change in the spirit could, under certain conditions, allow Salinger's spirit and consciousness to revive in this corpse. Yes, the moment he saw this corpse, Duke Hobert understood, this was another arrangement for the Underworld Emperor's revival. The original owner of this death domain, that death console, must have been modified by the Underworld Emperor before his death. Salinger had placed a seed of his revival here, waiting for the opportune moment to revive. As for what constituted the opportune moment, Duke Hobert recalled the warning from his spirituality just now. It should be that a person with a special mark on their spirit opens the bronze gate when the time is ripe, which would then trigger some reaction in the underworld, initiating Salinger's revival process. However, the Underworld Emperor probably didn't anticipate that after his fall, the power of the bound god would rise, and the Rose School of Thought, and King of Angels, would quickly establish the Highland Kingdom. In a certain battle, this Death Consul, who was part of the Underworld Emperor's arrangement, was killed, forming a sealed artifact that had always been held by Kleist, an angel of the Rose School of Thought. Having understood this, Duke Hobert looked again at the crown on Salinger's head. The crown exuded a very sharp aura, completely out of place with the feeling Salinger and the entire underworld gave off. Duke Hobert's spirituality realized that it should be the key to the Underworld Emperor's revival. So Duke Hobert, in the image of the Creator, approached Salinger and reached out to grab the crown, only to find that it seemed to be grown onto Salinger's head. Neither distortion nor chaos could remove it. However, a close-up observation immediately made Duke Hobert realize that this was actually an Beander characteristic of a conqueror. Note: so the third sequence 1 characteristic of the Red Priest pathway was here. Duke Hobert had previously thought it was in the hands of the Rune royal family, because he remembered a transaction between the Rune royal family and the Demonist sect, where the Demonist sect helped George III become a god, and the Rune kingdom would give them an Beander characteristic of a conqueror. However, Duke Hobert then realized that whether the Demonist sect ultimately obtained the conqueror characteristic was still an unknown. After George III's godhood ascension failed, the Demonist sect, defeated by Duke Hobert, seemed to have been abandoned by the Rune royal family. No one knew if they had obtained that conqueror characteristic. And a long time ago, the Demonist sect members who negotiated cooperation with the Rune royal family were likely fooled by the Rune kingdom. Duke Hobert guessed that their negotiation process must have involved a step of displaying the conqueror characteristic. The Demonist sect member inspecting that characteristic was at most an angel. It was impossible for the primordial demoness herself to come and negotiate with the Rune royal family. Since it wasn't the primordial demoness personally inspecting the goods, with Adam supporting the Rune kingdom, the Demonist sect members would easily be fooled. After all, in Adam's eyes, only a slight psychological suggestion was needed to pass off a fake. Even if they used prayer to have the primordial demoness inspect the goods, considering her state, Duke Hobert recalled the process of her power descending before, and it was also very likely that she would be tricked. Therefore, the Rune royal family did not possess the Beander characteristic of a conqueror. It was highly probable that they used a weather warlock characteristic to trick the Demonist sect. The whereabouts of the 3 conqueror characteristics are now relatively clear. After Night Emperor and Underworld Emperor jointly defeated Blood Emperor, they divided the spoils of victory. Night Emperor obtained 2 conqueror Beander characteristics and bestowed them separately upon the Einhorn family and the Sorin family. It now appears that the Underworld Emperor obtained the uniqueness and another Beander characteristic of a conqueror. After the Underworld Emperor's fall, the uniqueness was suspected to have been obtained by the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, becoming a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Church. Another Beander characteristic of a conqueror remained behind this bronze gate, becoming the Underworld Emperor's revival arrangement. Thinking of this, Duke Hobert frowned, somewhat puzzled by the Underworld Emperor's method of revival. Could it be that after accommodating the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, one could devour the conqueror characteristic? Duke Hobert shook his head, temporarily setting aside this question. He would first obtain this conqueror characteristic. He glanced at Salinger, who still had his eyes tightly closed. He couldn't possibly bring this guy's corpse to the country of disorder. Duke Hobert immediately thought of 2 methods. One was to re-shatter the conqueror Beander characteristic, and the other was to shatter Salinger's corpse. Duke Hobert first tried the first method, using the power of the country of disorder to compress the Beander characteristic, but suddenly found that his compression was blocked by some force. He had always used the power of the country of disorder to shatter extraordinary characteristics. This was the first time he felt unable to shatter one. Recalling the Underworld Emperor's past of creating a tributary in River of Eternal Darkness, Duke Hobert suspected that the Underworld Emperor should have been able to mobilize the power of River of Eternal Darkness to a small extent back then. He was using the power of the Sephira to protect this Beander characteristic. That's why it was difficult to shatter. If Duke Hobert had accommodated the country of disorder, he would have been able to shatter the Beander characteristic in front of him, but he had not yet completed that process. So Duke Hobert began to attempt to shatter Salinger's corpse. The method of shattering was simple. Duke Hobert used the uniqueness to perform an entropy increase attack on the corpse, causing it to disintegrate from its most basic units. But this was not a process that could be completed in a short time. After starting the entropy increase, Duke Hobert realized that he had been wearing the uniqueness for about 20 seconds. He was about to take it off and wait, but then he found that the corpse's head was bleeding. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't bleeding at all. Instead, the Conqueror characteristic was turning the corpse red, as if blood was flowing from the top of its head, all the way down to its shoulders. Duke Hobert immediately altered the direction of the corpse turning red. Although he didn't have time to think about why such a change was occurring, he knew that this process must be disrupted. Although the spread of red stopped, the corpse was rapidly changing. It suddenly raised its hand and pushed towards Duke Hobert. A blood-red longsword covered in rust appeared in the corpse's hand and stabbed towards Duke Hobert. Duke Hobert immediately stepped back to dodge and summoned the Sun Scepter. Instantly, dazzling sunlight filled this death domain, and the spirit world creatures and wraiths outside howled and fled. However, Salinger's corpse was not greatly affected. The longsword grew longer and stabbed at Duke Hobert again. Duke Hobert distorted the direction of the longsword. He noticed that the corpse's eyes showed no sign of opening from beginning to end. In the next moment, he understood why the corpse reacted this way. Because this corpse was a high-quality imitation, it did not possess the Beander pathway of a death god. So during the long period of wearing the Conqueror characteristic, this corpse was assimilated. In other words, what was in front of Duke Hobert was actually a sealed artifact with Salinger's appearance but possessing a power level equivalent to a Conqueror. Then Salinger's revival arrangement could be understood. He intended to utilize the uniqueness of his spirit to control this sealed artifact and gradually gain some initiative, becoming a true Conqueror. He would complete his revival and restore some of his power in this manner, and then seek an opportunity to re-accommodate the uniqueness of the Hunter pathway. This was clearly a backup plan, as this plan was not as easy as reviving from the death pathway. But at that time, he still had an Beander characteristic of a Conqueror in his hand. If he forcibly devoured it, he might completely lose his sanity. It would be better to leave himself a way out. With this idea in mind, Hobert was about to amplify the death power on the corpse to suppress the Conqueror characteristic's power, but he suddenly discovered that the chair under the corpse's buttocks had already begun to provide death power to the corpse. Just now, the Nether Emperor's revival process had begun. Hobert's heart sank. Was he going to revive another fourth epic emperor? At this critical moment, his spiritual wall trembled. He had already worn the uniqueness for 30 seconds. Hobert was preparing to continue wearing the uniqueness to prevent the Nether Emperor's revival when a thought suddenly struck him, and he returned to the country of disorder. After taking off the uniqueness and sealing it casually, Hobert came to the order clock, pushed the pendulum, and poured this surging power into the death domain. Dong! As the muffled bell rang, the corpse immediately sat motionless on the chair. The reddened parts quickly returned to the corpse's original color. Dong! As the second bell rang, the corpse and the chair immediately turned into dust. Clang! The crown-shaped Conqueror Beander characteristic fell onto the black ground, making a soft sound. The corpse reacted this way because the previous entropy increase attack had been continuous, and the corpse was constantly disintegrating. However, due to the influence of the Conqueror characteristic and the beginning of the Nether Emperor's revival process, the corpse had maintained a relatively complete state. When the bell rang, both the power of the Conqueror characteristic and the Nether Emperor's revival process were temporarily suppressed and interrupted, so the effect of the entropy increase attack became apparent. The corpse immediately turned into dust at the atomic level. What surprised Hobert was that the chair behind the corpse also turned into dust. However, after a moment of thought, he understood that the chair should have been an important item for the Nether Emperor's revival, very likely the key to allowing the Nether Emperor's spirit body to enter the sealed artifact. So, after the chair was shattered, it meant that the Nether Emperor's revival was completely interrupted. Hobert, standing by the order clock, let out a sigh of relief. If he had revived the Nether Emperor again, he estimated that the 4 emperors of the 4th epoch would have awarded him a prize. Reviving 2 emperors by himself, he could be called a friend of the 4 emperors. After making a joke to himself, Hobert reached out and grabbed the conqueror characteristic, first bringing it to the country of disorder for a certain sealing. Then he immediately tidied up the scene, dispelling the spiritual wall, retrieving 0 to 73, and quickly leaving the uninhabited island through the spirit world. After returning to Backland, Hobert re-entered the country of disorder, carefully sealed the uniqueness, and then examined the conqueror Beander characteristic. Hobert first thought about the hunter pathway subordinates he had cultivated. Currently, their highest sequence was only sequence 6, so they wouldn't need this Beander characteristic for a while. So, in Hobert's hands, for a long time, this would be a sealed artifact at the sequence 1 level, and after the Nether Emperor's ordeal, its negative effects were not small. Even an angel-level Hobert, if used in the real world for more than 1 minute, would easily be assimilated to a certain extent and become the new carrier of this Beander characteristic. However, if used in the country of disorder, the impact was not significant. He named this characteristic Death God Sword 0 to 76 and then returned to the real world. He drank a cup of tea, calmed his mind, and a smile appeared on Hobert's lips. Who wouldn't be happy to pick up a sequence 1 characteristic for free? Then he had time to consider, was Eamon here for this sequence 1 characteristic? What did he want the Conqueror Beander characteristic for? After a brief thought, Hobert recalled, Eamon was very likely to utilize this sequence 1 characteristic to trade with Red Angel Medici. He recalled that after the war, Eamon cooperated with Medici to release Door Mister, and Eamon ascended to godhood through this, obtaining the uniqueness of the Door pathway and a sequence 1 characteristic. And Medici thus obtained a sequence 1 characteristic and became a conqueror again. Hobert smiled. He hadn't expected Amon's plan to be intercepted by him. But he wondered if Eamon would turn his attention to other conquerors. Or would he continue to find a way to retrieve this sequence 1 characteristic? Now Hobert was no longer afraid of Eamon. Even if his true body came, he was confident he could escape. Once he ascended to sequence 1, he wouldn't even need to run anymore. Thinking of this, Hobert let out a long breath. He still needed to ascend as quickly as possible. On New Year's Day, Backland, which had been shrouded in sadness, also saw a hint of joy. In a very simple apartment in Wood District, a young man with red hair and South Continent blood lay on an armchair, looking at the happily conversing people outside the window and said, I don't really like the current atmosphere in Backland. At this moment, a bloody gash suddenly tore open on his cheek, and the wound opened and closed, saying, this atmosphere won't last long, hee hee. If Alexei doesn't have sour cheese in his head, the Fasak Empire will definitely launch a surprise attack on New Year's Day. This young man was none other than Soren Einhorn Medici, who had regained his humanity and was getting along a bit more harmoniously than before. The first Soren to speak smiled and said, hee hee hee, there's no atmosphere more exciting than the shadow of war. The bloody gash spoke again, why is Medici so quiet today? This evil spirit was currently dominated by Medici's consciousness. Generally, this body's mouth was used by Medici, but today Medici rarely expressed his opinions. Gentlemen, Medici suddenly said, if our feelings weren't wrong last night, and the third conqueror characteristic really appeared somewhere in this world, are you still interested in the atmosphere of Backland? Einhorn wanted to shrug but found it difficult to control this body at the moment. He had to give up on the idea. Even so, what can we do? Deliver ourselves to be completely wiped out by others. Anyone who could obtain a sequence 1 characteristic was at least at the angel level. Soren said, it might also be displayed to everyone as a mascot. After all, we still have a red angel among us, haha, very collectible. Medici shook his head, your provocations are becoming more and more boring. I can feel the anxiety in your tone. What you were looking at just now was not the streetscape of Backland at all, but your own future in uncertain mist. Soren chuckled twice, is the red angel going to be a poet? He did not deny Medici's words just now. We come from war, we are war itself. Only in war do we have opportunities. Medici ignored the other party's sarcasm and continued, next, we should strengthen our observation of the battlefield. I have a premonition that Beander characteristic will soon appear before people's eyes. The other two did not speak. Generally, not speaking meant they tacitly agreed, and it also meant they had a unified view on this matter. At noon, Hobert dined at Christine's mansion and told his adoptive parents that he would go to Longtail Island to accompany Furs in the evening. Not only because Furs was still unwilling to come to Backland, but also because April was a guest on Longtail Island. Donna also returned today. Originally, she and Hobert would easily bicker at the dinner table, which would enliven the atmosphere. But Donna, who had been training for a year, was much more composed now. She talked more about the scenery of the South Balam Duchy with her father and more about work with Hobert. After dinner, Tyrone suddenly expressed that he wanted to talk to Hobert alone, so the two went to the garden together. Hobert smiled and said, "Next year, you'll be going to school in the South Balam Duchy. How does it feel? Aren't you happy just thinking about it?" Tyrone was a student at Backland University and would be moving to the South Continent with his school next year. "It's all right," Tyrone said directly. "I'd really like to visit Longtail Island. Recently, my teachers and classmates have been discussing Longtail Island, and many classmates have been hoping I could take them there." Hobert was stunned. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "I was afraid you wouldn't be convenient to host." Hobert smiled. Tyrone was still so shy, always afraid of bothering others. He waved his hand. "Your travel expenses, meals, and everything else for going to Longtail Island will be on me. You can bring anyone you want. How about this, you take the classmates who want to go to Longtail Island to the Duke's mansion to find Butler Corliss, and let him arrange it for you." Tyrone smiled shyly. "Okay." Then he seemed to muster his courage and said, "Brother, there's one more thing." Do you still remember Mr. Benson?" Hobert nodded. "I remember." He said meaningfully, "Melissa's elder brother." Tyrone blushed somewhat. He cleared his throat. "Next year, Melissa will go to the South Balam Duchy to continue her studies, but Mr. Benson has to stay in Backland due to work. This will be very inconvenient." Hobert immediately understood Tyrone's meaning. He smiled and asked, "Did Melissa ask you to talk to me about this? Or was it your own idea?" Tyrone bit his lip, feeling as if his elder brother already knew something. He cleared his throat again before saying, "It was my own idea." Tyrone suddenly found that he didn't seem nervous anymore. "I believe that under your sisters and sister-in-law's governance, Longtail Island must be as prosperous and peaceful as the rumors say. Although Backland looks prosperous, I also feel the coldness of this metropolis. So I hope to live on Longtail Island in the future, and, it would be best if Mr. Benson could also live on Longtail Island." Hobert slowly nodded. Although Tyrone was not good at expressing himself, he was a young man with inner talent, and his perspective on problems was sharper than Donna's. He considered for a moment before saying, "Speaking of which, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is indeed missing a negotiation expert." Hobert had interacted with Benson. This gentleman with a slightly receding hairline had a high talent for negotiation. He said, "Leave this matter to me. Mr. Benson is very likely to report to the South Balam Duchy before Melissa." Around 4 in the afternoon, Hobert arrived at Longtail Island and chatted with his mother April and Furs. The New Year's atmosphere was stronger here. Longtail Island had not been affected by the war, and the people here seemed to have been reborn this year, suddenly living a life of abundance, with adults having stable jobs and children being able to study for free. Many people spontaneously offered sacrifices to Hobert that afternoon because they heard from the local natives that Duke Hobert was the deity of this island. Around 5 o'clock, Hobert and the other two had dinner together in a pleasant atmosphere. Just as they finished their main course and were drinking tea and chatting, Hobert suddenly heard a prayer from the country of disorder. It was an unfamiliar voice, the Creator in the shadow of order. "Great the Creator, I am ordered to report to you that the Fasak Empire's fleet suddenly sailed south and, quite miraculously, crossed Sunia Island in a short time, appearing on the southern coast of the North Continent. They are expected to arrive at Pritz Harbor around 8 o'clock. This was the emergency contact method Hobert had discussed with Georgina and the others. He took out his pocket watch and saw that it was already around 7:10. "I have an urgent mission," Duke Hobert said somewhat apologetically. "I have to go out for a bit." April sighed, "No rest even during New Year's." "It's my duty." What Duke Hobert referred to was the duty assigned to him by the Creator, not his duty to fight for LotM. Furs got up and asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Not dangerous," Duke Hobert smiled. "Just going to provide some support." Furs nodded, "Come back soon." Duke Hobert hummed in acknowledgement and disappeared from the dining room. Dozens of seconds later, Duke Hobert appeared at the Coastal Fleet Command in Pritz Harbor and was immediately led to the conference room by staff. The conference room was already full of people, with the commander-in-chief pointing at a nautical chart while deploying the battle plan. When Duke Hobert entered, everyone looked at him. After greeting him with their eyes and nods, the commanders continued to listen to the commander's battle plan. After listening for a while, Duke Hobert discovered that LotM still had a rather substantial coastal defense fleet. Among the North Continent nations, the LotM royal family's naval power was the strongest, powerful enough to wage war against two other countries simultaneously. Currently, the main force of the fleet was in the Rorstad archipelago, preventing the Intis fleet from cutting off LotM's sea supply lines. LotM also had another main fleet, which had been fighting the main force of the Faesak Empire fleet in the Eastern Sea area. However, because the Faesak Empire royal family had gained another angel through the war, causing an imbalance in strength, LotM's second main fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous Enmad Port naval battle. It was only then that the LotM royal family dispatched a delegation to seek aid from the South Balam Duchy. Currently, the remnants of the second main fleet have been gathered in Pritz Harbor for some time. Before the LotM royal family produced a third angel, the Faesak Empire fleet would certainly attack Pritz Harbor. This was almost a consensus among LotM's high-ranking officials. In this naval battle, the commander's battle plan was to utilize a horizontal line tactic to block enemy ships. The horizontal line tactic is generally a common tactic for the defending side in naval combat, because the firepower of the flanks is stronger than that of the bow. If the defending warships actively engage, they will meet the enemy ships, and upon reaching the tactical position, they will suddenly sail horizontally past the enemy, using the superior firepower of their flanks to sink a portion of the enemy fleet's leading warships. And crisscross firing is when two fleets, moving in different directions, utilize all their ships' cannons to fire in volleys or scatter shots at each other. After briefly explaining the tactics, the commander said, "Next, Duke Hobert, please speak." Just as everyone was about to applaud, Duke Hobert raised a hand, signaling them to hurry up. He first asked the commander, "How many demigods do we have?" The commander, dressed in a dark naval uniform, replied, 4. Duke Hobert then asked, "The enemy has 8, right? At least that many." Duke Hobert nodded and asked again, "Does our fleet have half the number of warships as the enemy?" The commander paused slightly before answering, "Yes." Duke Hobert said immediately, "Gentlemen, I don't know much about naval warfare, but from the current situation, I need to make a move at the very beginning to have a chance of holding this port. Your warships will be faster, your cannons will shoot farther, their power will be greater, and they will all hit their targets. So, fire as many shells as you can." The officers were all stunned, then exchanged glances and collectively said, "Yes." The officers attending the meeting were all captains of the fleet's flagships. They knew that the royal family had invited an angel from the South Balam Duchy. They just hadn't expected this angel to be Duke Hobert. The brief meeting ended. Because the warships had already sailed out of the harbor, two of the officers used a sealed artifact with travel ability to send these captains back to their warships in batches. Duke Hobert also distorted his position and disappeared from the conference room. He first appeared above Pritz Harbor. The sea breeze blowing in his face made his single garment flap loudly. The port below was brightly lit, and amidst the alarm, workers on the docks shouted loudly, urging them to quickly unload the cargo from the ships. Cargo ships that hadn't yet unloaded were busy sailing out of the port to avoid being trapped by enemy ships. Some larger cargo ships, however, were ordered to block the front of the harbor. If the naval battle was lost, these large cargo ships would be detonated and sunk at the entrance to prevent enemy warships from entering the port. In the nearby sea area, there was a cluster of lights, which was the main force of LotM's second fleet. Further out at sea, there was another faint cluster of lights, which was the Forsake fleet attacking the port. Although warships were equipped with steam engines, their average speed was around 14 to 15 knots. After the enemy appeared in sight, there was enough time to hold a meeting to discuss tactics before calmly engaging in battle. Duke Hobert, as if taking a leisurely stroll, took a step forward and arrived above the LotM fleet. He raised a hand, amplifying the speed of all warships. At this moment, LotM's commander, Carter, was in the captain's cabin of the flagship, Royal Oak, observing the distant cluster of lights with a telescope. Suddenly, Carter, holding the telescope, felt a slight inertia. He paused slightly, put down the telescope, and found that everyone had stopped their work, looking at each other with some surprise. "Commander. Captain," the helmsman reported, "the warship suddenly accelerated. Our speed has actually reached 18 knots. Carter then realized that this must be the acceleration Duke Hobert had promised, normal. "It's already accelerated to 20 knots. The helmsman said again. Carter remained calm and composed, saying, "A deity is helping us, allowing us to reach unprecedented speeds. Order all ships to prepare for engagement in advance." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the crew immediately went to transmit the command by signal lamp. 22 knots. The helmsman continued to report. Carter made a gesture, indicating that the helmsman didn't need to report anymore. He expected the fleet to be much faster than normal. With such strong maneuverability, he could consider changing tactics and circling the enemy fleet. After issuing a series of commands, the naval commander found that they were already very close to the enemy ships. Since there were no reference points at night, he quickly asked the helmsman, "What's the speed now?" The helmsman swallowed, 46 knots. This speed had long exceeded the maximum speed of the log. 46 knots was a speed calculated by the helmsman based on visual estimation of the distance between enemy and friendly forces, and the distance to the port. Carter felt a little numb. Why didn't you say so earlier? He had also used a sealed artifact for acceleration in naval battles, but reaching 24 or 25 knots was already the limit. After all, accelerating a behemoth like a warship, even with Beyonder abilities, was not that easy. Then Carter took a deep breath and thought to himself, "This is an angel of the lawyer path. Speed and weight are like playthings in his hands." The helmsman gave a wry smile. "Yes, it was you just now." Carter didn't have time to waste words with the helmsman and immediately ordered, "Hard to port. Rapid fire on enemy ships in sequence." At this moment, the Forsake fleet had also discovered that their own speed was very problematic. All the warships seemed to have some kind of malfunction, only moving at half their usual speed. In contrast, the warships of the LotM royal family were more like speedboats, astonishingly fast, and every shell could accurately land on the warships of the Fasak Empire. The three foremost warships were immediately sunk. The counterattack of the Forsake fleet seemed even more ridiculous, with shells only able to travel a dozen meters before falling into the sea. The several demigods who intervened were of no avail. At this point, the LotM fleet and the Forsake fleet began to cross paths. LotM's ships began to fire in volleys in sequence, and just like before, every shell accurately hit the Forsake warships. Yegor, the overall commander of the Forsake fleet, realized that the LotM fleet had the help of an angel, so he immediately prayed to Ahomatova, requesting the help of this commander of the Sonia Sea battlefield. At this moment, Duke Hobert in mid-air saw that the LotM warship's attack efficiency was too low, and the Forsake fleet's defense was very high with the help of demigods, having only sunk 8 or 9 warships after a long time of fighting. For the LotM fleet, this was already a considerable victory, but for Duke Hobert, it was simply too slow. So, he pressed his hand down towards the Forsake fleet. Over 200 Forsake warships slowed down again, and their waterline suddenly deepened by dozens of centimeters. At this moment, Duke Hobert's spirituality seemed to sense something. He looked in the direction of the port. A chilling hurricane was blowing towards the port, covering everything in its path with a layer of ice. Clearly, the Fasak Empire's angel had also made a move. Duke Hobert pondered for a moment, then chose not to rescue but to continue attacking the Forsake fleet. He was altering the buoyancy of the fleet's sea area. As the buoyancy became smaller and smaller, the warship's waterline became deeper and deeper, and seawater began to pour in from the portholes on one side. In Duke Hobert's view, even if the port was frozen, it would thaw in a few days, and the port would be able to resume operations. But if the main force of the Forsake fleet was sunk, they wouldn't be able to sneak attack the port again for a long time. So, Duke Hobert estimated that the enemy's angel would eventually choose to come and rescue their fleet, which would give him the first mover advantage in the subsequent angel battle. At this moment, the Forsake fleet shrieked repeatedly, with several warships having their steam engine boilers extinguished by the incoming seawater, completely losing power. At the same time, the hurricane flying towards the port indeed suddenly disappeared, and a layer of mist suddenly appeared on the sea, instantly engulfing the LotM fleet. In the mist, huge and hard hailstones fell from the sky, smashing onto the warships like cannonballs, even piercing through steel decks. Duke Hobert waved his hand, distorting the direction of the hailstones' fall, causing them all to land in the sea, with only a very small portion hitting the warships. He smiled slightly. "Got you." Saying this, Duke Hobert made a downward cutting gesture, distorting the seawater. The sea surface suddenly parted like a sliced cake, revealing a Homitova, who was hiding at the bottom of the sea with two small mustaches. Even Duke Hobert hadn't expected the weather warlock, who was skilled at manipulating flames, to be hiding in the sea. He was about to retrieve the corresponding sealed artifact from the country of disorder, to attack the opponent when he suddenly saw a Homitova purse her lips and smile. Immediately after, Duke Hobert's spirituality suddenly sent a dangerous warning. In that instant, Duke Hobert realized he had no time to dodge, so he immediately used the power of the country of disorder to form a piece of armor behind him. The armor at his back had just formed when it was pierced by a sword covered in rust and bloodstains, and the power of the country of disorder immediately dissipated. Duke Hobert immediately entered the spirit world. The only one who could utilize the angel Homitova as bait was Alexei, the first emperor of the Fasak Empire. The moment Hobert opened the spirit world, he saw a deep red wall of fire there, forcing him back out of the spirit world. However, Alexei, dressed in the traditional Fasak Empire attire, did not launch another attack. The opponent's intention was also very clear. Before a decisive victory was achieved in the North Continent War, the Fasak Empire would still show restraint regarding the angel-level power of the South Balam Duchy. At the same time, hundreds of large fireballs were falling towards the harbor, and from a ball of flame in midair, a stern-faced middle-aged man appeared, dressed in a Fasak Empire military uniform and covered in medals. This was precisely the Fasak Empire's third angel, Snarner Einhorn. For this surprise attack, the Fasak Empire dispatched all of its angels, exerting their full strength to turn Pritz Harbor into ruins. They clearly understood that if LotM lost this harbor again, it would cut off over 70% of the colonial material support to the North Continent. The remaining 30% or so primarily involved teleportation arrays linking LotM and its various colonies. And it would take at least 10 seconds to half a minute for the Rune royal family's angels to receive the news and arrive at Pritz Harbor, which was enough time for Snarner to level Pritz Harbor. Alexei and a Homitova only needed to keep Hobert occupied. Hobert did not lower his guard because of the opponent's restraint. He immediately used the Order Crystal to erect a black protective shield made of power of order, passing through the blood-red wall of fire and disappearing into the spirit world. Alexei frowned as he looked at the black protective shield. This shield was not afraid of his flames. One must know that the flames he summoned at his level could burn away essence. This meant they could burn away Meander abilities. His spirituality sensed that the shield was of a very high level. His summoned Sword of War could only penetrate it, like the armor Hobert had just summoned, but it couldn't harm Hobert. Suddenly, Alexei seemed to sense something and looked towards the harbor. Just as the fireballs Snarner had previously summoned were about to land and explode, they suddenly extinguished, leaving only a wave of heat that hit the ground, scalding a few workers who hadn't managed to escape. At the same time, a majestic figure appeared in midair. He sat amidst a cluster of swords, wearing a peculiar crown stained with rust and blood, and holding a golden scepter. The Creator. Alexei looked at the crown on the majestic figure's head, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Had the out-of-control Vermonda been found and killed by the Creator? The Creator waved a hand towards the somewhat surprised Snarner, and this angel was immediately distorted to the battlefield on the sea. The Creator rose from the throne and appeared between the battlefield and the harbor. Alexei immediately said, "Let's try to charge once." Although the Creator's strength was unfathomable, he was not a true god after all. With their three angels, they should be able to try to break through the Creator's defenses and unleash a round of fireballs on Pritz Harbor. At this time, Pritz Harbor had at most one or two demigods. Just one round of angel-level fireballs would be enough to turn the harbor into ruins. Ahomatova used mist to obscure the creator's vision. Alexei quickly advanced, and Snarner prepared to bypass the battlefield to continue attacking the harbor. Such tactics required no communication, one glance from Alexei, or even a subtle movement imperceptible to the enemy, and the two, whether warlocks, would understand the Emperor's intention. The Creator raised his golden scepter, and a small sun seemed to suddenly appear in the night sky, illuminating the surrounding sea and dispelling the mist in front of him. Alexei, who was advancing, was immediately exposed, but he did not retreat because of this. Blood-red flames suddenly ignited on his long sword, stained with blood and rust, and he thrust it towards the Creator. The crown on the Creator's head suddenly emitted a bright light, and a dark red long sword with rust also appeared in his hand, blocking Alexei's thrust. Whoosh! The two identically shaped long swords collided, producing some white sparks. The Creator waved his hand, and these white sparks suddenly grew larger in midair, connecting into a sheet, and finally turning into an incandescent wall of fire, illuminating the sea white. Snarner was surrounded by the wall of fire and temporarily unable to bypass the battlefield. Alexei retreated, raising a hand to try and control the flames summoned by the Creator, thereby entangling the Creator to create opportunities for the other two. Just then, the white flames seemed to encounter an accelerant, suddenly becoming all-encompassing. The Hunter's ability, when amplified, has an effect greater than 1+1. One of these white flames fell onto the sea, immediately producing a sizzling sound. Theoretically, this white flame could burn everything. Even seawater could be burned away. Whoosh! A hurricane appeared in the sky, first making the flames more vigorous, and then the hurricane swept up all the flames, forming a white flame tornado connecting the sky and the sea. Alexei strenuously controlled this tornado to drift towards the open sea, while Ahomatova and Snarner, whose clothes had been burned with holes, tacitly caused mist to reappear on the sea. However, this time the mist swallowed the Fasak Empire's fleet. When the mist dissipated, the fleet also disappeared with it. In Alexei's view, retreating before the Rune Kingdom's angels arrived was the best option. And the Creator merely watched their orderly retreat and did not pursue, as there was no need to fight to the death with the Fasak Empire at the moment. The officers and soldiers of the Rune fleet on the sea looked at the light mass in midair that resembled a small sun, and the white fire tornado that was getting smaller and smaller. Then they looked at the majestic figure in the distance, and the vanished enemy. It was only then that they belatedly realized they had won. Amidst the cheers, some loudly praised the Creator, and some shouted, "Long live the Creator!" After the war in the North Continent began, soldiers used the teleportation arrays and heard some internal news about the sneak attack on St. Milan, and more officers and soldiers had learned about the Creator's deeds. So they recognized that the legendary deity fighting in the sky today was him. The Creator, in midair, slightly raised a hand, as if responding to the soldiers' praises, and then he glanced at the belated William I before disappearing into the real world. This was the first time William I had seen the Creator's true form, which made him slightly stunned, because the Creator gave off a feeling somewhat similar to a deity of the Black Emperor pathway. In a corner of Pritz Harbor's dock, a young man with a South Continent appearance, hidden in the shadows, suddenly said, "The Conqueror's Beyander characteristic is actually in his hands. His power is more solid and stronger than before," Soren said, tearing open a gash on the young man's cheek. When he appeared in Backland before, he still looked somewhat illusory. Last year, Hobert had used Raft of the Pound family to enter the ruins of Backland and took the Red Priest card from them. Another bloody and blurred gash tore open on the other side of the young man's cheek, and Einhorn sighed. In terms of Beyander abilities, Hunter and Lawyer are the best partners. Medici, who spoke first, sneered, "Are we qualified to be his partners?" Soren suggested, "Perhaps we should go and see Longtail Island or the South Balam Duchy." Medici nodded. "Indeed, we should go and see." Einhorn asked solemnly, "Have you thought it through?" "This might be our only chance," Medici said meaningfully. Hobert returned to Pritz Harbor from the spirit world. He immediately used the power of Alter to jump into midair, and from a distance, he said to William I, who was also in midair, "Your Majesty, the enemy actually sent 3 angels." It was agreed there would be 1, but 3 came. How would the extra two be accounted for? William I, usually very aloof, smiled as he watched the fleet return, saying, "The enemy is indeed too cunning." Regarding the other party's feigned ignorance, Hobert said, "The Creator said that the seawater in Pritz Harbor is too deep, making it difficult to defend, so he plans to lower the water level of the harbor by 20 meters, which would make it easier to arrange defensive fortifications. Of course it would be easy to defend. If there's no water, what would the enemy sneak attack?" William I continued with a smile, "The Creator's defense plan indeed points out the key to this defensive battle, but it might affect the normal operation of the harbor. Could we please ask the Creator for a different plan?" This probably meant, "Tell me, how should the other two be accounted for? Just now, I saw Pritz University campus and Burton Machinery Company," Hobert said. "It's too dangerous for such a prestigious university and such an important enterprise to be here. Let's move them all to the South Balam Duchy." William I readily agreed. "Good. Anyway, 5 universities have already been given away, one more won't make a difference." As for Burton Machinery Company, although it is a well-known domestic machinery manufacturing company, holding a large number of patents, possessing some of the most advanced production lines, and having many relatively cutting-edge R&D talents. However, compared to the help of an angel and a deity, this small benefit is not a big deal. As for whether this enterprise was willing to move, William I did not even consider it. From today onwards, 3 of the world's top 10 universities are in the South Balam Duchy, and 6 of Lowen's top 10 universities are in the South Balam Duchy. As for Burton Machinery Company, what Hobert valued more were the company's patents and R&D talents, many of which were related to the research and development of steam cars. Hobert was looking for such enterprises to research and produce electric cars after the war. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Hobert nodded. "If anything happens at Pritz Harbor, pray to the Creator." With that, Hobert bowed slightly and left the spirit world. William I's face immediately fell, and he said to Grand Duke Drink of Southwell, who had just arrived, "Georgina was right, the South Balam Duchy will definitely be a huge threat in the future." Hobert was utterly annoyed by this new year. He was now a relatively well-known political figure throughout the world, and during the new year, too many people wanted to curry favor with him, and too many wanted to get acquainted with him. Hobert only went to Christine and Earl Hall's place on the 1st to offer New Year's greetings, and then he went to Longtail Island to seek peace and quiet. All visits and invitations were rejected on the grounds of the Duke being away on business. On the morning of the 3rd, Hobert arrived at Saros Island as arranged to meet the Hanged Man, Alger. During a previous Tarot Club meeting, they had agreed to explore the Third Elf Ruin together. 2 years prior, shortly after Hobert joined the Tarot Club, he had used his knowledge to help Alger find clues to 3 elf ruins. Alger had already explored 2 of them. One was occupied by Sea God, Kvetchua, and currently, the Fool had replaced Sea God. The second ruin was explored by Hobert and Alger together, where they discovered an invasion by an outer god, which had been sealed by the elf at the cost of all their lives. At the time, Hobert and Alger both realized that these 3 ruins were extremely dangerous for 2 individuals who were only sequence 6, and they decided not to explore them until they were confident. Recently, Alger's promotion had encountered a bottleneck, and in order to find the Beander characteristic needed for his advancement, he planned to ask Emperor to help him explore the 3rd ruin. The 2 met at the edge of a rarely frequented forest on Saros Island. Hobert, who had emerged from the spirit world, smiled at the disguised Alger and said, "Happy New Year." Alger paused slightly before replying, "Happy New Year." In the past few days, he had heard too many greetings, but most were perfunctory. Emperor's greeting, however, sounded very sincere, which was why he was momentarily stunned. Hobert looked around, and after confirming no one was present, he said, "Let's talk about the ruin we're going to explore." This time, Hobert did not wear a mask, revealing his true appearance to Alger. He believed that after Alger's support operation in Crowley City, this fellow should have guessed that Emperor was Hobert. So there was no need to wear a mask. When he met Alger with his true face, and Alger showed no surprise, Hobert knew that the Hanged Man had indeed guessed his identity in the real world. According to the clues obtained earlier, that ruin is located in the northwest of this island. Alger began to describe the information he had gathered during his preparations. I inquired about it. There's an unnamed island there. It's said that a cannibal tribe lives on the island. Decades ago, the Intis Republic sent prospectors, but they didn't find any mineral deposits, so the island has not been developed to this day. Saros Island is in the western part of the Raging Sea and is a colony of the Intis Republic. Hobert then asked, have you heard any legends about that island? I have. Many people say it's a mermaid's paradise because crew members of passenger and cargo ships have spotted mermaids in the surrounding waters more than once. Alger's preparatory work was very thorough. I learned from a retired colonial officer that the Intis Republic once sent its navy to investigate and indeed found a few mermaids, but it was not a gathering place for mermaids. He paused and added, also, some people say that incredibly large mermaids have been spotted near the uninhabited island. Some say they are as big as small mountains, others say they are like small islands. I think those mermaids were probably attracted by the meander characteristic of the sailor pathway. As for their specific size, there's not much credibility. Similar legends exist on almost every island. Hobert slowly nodded and then asked, do you have any items belonging to the elf? Alger paused for a second or two before saying, yes. As he spoke, he took out the crystal scepter he had obtained from the initial ruin. After sequence 5, this scepter was no longer useful, but he had kept it to preserve the secret. Hobert took it, glanced at the elf characters on the scepter, and then said, let's go. Northwest, right, yes. Hobert waved his hand slightly, and Alger only felt a blur before he was already in the spirit world. Alger's spirituality perceived that this was not an ability like travel. It was more like the space they were just in had been moved into the spirit world. He opened his mouth, as if by reflex, wanting to ask what kind of ability this was. But in the end, Alger said nothing. This was the power of an angel. Entering the spirit world was as convenient as entering one's own backyard. After traversing the spirit world for a few seconds, they had already reached their destination. Hobert stood on the beach, using the scepter provided by Alger to associate with the lingering aura of the elf. Oh, Hobert couldn't help but express his surprise. He hadn't associated with anything. Alger, who was on alert, asked, what's wrong? Hobert smiled and returned the scepter to him. It seems I thought too simply. After his initial surprise, he also thought that this area was not too remote. If the location of the ruin were truly so easy to find, it would probably have been developed into an elf ruin scenic spot. There must be some reason why the ruin had never been discovered. As Alger took the scepter, he heard Hobert ask again, can you create giant waves or whirlpools? Alger quickly replied, if I have enough time, I can create waves of about 5 or 6 meters. I can also create whirlpools, but only in deep water. Hobert nodded, and with another gentle wave of his hand, Alger found himself dozens of kilometers away in midair above the unnamed island when he came to his senses. Alger looked down, confirmed he was in midair, but felt no sensation of falling. The next second, Alger saw Emperor make a gesturing motion towards him, and he reacted, immediately moving to control the waves. But soon he gave a wry smile and said, the distance is too far. A Sequence 5's ability range is basically dozens of meters, and their current position was too high. Alger felt his spirituality couldn't reach the sea surface. Hobert smiled and said, it's all right, just utilize your ability. As he spoke, he had already altered Alger's ability range to several hundred meters. Alger took a deep breath and used his wave-creating ability. Indeed, a layer of waves appeared on the sea surface, initially 1 or 2 meters high. Under Alger's continuous pushing, it gradually became a giant wave several meters high. However, the range of this giant wave was not large at all, making it impossible to form a tsunami-like force. It was more like using a wall of water to strike an enemy. Soon, Alger found that the waves he created were still getting higher, wider, and longer, quickly rising to tens of meters, then dozens of meters. Finally, the waves even reached their feet, forming a spectacular seawater cliff. On one side, the seawater was lifted high, while on the other side, the seawater miraculously did not immediately replenish, allowing the two people in midair to directly see the seabed. There were sunken ships, mermaid nests, and a grayish-black seabed. Who knows how many years it had been since this seabed had seen sunlight. Today, it could finally bask in the sun. At this point, Hobert said, "Are there too many mermaid nests here?" The area of the seabed exposed by Hobert using Alger's power was not large, but it contained 4 or 5 mermaid nests. One mermaid even poked its head out of its nest, coldly staring at the 2 people in midair. Alger then realized, it does seem a bit much. Hobert hummed and then said, "There's no ruin on this seabed. Let's go look over there." Alger then understood that, Emperor, realizing he couldn't directly locate the elf ruin with Beander abilities, intended to gradually lift the seawater to search. This was perhaps. Alger then realized that given the terrifying power of Emperor, this method of searching seemed to be the simplest and most effective. Finally, he sighed slightly. No wonder I sometimes feel that my thoughts are completely different from those of demigods. It must be because the power gap between us is too great, which is why our ways of handling things differ so much. Having understood this, Alger cooperated fully with Hobert, searching little by little, as if plowing the sea. After searching for over an hour, Hobert, who had just lifted the seawater cliff, immediately said, "I feel a pulling force." He pointed in a direction. "It should be there. Create a whirlpool there. Even if it wasn't the location of the ruin, there should be some Beander power there worth exploring." Hobert again, distorted, space, and the 2 instantly appeared at the location he had just pointed out. The uncontrolled, seawater cliff, crashed onto the sea surface with astonishing force, breaking many corals and washing much mud, sand, and bones to the surface. This did not hinder Alger from creating a whirlpool. In fact, the turbulent water made it easier to form a whirlpool. Hobert raised a hand, and the whirlpool rapidly grew, transforming from one that could merely affect a ship's course into one capable of swallowing an entire vessel. The whirlpool continued to expand rapidly, forming a deep and large pit on the sea surface. Even Alger, who was in midair, felt the whirlpool's suction. Suddenly, a glowing object appeared at the bottom of the whirlpool. As the whirlpool deepened, Hobert and Alger vaguely saw that it was a trident-shaped weapon emitting a blue light. It stood upright on the seabed, completely unaffected by the massive whirlpool. Upon seeing this trident, Alger's eyes immediately became feverish, and he reached out to grab it. Hobert, however, held him back. His spirituality sensed that something was amiss. Why was this trident just standing on the seabed like that? Why couldn't he associate with it before? Were all the Intis Republic's navy idiots? Why hadn't they discovered it? Why didn't the surrounding mermaids try to devour it? Just then, the trident's light grew brighter, and Alger struggled, wanting to jump down and grab it, making even Hobert feel he was being overly paranoid. Fortunately, Hobert's last shred of remaining rationality allowed him to distort his and Alger's positions. The next instant, they reappeared on the uninhabited island. Splash! Before the 2 could fully recover, they suddenly stepped into a simple Beander trap. They fell into a pit and were bound by flying ropes. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The moment Hobert returned to the island, he was just lamenting that it was fortunate he was an angel before exploring the 3rd elf ruins. If he had only been a demigod, he would have been affected by the mental attack, whatever it was, and he and Alger would have become leaders of a transport team, delivering Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts. But the moment their feet touched the ground, Hobert and Alger stepped into an Beander trap. Not only did both of them fall into a pit, but they were also tied up by flying ropes. Trapped in a pit taller than a person, Alger's eyes gradually cleared. How could there be an Beander trap here? Ha ha ha, I caught 2 big fish. Outside the trap, a man with a booming voice suddenly shouted in Intis. Hobert did not immediately break free from the trap. Instead, he altered the path of light refraction, allowing him to see the scene outside. A middle-aged man with a full beard and unkempt hair walked towards the trap. He was wearing a worn-out sailor's uniform, which faintly showed an Intis style. The middle-aged man came to the side of the trap. "Look, it's a pretty boy. His flesh must be." Hobert smiled slightly and used his charm ability. "Oh my god, isn't this that? Who is it again?" The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. He looked at Hobert as if he was facing a good friend with whom he could talk about anything. "How are you here? Oh my god, we haven't seen each other in more than 10 years, have we?" Oh, great Acro above. I never thought I'd see you again in this life. Come up quickly. The middle-aged man reached out to pull, but Hobert and Alger had already instantly appeared outside the trap, easily breaking free from the ropes. Hobert also smiled and said, "Long time no see." Alger probably knew about the abilities of the lawyer pathway, but he hadn't expected that at the angel level, the distortion, or alter, influence on the target would be as continuous and lasting as hypnosis. He knew that the Emperor intended to obtain some information from this middle-aged man, so he stood quietly to the side. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I knew this trap couldn't hold you. Have you had lunch? I have the most delicious human flesh from the raging sea. Would you like to try some?" "No." Hobert frowned tightly and asked, "Why do you emphasize raging sea?" The middle-aged man said, "The nobles of the North Continent also like to eat it. We once caught a noble who was very knowledgeable about how to eat it. We learned a lot." Alger looked at Hobert with some surprise. Hobert felt like he was about to vomit. Not every noble likes this kind of thing. He jumped to the next topic. "Are you the cannibals on this island?" "What cannibals?" The middle-aged man looked around in horror. "Is this island that dangerous?" Hobert was stunned. "Then what did you mean by delicious just now?" "Oh." The middle-aged man seemed to understand Hobert's meaning. "We are different from those barbarians. We will cook different parts in the most reasonable way and enjoy the feeling of our taste buds exploding." At this point, Hobert noticed that the other party's spiritual body seemed to have some problems, so he quietly mobilized a small amount of the power of the country of disorder, secretly protecting himself and Alger. He asked again, "Are you a crew member of the Intis Republic?" "Yes." "Then why are you here?" The middle-aged man suddenly looked bewildered. "I forgot." But then he said, "Our captain must know. I'll take you to see the captain and let him answer your questions." Hobert nodded. "All right, please lead the way for us." While the middle-aged man was leading the way, Hobert quietly slipped a piece of order crystal to Alger and altered the direction of sound propagation, saying in a voice only the two of them could hear, "As long as spiritual power is injected, it can form a high-grade protective shield." Alger nodded and put away the black crystal. Hobert then continued to ask the middle-aged man in front, "Who is this Acro you just mentioned?" The middle-aged man suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said to Hobert, word by word, with a ferocious expression, "It's the great Acro." Hobert readily complied. "The great Acro, is he your deity?" "Is that right?" The middle-aged man's expression immediately softened. "Yes, she is the great Sea Mother. She also provides us with an endless supply of power, keeping our spirits always full." After speaking, he continued to lead the way. "That is the greatest deity. No deity can compare to the great Acro." Hobert, who was behind, glanced at Alger, asking with his eyes if he had heard of this deity. Alger thought for a moment before shaking his head, indicating that he had not heard of her. The middle-aged man continued to chatter. "The surrounding sea monsters are all her children, and they all obey her commands to drive passenger ships to this island. We are the favored ones of this great deity. We capture those crew members and passengers, kill or raise the men, eat their flesh and blood to strengthen our bodies. We make the women pregnant under the crimson moonlight and sacrifice those newborn children to the great deity." Hobert frowned again. These people were not only cannibals, but also cultists of an evil god. Then he thought, why does the so-called Acro call herself Sea Mother, and not Sea Monster God? Is it possible that a female sea monster devoured that demigod-level Beander characteristic? But then he recalled the trident trap from before, and vaguely felt that things were not that simple. Amidst the middle-aged man's incessant narration, Hobert and Alger followed him to a gathering place halfway up the mountain. This was a small village with a dozen simple thatched huts and 2 large cages. One cage held more than a dozen men with blank expressions. The other, larger cage, covered by a straw shed to shield it from wind and rain, held 100 or 200 women. Most of them were pregnant, and a few women held newborn babies in their hands, their faces full of concern for their children, while showing their most ferocious side to those guarding them. Outside the 2 cages, there were several people dressed similarly to the middle-aged man who led the way. They greeted the middle-aged man, but they seemed to completely ignore Hobert and Alger who followed behind. As the middle-aged man led Hobert and Alger through the thatched huts, he explained, Not long ago, a passenger ship was driven here by the sea monsters and ran aground near the shore. There are also dozens of passengers hiding in a corner of this island, and most of the people have gone to catch them. During his explanation, the three arrived at an open space. This island was in the tropics, surrounded by tropical forests. Such a sudden open space looked very abrupt. In the center of the clearing, there was a very thick tree with a red crown, which made Hobert feel as if it was in a state where it could launch an attack at any moment. The middle-aged crew member, who was walking in front, said, "Captain, I have two good friends who would like to ask you some questions." "Idiot, you've been used by them." The large tree with the red crown slowly turned, revealing the scene on the other side. There was a hollow in the tree trunk, magically forming the shape of a chair, and on the chair sat a person with shriveled skin, like tree bark. The clothes on this person were very tattered, and two small branches had grown out of two holes. He seemed to have only an upper body, growing together with the wooden chair from the abdomen. Hobert raised his hand and altered the surrounding atmospheric pressure. The middle-aged man who had just led them was instantly compressed into a sphere in terror and then exploded, scattering flesh and blood all over the ground. Alger, standing by, watched this scene quietly, his hand in his pocket, clutching the order crystal Hobert had given him, ready to inject spiritual power into it at any moment. Hobert looked at the captain. "Perhaps we should have a good talk. It seems someone has finally come to end this damned nightmare." The captain scanned Hobert with his scarlet eyes, seemingly sensing that he was an angel, and his tone even held a hint of relief. "You still have your sanity. Not bad, not bad." Hobert first praised him half-heartedly, then asked, "Were you once crew members of the Intis Republic?" "Yes." The captain, who only had an upper body, said, "About 60 years ago." Hobert thought he had misheard. 60 years ago. "Yes, 60 years ago." The captain said, "Due to some special reasons, we gained astonishing longevity." Hobert said, "Oh," and gestured for him to continue. "About 60 years ago, our warship was attacked by the Sea Mother in the nearby waters," the captain continued. "After my crew and I fell into the sea, a voice suddenly asked us if we still wanted to breathe freely. Gentlemen, I don't know if you've ever experienced the feeling of suffocation. In such a situation, even the most determined person would answer, yes." Alger, behind Hobert, nodded slightly. He had used suffocation to extract confessions more than once and knew it was indeed very effective at breaking down a person's psychological defenses. "We also knew that breathing freely again would certainly come at a price, but we had no other choice," the captain said very calmly. "So we became puppets of the Sea Mother, trying to constantly provide her with fresh lives. Initially, the Sea Mother wanted strong adults, but later she demanded that we provide newborn children. Of course, we also gained some benefits, such as extended lifespans. But we had to believe in the Sea Mother. Influenced by this deity, the crew members all developed a taste for human flesh, and their minds gradually became abnormal. The other party seemed very willing to tell these things, so he explained them very clearly." Hobert nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the captain's condition. "Why are you growing with the tree?" "When the ship sank, I was accidentally locked by a chain, and then split in two by the repeated pulling of the ship." The captain suddenly showed a bitter expression. "At that time, the Sea Mother promised to extend my life, but I didn't expect it to be extended in this way. After the injury, I remember my intestines flowing out. Now I don't even know what's inside my stomach." The captain took a deep breath. "Look at me now, do I still look like a person? And I've had enough of the smell of rotting human bodies. After I've answered your questions, please kill me quickly." As he spoke, the ground suddenly writhed, and thick tree roots, like giant snakes, emerged from the ground. Beneath these roots, rotting corpses hung by their tendrils. Some of these corpses had just begun to rot, emitting a strange white color, while others had already rotted down to just white bones. Alger, who usually seemed ruthless, turned his head and vomited at this sight. Suddenly, the mouths of the corpses on the root system all opened at once, each spewing out a stream of dark green mist. "Ha ha ha!" Amidst the captain's strange laughter, these mists rushed towards Hobert and Alger. Alger didn't even have time to vomit. He quickly injected spiritual power into the order crystal, and a black protective shield quickly enveloped him. Hobert, however, smiled slightly and waved his hand. These dark green mists were suddenly pulled and driven by the forces in nature, stuffing themselves into the strangely laughing captain's mouth. The captain quickly shut his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, his mouth remained open. This was because Hobert had, alter, the force exerted by his mouth muscles, making all that force spin like an empty gear, serving no purpose. Once all the dark green gas had poured into the captain's mouth, the great tree's red crown turned dark green. The captain supported his upper body with his arms, breathing heavily for a while, before asking with a painful, hoarse voice, "How did you realize I was lying to you?" Hobert sneered, "It's related to a wild god, no, an evil god. Your own state is so strange, how could you still possess a normal person's sanity?" Upon hearing this, the captain grinned sinisterly, "You think you've won? No, 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 those mists will contaminate you with just one glance, and even angels are no exception." Hobert asked, "Is that why the Intis Republic hasn't come to deal with you? Because they might be exposed to unknown contamination?" "Yes, but the captain immediately sensed something was wrong. Why? Why haven't I been contaminated, you mean?" Hobert smiled, "Because a god has always been protecting my spiritual body." After he sensed that the spiritual body of the middle-aged guide was abnormal, he quietly used the power of country of disorder to protect his and Alger's spiritual bodies. This was because almost all unknown contaminations generally start from the spiritual body, and for contaminations that start from the physical body or spirit body, Hobert could basically immune to them or had solutions. As Hobert spoke, he reached out as if grasping at thin air, and a bone-white staff, the 0 to 73, Death Domain, appeared in his hand. Under his control, the rotting corpses beneath the roots suddenly seemed to come alive, beginning to gnaw fiercely at the tree roots. Ah! A miserable scream came from the captain. The tree roots struck the ground forcefully, trying to shatter the rotting corpses that were causing him pain. However, Hobert used Death Domain to strengthen those corpses. The more the tree roots struck, the more fiercely they bit. Soon, some tough bark was torn off, and some disgusting yellow liquid flowed out. Hobert asked coldly, "Now, can we have a good talk?" "Yes, yes, yes." The captain immediately said, but you can't kill me." Hobert nodded, "All right, I won't kill you, but I will kill your subordinates." "No problem." The captain nodded repeatedly, "I will answer your questions seriously." Hobert slightly raised a hand, and those corpses remained firmly clinging to the tree roots, but they stopped their biting actions. He asked, "What exactly is the sea mother?" It's a sea monster." The captain took a breath before saying, "It should be a sea monster. I'm only responsible for providing him with 5 infants every month. I don't know what he specifically is, but from the looks of it, he should be a sea monster." Hobert pointed at his tree roots and asked, "Where did this contamination come from?" "It was granted to me by the sea mother," the captain quickly replied. "I don't know where it came from. I only know that this contamination is very powerful and scared away the high-ranking investigation team from the Intis Republic." Hobert pressed, "What does the sea mother want with children?" "I don't know, I really don't know." The captain replied while pondering, "But I've noticed that the sea mother seems to really like these children. Once, I vaguely heard him talking to an infant, just like a child's mother talking to her own child. Moreover, and he has repeatedly asked us to treat the mothers of these children kindly." Hobert frowned, having some unpleasant association. He asked again, "How do I contact the sea mother?" "Pray to him, or you can see him during a sacrifice." The captain replied, "His honorific name is King of the Monster Race on the Sea." "When is the next sacrifice?" Hobert interrupted the honorific name the other party was about to utter. "It's tonight." "What is the process of the sacrifice?" "Place 5 infants on the altar, then light the dried seaweed that the god likes. Everyone leaves the altar, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, the god will take those infants away under the cover of night." Hobert nodded and then began to interrogate another matter. Not far from this small island, was that trident trap set by the sea mother. I don't know." The captain said somewhat flustered. Hobert looked at Alger, "Do you have any other questions?" Alger pondered for a moment and asked the captain, "Why haven't we ever heard of the sea mother?" It was understandable that the emperor didn't know, but it was a bit strange that he, a professional pirate and part-time peripheral member of the Storm Church, had never heard of this wild god. It should be known that the Storm Church was very concerned about the wild gods at sea, especially wild gods of the sailor pathway, which would definitely be considered important targets of attention. However, the entire Storm Church had no records of the Sea Mother, which was a bit strange. Theoretically speaking, although this area was a colony of the Intis Republic and did not belong to the missionary area of the Storm Church, information about this wild god would definitely be publicized to its members, and members like Alger would be encouraged to inquire about this wild god. The captain thought for a moment before saying, perhaps he is relatively low-key. Alger shook his head slightly, not satisfied with this answer. Then he asked, are your crew members also contaminated? The captain was very clear about this, so he quickly said, no, they are only affected by him because they often pray to the Sea Mother. Alger nodded, I have no more questions. Hobert uttered an, oh, and then reached out again, as if pulling a crown with rust and bloodstains from the void. He glanced at the captain, and the great tree immediately burst into white flames. Ah, the captain let out a tragic cry, saying in a shrill voice, you're breaking your word. You said you wouldn't kill me just now. You evil god's minion, do not tarnish my reputation. Hobert said sternly, I clearly intend to burn you to death, not kill you. The captain wanted to say more, but he had already fallen out of the tree hollow, rapidly burning to ashes in the white flames. It only took 2 or 3 seconds for the entire great tree, along with the corpses on its roots, to be completely burned away. Finally, only the dark red Beander characteristic, enveloped in dark green liquid, remained. Hobert then extinguished the white flame and immediately returned the Conqueror Beander characteristic in his hand to the country of disorder. Then Hobert sealed the contaminated Beander characteristic with the Order crystal. Seeing no risk of leakage, he put the Beander characteristic into the country of disorder. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying to Alger, dealing with the Sea Mother next will be very dangerous. You don't need to participate. After the matter is over, if there is an Beander characteristic of the demigod level from the sailor pathway, I will give you a cataclysmic interer characteristic. All other spoils of war belong to me. Alger nodded repeatedly, okay. He also realized the danger of this exploration, so he had no intention of showing off. The two then went to the cages where the men and women had been held separately. The guards from before had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for 2 Beander characteristics and some dust next to the cages, Alger would have thought they had escaped. The people in the cages cried out for help to Hobert and Alger. Hobert told Alger to guard the area, and he entered the spirit world to leave. 10 minutes later, Hobert returned with several Beyonders. One of them was carrying a door, and they quickly set up a traveler's gate. Immediately after, more than a dozen Beyonders arrived, and then a squad of fully armed soldiers, as well as many doctors and nurses, emerged from the traveler's gate. When the doctors began to examine the people in the cages, they realized they had been rescued. Many people, especially the men, immediately burst into tears. They had already seen many of their companions slaughtered like cattle and sheep. If it weren't for Hobert and their rescue, they would eventually face the same fate. During their initial examination, as it was lunchtime, other members of the cannibals returned one after another and were hunted down by the official Beyonders. Once it was confirmed that everyone was fine and Hobert also confirmed they were not contaminated, he gave them 2 choices, either return to the Intis Republic or live on Longtail Island. Hobert entrusted these matters to his subordinates. He went to the altar by the sea and saw traces of giant beasts passing by in the direction of the ocean. Hobert deduced that the Sea Mother should have some tentacles with a fishy, sticky fluid, and its body was very large. After making the most basic judgment, Hobert glanced at the altar again. It would be best to wait until the Sea Mother came to the altar before launching a surprise attack. Then 5 children would be needed as bait. Hobert glanced at the papaya trees not far away. Many papayas were already ripe, emitting a faint fragrance. With a wave of his hand, he distortion the positions of 5 large papayas, instantly making them appear neatly on the altar. Then Hobert altered the shapes of the 5 papayas into the form of infants, looking lifelike and almost indistinguishable from real ones. Finally, Hobert injected them with spiritual power and caused a slight chaos in the spiritual power around the altar to mislead the opponent's spiritual perception. From an occult perspective, they also possessed characteristics of life. Unless one directly touched them, it would be difficult to distinguish their authenticity. Next was waiting for the prey. Waiting was an indispensable part of the hunting process. Hobert did not busy himself with other things, he patiently waited for night to fall. Amidst the unhurried sound of ocean waves, Hobert's heart grew more and more peaceful. He calmly watched the sun set and then calmly watched the moon rise. The hazy moonlight enveloped everything, making it seem somewhat unreal. Hobert quietly wrapped himself in a spiritual wall, under the moonlight, shielding all his aura. At this moment, he was so calm that he had no killing intent, as if he had merged with the bushes. At this moment, a female head with long blue hair emerged from the near shore. Her face had fine scales, and her expression was benevolent, possessing a beauty that superimposed femininity and beastliness. As more and more of her emerged from the sea, Hobert saw a sea monster with the upper body of a human female, but with slippery tentacles growing from below her abdomen. She was enormous, even her upper body resembled a giantess, which seemed incongruous with her benevolent expression. As the sea mother emerged from the seawater, she said in a doting tone, "Look, these 5 little darlings are sleeping so soundly. Come to Mama, Mama will take you to play underwater, how about that?" Just as the sea mother was about to come ashore, she suddenly paused, sniffing with some doubt, as if she sensed something was wrong. Hobert knew he could not wait any longer. Such a spiritually sensitive prey would choose to flee at any sign of trouble. He remained motionless, but continuously used distortion, alter, amplify. From within the bushes, he first distortion the seawater, making it seem as if it suddenly came alive, desperately entangling the sea mother, who was about to escape. Immediately after, Hobert altered the temperature of the seawater, causing it to freeze instantly, and finally, amplified the hardness of the ice, as well as his previous alteration of the temperature, making the temperature drop even lower in an instant. The instantaneous attack froze a large area of the surrounding sea, and the frost spread all the way to the shore. The sea mother was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, and many tropical plants were also frozen stiff. Hobert knew that such freezing could only temporarily trap the sea mother but not kill her. So, he distorted and altered the surrounding air. The air rapidly converged, forming an air gun with immense impact, piercing towards the sea mother, preparing to cut her in half. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew from the sea, transforming into invisible wind blades, slowing down the impact of the air gun. However, the air gun, pinched by Hobert, still pierced a large hole in the sea mother's body. Amplify. Hobert immediately amplified the opponent's injury. The sea mother instantly became listless, and the hole in her body expanded, becoming a life-threatening injury. Crack. At this moment, 2 giant lightning bolts struck Hobert and the sea mother respectively. Hobert slightly raised a hand, and the 2 lightning bolts suddenly crossed, forming a spherical shape emitting a chilling glow, and immediately floated towards the sea mother. Hobert didn't know why the sea mother used lightning to strike him, but this attack, formed by him with ball lightning as inspiration, would cause fats and inorganic substances within a living body to instantly combust, leading to an internal combustion phenomenon, capable of burning the sea mother to ashes within a few seconds. Still frozen stiff, the sea mother seemed to realize the power of the electric ball in front of her. Her frozen eyes were filled with fear. The next moment, as if she had made a decision, a large amount of dark green gas spewed from her wound, and the sea mother rapidly shrunk like a deflated balloon. Hobert dared not be careless and immediately distorted his position, appearing in midair. Although he could now resist some of the old pollution, that basically referred to indirect pollution. These dark green gases were closer to direct pollution, so he still needed to be careful. In midair, Hobert saw the sea mother, who had shrunk significantly and was now about the size of a normal person, finally break free from the ice and enter the sea. Hobert once again took out 0 to 73, death domain from the country of disorder, preparing to attack the sea mother's spirit body. But the sea mother instantly disappeared in the water, and Hobert's spiritual perception could not detect her whereabouts. In the sea, it was the domain of a sailor. Hobert smiled slightly, came to the beach in front of the altar, broke off a frozen tentacle of hers, and used the ability of association to quickly sense the Sea Mother's location. He immediately pursued by distorting space and quickly reached a deep-sea area. Hobert landed on the surface of the sea and glanced into the water, but saw nothing. He suspected that the elf ruins, which had special protection, should be at the bottom of the sea at this location. So he distorted space again and quickly entered the sea. Hobert was still surrounded by air, which perfectly isolated the seawater. From the outside, Hobert looked like he was submerging in a giant bubble. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Hobert had already submerged to a depth that was pitch black and showed no signs of life. However, Hobert's association ability indicated that the Sea Mother was still below. Hobert cautiously slowed his descent, wary of potential traps that might exist there. A faint blue light suddenly appeared in the darkness, and at the same time, some huge figures seemed to be lurking around the bubble. Hobert used his spiritual perception and felt that the time was right. So he took out the sun scepter. Suddenly, a small sun seemed to appear at the bottom of the sea, and the intense sunlight dispelled all the darkness. Under the illumination of the holy light, Hobert saw many large sea monsters around the bubble. At this moment, they were twisting their bodies in pain under the sunlight and quickly swimming away from there. This was precisely the effect Hobert wanted to achieve by using the sun scepter at this time. The holy light's attack on the sea monster spirit bodies, and the visual shock it delivered to them in the dark environment, caused many of them to directly faint, while the rest immediately fled. Hobert did not pursue, because Hobert was also shocked by the scene before him. He saw a stone statue, so massive it filled his vision, slowly rising from the seabed. The stone statue was of a female figure, with a benevolent smile and a serene expression that made one feel at peace. In front of it, there was no desire to utilize any force. This stone statue was the largest artificially modified object Hobert had seen since coming to this world. Hobert's inner shock came from the depths of his being, a fear and reverence for immense objects. Taking a deep breath, he quickly adjusted his state and once again sighed. Fortunately, he came to explore this ruin after becoming an angel. If he were a demigod, just seeing this stone statue would cause a certain degree of pollution. The stone statue continued to rise slowly. Hobert saw an imprint on the statue's brow, emitting a converging blue light. The shape of the imprint looked somewhat like a trident. This was the trap Hobert and Alger had encountered before. Fortunately, Hobert quickly took Alger away at that time, otherwise, if they had been sucked into the seabed, Alger would have been 80 to 90% polluted by this huge stone statue. While Hobert was contemplating how to deal with the stone statue, he felt some changes in the surrounding spirituality, as if his body could mutate at any time. At this point, Hobert could confirm that the Sea Mother was indeed affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The image of a mother, the needs of infants, and causing surrounding creatures to mutate, these all seem to correspond to the related authorities of this outer god. Hobert did not immediately react because the power of the stone statue was very limited and could not cause him too much harm. He raised a hand, and the buoyancy around the stone statue decreased, while gravity increased. The already slowly rising stone statue stopped motionless. Hobert pondered for a moment, then took out 0 to 71. Disaster porcelain doll from the country of disorder, triggering an earthquake in the surrounding sea area. The surrounding seawater shook slightly. The power of the earthquake had already reached here and would continue to spread upward, forming a tsunami on the sea surface. But Hobert altered the power of the tsunami and the earthquake, immediately transforming these forces into pressure and tearing upon the stone statue. The giant stone statue was instantly crushed into several sections, gradually disintegrating in the seawater. Hobert was not careless in the slightest and kept his eyes fixed on the stone statue. He saw its collapsing mouth suddenly move, revealing a strange smile. The light between its brows suddenly became brighter, but soon, like an overworked light bulb, it instantly went out the next second. Hobert frowned. That smile made him feel that the stone statue couldn't be destroyed so easily. To be safe, he summoned the power of the country of disorder, forming a black shield, preparing to observe a bit longer. As soon as the black shield formed, the disaster porcelain doll in Hobert's hand suddenly jumped up. He. Are you ready to become a sea monster? Hobert quickly resealed the disaster porcelain doll, with the order crystal. Then he discovered that, at some unknown point, webs had grown between his fingers. Immediately after, he discovered that the outside of the black shield seemed to be covered by a layer of white membrane. The membrane was slowly wriggling as if alive, seemingly searching for a way to attack Hobert. However, the black shield completely isolated them, giving them no chance. This should be the attack from when the stone statue collapsed, Hobert guessed, which seemed to be able to mutate him into a sea monster. If it were another angel, such an attack might have some influence, and it might also allow the mother goddess of depravity to pinpoint and further influence and pollute them. But Hobert did not need to worry about such an attack. After all, the power the mother goddess of depravity could project into the real world was very limited, and such an attack was not difficult for him to resolve. Because the black shield could isolate all Beyonder power, even Hobert's Beyonder attacks would be sealed inside, so he first removed the shield. The moment the shield disappeared, Hobert distorted his position, appearing outside the white membrane. The membranes immediately swam towards Hobert. Hobert waved his hand, using the ability of chaos to make the membranes lose their attack direction, only swirling around in one area of the sea. Then Hobert put the sealed disaster porcelain doll back into the country of disorder, and took out 0 to 76 death god sword from it, causing white flames to ignite on the membrane. Although it was in seawater, it did not hinder the burning of these white flames. They were not only burning the membranes but also burning the seawater. Hobert submerged a bit further and ignited the massive sinking stone statue. Whoosh! In the dark underwater, chilling white flames darted around, illuminating the entire seabed. The sea monsters in the surrounding sea area were all swimming around, as if wanting to put out the fire, but they clearly understood that with their abilities, they could not extinguish this fire at all. So they could only continuously circle around. From a distance, Hobert saw that in the deeper part of the seabed, there was indeed an ancient ruin and dense sea monster lairs. Only after the membranes were burned to ashes and the stone statue was burned into quicklime, which then immediately crumbled under the pouring seawater, did Hobert put away the death god's sword and continue to submerge. 2 seconds later, Hobert arrived at that ancient ruin. This was indeed an elf ruin, but it had collapsed severely, and there was no complete building left. Only around a coral throne was there an underwater space, like a bubble. The sea mother sat dismally on the throne, staring intently at Hobert. Hobert first granted the mutation on his body to her. Just as he was about to attack, the surrounding sea monsters swam over, wanting to rescue the sea mother. But the sea mother tearfully shouted, "Children, leave this place. You are no match for him. Go to the fog sea, to more secluded places, and start your new lives. Surviving is the most important thing." The sea monsters suddenly paused, hesitated for a second or two, then left with cries of lament. Hobert said to the sea mother, "I will not hunt down those sea monsters, but you must die. This is also what I hate most about the mother goddess of depravity. She always utilizes the maternal instincts of creatures to achieve her sinister goals." Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Hobert used and amplified the immense water pressure at the bottom of the sea, causing the sea mother's head to explode. The sea mother, who was already severely wounded, twitched a few times and then died. Hobert once again took out the 0 to 73 death domain from the country of disorder, reached out, and grabbed the sea mother's spirit body, which had just begun to dissipate, from her corpse. Previously, when Hobert's sequence was lower, he used ritualistic spiritual communication. Because rituals also required opening up his spiritual and mental worlds, he was easily contaminated and influenced by the target of the communication. However, Hobert's current method of spiritual communication does not require opening up his spiritual and mental worlds, so he is basically not affected by the target. That's why Hobert dared to communicate with the sea mother, who was clearly influenced by the mother goddess of depravity. The moment he pulled out the target's spirit body, Hobert noticed that the sea mother's spirit body was actually in human form. She first looked at Hobert with some pain, and then, under the influence of the death god domain, her eyes became blank. Hobert asked, "You were originally a human?" "Yes. Hobert glanced at the sea mother's corpse, which had obvious sea monster characteristics, and asked, "How did you become a sea monster?" "It was the great. Hobert quickly said, "I know who you're talking about. Please continue. Bestowed upon me surging power, allowing me to be closer to the ocean, which is why I was able to devour that Sea King, Beyonder characteristic reserved by the elf." Hobert slowly nodded, then said, "You don't seem irritable at all." In his impression, Beyonders of this sequence were nicknamed Irritable Old Brother, and had very bad tempers. The Sea Mother said with a very gentle expression, "Because I am still a mother. I will give all my irritability to my enemies and all my love to my children." Hobert realized that this was the mother goddess of depravity's influence on her. Then he asked, "What do you need so many babies for?" "To let them receive the baptism of the great, and become a sea monster that can swim freely in the deep sea." Hobert's expression suddenly turned cold. "In other words, all those babies were brought to the bottom of the sea by you to become sea monsters. Also, were the sea monsters that swam away just now transformed from the sacrificed babies?" "Yes," the Sea Mother said with blank eyes. "Sea monsters transformed from human babies have higher intelligence and greater strength." Heh. Hobert sneered, as expected. "It's the style of." To prevent the mother goddess of depravity from influencing this spiritual communication, he cautiously did not speak the other party's honorific. Hobert asked again, "What do you need so many sea monsters for?" "To spread the gospel of the deity." Hobert was slightly stunned. This was something he hadn't expected. The mother goddess of depravity was actually proselytizing among sea monsters. But he thought about it. Even if sea monsters, ganas, and other marine creatures had their own deities, they were similar to wild gods, basically just the strongest in their tribes. Such wild gods would find it difficult to compete with the mother goddess of depravity. Crucially, these races basically did not believe in the Orthodox churches, and the churches rarely developed them as believers. Even evil gods like the primordial demoness were unlikely to develop them into believers. This was indeed a loophole in the real world. Hobert pondered for a moment, intending to tell the Storm Church about this when he had time, as the sea was their territory. After understanding the origin of the Sea Mother, Hobert released her spirit and then accelerated the precipitation of the Beyonder characteristic. As Hobert had expected, this Sea King Beyonder characteristic was indeed contaminated. Hobert used an order crystal to wrap it, ensuring that the contamination would not spread, and temporarily placed it in the country of disorder. Returning to the surface of the sea, Hobert's spirituality suddenly perceived that the dark green mist released by the Sea Mother earlier had not yet dissipated. He used distortion of space to return to the altar's location. The dark green mist had already caused the trees around the altar to begin mutating towards treants, and at the same time, the fish in the sea also underwent corresponding mutations, their appearance becoming hideous and terrifying. Hobert took out the 0-76 Death God sword from the country of disorder for the third time, causing deep red flames to burn around the altar. The treants and mutated fish were all burned to ashes, even the altar was burned into a pile of lime, and the seawater was evaporated, but the green mist still remained unburned. Hobert frowned. When it came to incidents involving outer deities, the cleanup was the most troublesome part, as outer deity contamination was very difficult to deal with. He pondered for a moment. Using the power of the country of disorder, he could safely gather these green mists together, but where should he throw them? Such a ticking time bomb certainly couldn't be kept in the country of disorder, and throwing it into the spirit world wasn't a good idea either. It could easily allow the mother goddess of depravity to establish a sphere of influence in the spirit world, potentially leading to greater trouble in the future. After thinking for a while, Hobert decided to send it back to where it came from, throwing it into the starry sky. So, he used the power of the country of disorder to gather the green mist, as well as the contaminated land and seawater, into a green sphere. Then, he raised his hands, and the sphere shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Hobert also leapt fiercely, amplifying the strength of his jump, following closely behind the sphere. This was a very novel experience. Hobert watched as the island beneath his feet grew smaller and smaller, eventually becoming so small that he couldn't even discern its location. When Hobert felt weightless, he could already largely see the appearance of half the earth. Under the crimson moonlight, the now curved ocean looked magnificent, and he could also see the north-south continent. The entire continent only had faint lights in Backland, Eastern Loan, and Trier and Feniport. Those were the sites of electric lights under the night sky. If there were no electric lights, only gas lamps, their light would not be visible from high altitudes. The sea between the two continents was filled with dense dark clouds, with lightning and thunder within them. That was the raging sea, where most of the sea was covered by harsh weather. And to the west of the fog sea, there seemed to be a huge expanse of mist. What exactly was there was unclear, as if some mysterious power blocked Hobert's vision. According to the direction, that should be the west continent. Taking a deep breath of the extremely thin air, Hobert lamented why he hadn't thought of coming to high altitude to admire this beautiful scenery before. If it were under sunlight, the view would be even more spectacular. Before coming to this world, one could not see this scene unless they were on a space shuttle. And Hobert's chances of boarding a spaceship were almost zero. There wouldn't be archaeological missions in space, would there? However, today was not for tourism. Hobert glanced at the position above his head again. His spirituality could sense that the barrier was not far from him. Visually, the barrier's existence was not visible, but spirituality could feel it. Hobert brought the sphere to the inner side of the barrier and used Beyander abilities to push the sphere towards the starry sky, but it was blocked by the barrier. Hobert frowned and tried again to distort its position and other methods to distort it outside the barrier, but none had any effect. This made Hobert somewhat curious. Did the barrier completely isolate the inside from the outside? But Rosal had clearly jumped to the moon. So Hobert approached the barrier and stretched out one hand. Although his palm and arm clearly felt some discomfort, he successfully passed through the barrier. After pondering for a moment, Hobert understood. Creatures inside the barrier could go out, but creatures outside the barrier, in whatever state, could not enter. Because it needed to block the invasion of outer deities, the barrier completely isolated the Beyander powers inside and outside. Beyander powers from outside could not enter, and Beyander powers from inside could not leave. Beyander powers are not the same as physical entities. If Beyander powers could also allow those inside to leave but not allow those outside to enter, then even with the original creator's high sequence, this could still be used to some extent by outer deities. And even if only a small amount of outer deity power permeated into the real world, it would be a disaster for humanity on the north-south continent. Then, Hobert realized that when he had just extended his hand through the barrier and felt obvious discomfort in his palm and arm, it should have been at the moment of extension that his arm temporarily lost the protection of Beyander power, which was why he felt uncomfortable. Because after Hobert became an angel, his body and spirit had undergone a clear qualitative change. So in such an environment, the temporary loss of Beyander power protection would only cause discomfort. Understanding this, Hobert couldn't help but frown again. In that case, there was no way to send the sphere out. But he couldn't just let the sphere float in the atmosphere. He pondered again and thought he could ask the Evernight goddess for help. After all, the goddess had authority over the starry sky, and sending something into the starry sky should be very easy for her. Moreover, matters involving outer deities were a public service that benefited everyone, so the Evernight goddess should not ask for remuneration. So Hobert took a stone from the country of disorder and altered it into the shape of an altar. Then he took out candles and altered the burning temperature and conditions of the candles, allowing them to burn in an extremely oxygen-deprived and very low-temperature environment. Hobert also altered the way sound waves propagate, allowing him to make a sound in a severely oxygen-deprived environment. Evernight goddess, more exalted than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity. I encountered contamination from the mother goddess of depravity during an operation, and now I have finally gathered that contamination. I hope you can help me send the contamination beyond the barrier, to prevent it from contaminating more living beings in the environment. As soon as the honorific was finished, Hobert felt a tranquil power descend around the altar. After the Evernight goddess listened to Hobert's request, the sphere in front of Hobert immediately disappeared from his sight. 2 or 3 seconds later, Hobert's spirituality felt something, and he glanced outside the barrier. Sure enough, he saw the sphere rapidly drifting away from Earth. Hobert took a deep breath and thought, indeed, professional matters should be left to professionals. Just as Hobert was about to pack up the altar, a gentle female voice came to Hobert's ear. Be ready to complete the task I give you. Previously, the Evernight goddess had helped Hobert twice, and the reward was that, at some point in the future, he would help her snatch a sealed artifact from the War God Church. All right, Hobert agreed, and with a thought, he prayed, "Most respected Evernight Goddess, can you help me obtain Truncest's brass book?" The Evernight Goddess paused for a second or two before replying, "At the appropriate time, I will make Larian sufficiently unlucky." Hobert immediately said, "Thank you for your help. There will be a heavy reward once I obtain the brass book." With the Evernight Goddess's help, this matter was half stabilized. The sense of tranquility around the altar disappeared, and the goddess left. It was only after collecting the stone and candles that Hobert belatedly realized that the goddess had actually conversed directly with him this time, instead of communicating in written form. After a brief thought, Hobert understood that when one's sequence was low, communicating with the Evernight Goddess through rituals meant that if the Evernight Goddess directly used her voice to communicate with the supplicant would easily fall asleep after only a few words. Or the Evernight Goddess's voice would sound more like whispers, causing harm to the supplicant. Therefore, deities rarely communicated directly with supplicants outside of churches. And when in a church, due to the connection of the holy emblem, supplicants did not need to open their spiritual and mental worlds as they would in a ritual, so they had a certain resistance to the deity's voice. Now that Hobert had advanced to an angel, his spiritual body had undergone a qualitative change, allowing him to directly face the deity's voice, which was why the Evernight Goddess chose the more efficient direct conversation. Having resolved the problem of outer deity contamination, Hobert entered the spirit world and returned to the Duke's mansion's study in Backland. He meticulously built the spiritual wall before entering the country of disorder. First, Hobert took the 0-71 disaster porcelain doll, and after lifting the seal, the porcelain doll moved twice, opened its mouth but did not speak. It was only so obedient because it was in the country of disorder. If it were in the real world, it would probably have already started chatting with Hobert. Under the influence of the gigantic stone statue, the disaster porcelain doll had acquired more living characteristics. Before advancing to an angel, such an incident would have been difficult for Hobert to handle, but now Hobert had many more sealing methods. He brought the disaster porcelain doll to the bell hall and placed it beneath the order clock. The disaster porcelain doll seemed to realize something and tried to jump up and escape. But it was too late. Dong! After a long, melodious bell chime, the disaster porcelain doll immediately fell to the ground motionless, having essentially lost its living characteristics. A sealed artifact without living characteristics better conformed to the corresponding order. Picking up the porcelain doll, Hobert smiled. "Doesn't it sound good? Haven't heard it before, have you? Want to hear it again?" The porcelain doll naturally could not answer, so Hobert placed it back on the stone platform holding the Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and with a somewhat solemn expression, picked up the Sea King Meander characteristic wrapped in order crystal. Having prior experience with handling the Mother Tree of Desire's contamination, Hobert casually picked up a stone from the mountain beside the main hall, then held the stone in one hand and the Meander characteristic in the other, using the country of disorder's authority and power to extract the contamination. The first extraction seemed to draw out a lot of contamination, even turning the stone Hobert held a dark green. However, Hobert realized that there was still contamination within the Meander characteristic, so he extracted it several more times, but there was still some contamination within the Meander characteristic. At this moment, Hobert directly felt the power of a pillar. Although the contamination from the outer deity Mother Tree of Desire could not be eliminated, it could be completely extracted through the country of disorder. The contamination from the Mother Goddess of Depravity, however, could not. There was always a tiny bit of contamination remaining in the characteristic. Even crushing it would be difficult to clear, and it was very likely to turn one source of contamination into multiple sources. Thinking of this, Hobert returned to the bell hall and placed the characteristic beneath the order clock. Dong! After a long, melodious bell chime, there was still some contamination in the characteristic. Hobert glanced at the order clock before him. His spirituality sensed that it wasn't that it couldn't remove the contamination, but rather that his own authority was insufficient. Even wearing the uniqueness wouldn't work, because in front of the order clock, Hobert's level could not be faked. Only by accommodating the uniqueness could he utilize the order clock to completely remove the contamination in the characteristic. Or accommodating the country of disorder would also work, but those were not things that could be done in a short time. Hobert had no choice but to return to the Iron Throne with the Sea King Beander characteristic, sit down, seal it again, and place it alone in a stone box. Hobert then looked at the stone that had just turned dark green. This stone could mark a target, and within 3 hours, the marked target would be subjected to the Mother Goddess of Depravity's gaze. Those below the angel sequence would basically immediately become followers of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and angels could also be contaminated to a certain extent by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The first 3 utilizes could contaminate angels, but after 3 utilizes, as the Jade's power weakened, angel-level targets could avoid the Jade's marking. In Hobert's opinion, this ability was not cost-effective most of the time, as it meant providing a subordinate to the Mother Goddess of Depravity every time it was used. So, after simply sealing it, he threw it into that pile of sealed artifacts. Calculating this exploration effort took half a day and only yielded a few Hunter, pathway Beander characteristics with some mental residue. These Beander characteristics came from the Intis Republic puppets of the Sea Mother. Although their minds had some issues, apart from the captain's Beander characteristic, the other crew members' Beander characteristics were not contaminated. Not only was the harvest small, but he also owed the Hanged Man a cataclysmic interer Beander characteristic. Hobert smiled. Encountering outer deities really brings nothing good. Taking a deep breath, he pondered for a moment and found that he had 2 clues for cataclysmic interer in his hands. So Hobert returned to the real world, first arriving at the Janai Southern Bank via the spirit world, and then entering St. Yadros City using the Trensust family's metal. Upon entering, Hobert realized that it had become somewhat different from before. Although the deity's power was still present, the previous monsters had almost disappeared, and the other branch of the Trensust family members were also nowhere to be found. Hobert had previously guessed that Truncest, having just revived, would definitely plunder this place to replenish his strength. At that time, Hobert was still busy competing for the uniqueness, and after all, he was 1 sequence lower than Truncest, so stopping his plunder would be somewhat dangerous. Thus, Hobert did not bother with this matter. This time, his visit was also to completely give up on the idea. Returning to the Janai Southern Bank, Hobert re-entered the spirit world and arrived at Saris Island, at the edge of the jungle where Alger had previously met him. Alger was somewhat disappointed to see Hobert arrive empty-handed. Problem solved. Solved, Hobert said. Ultimately, I did acquire a sailor pathway demigod level Beander characteristic, but this characteristic has been contaminated by an outer deity and cannot be used. That outer deity is somewhat special, it must be sealed in the Creator's divine kingdom. Alger gave a wry smile and asked, even crushing the characteristic won't remove the contamination within. Yes, Hobert continued. However, I still have a clue regarding cataclysmic interer. I can tell you the clue for free, and I will also provide free assistance if you encounter any difficult problems. At this point, he smiled somewhat helplessly. Actually, not letting you touch those things is also for your own good, otherwise, merely touching them could lead to contamination. I know. Alger said sincerely, thank you for your help today. He certainly knew that if it weren't for the Emperor's help today, he would have died in the trident trap in the sea. Then Alger solemnly said, I am willing to give you all my gains today in exchange for the clue to the cataclysmic interer characteristic. Hobert nodded. As far as I know, there is an elf ruin in the primeval forest on Sunia Island. After finding it, you should be able to get further clues. He paused and added, if you can't find it, I can help you look, but it's best if I don't get involved, so as not to scare some of the people in the ruins. The clue Hobert spoke of was where Alger obtained the cataclysmic interer Beander characteristic in the original novel. Because the sequence 5 Beander characteristic within Alger came from an elf, and that elf once served the elf queen, Calamity Queen, he would encounter Calamity Queen, Goshinam in his dreams after exploring the ruins. From the Calamity Queen, Alger would obtain the clue to the cataclysmic interer characteristic. Hobert also did not expect that after all the twists and turns, Alger would still have to utilize that characteristic to advance. Alger noted Hobert's words, thanked him again, and left using the travel ability recorded in Lemonu's magic book, which he had rented from Miss Magician. The exploration of the last elf ruin thus came to an end. In the Saint Nose Basin, in the fields where new seedlings had just sprouted. On the path, a young man with South Continent facial features was observing the labor of the people around him and the officials arranging immigrants, as if taking a stroll. He was Soren Einhorn Medici, who had come from Backland to observe the South Balam Duchy. Because this was the South Continent, such an appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Taking advantage of no one being around, Soren said, "Did you hear them just now? They not only distribute seeds here, but also enough food until harvest time. Does the South Balam government need these people so much?" Medici, however, said, "I can only say that you perfectly ignored the main point. Didn't you notice? Most of these immigration officials were previously farmers, but they handled problems in an orderly manner. And those soldiers, those peacekeepers, they are all helping the immigrants." Medici took a deep breath. "This reminds me of some descriptions from when the Lord was awake. In St. George District, Backland, Melissa, wearing a veil and exuding a youthful aura, jumped out of a rented carriage and then turned to the carriage, smiling. Thank you, Tyrone, this study tour to Longtail Island has been very rewarding for me." Tyrone also got out of the carriage, scratching his head with a bit of shyness. For me, it was also very rewarding. He hadn't expected that his brother Hobert and sister Donna had quietly built such a desirable country in the Rorstad archipelago. The two young people exchanged a few words, said goodbye again, and Tyrone boarded the carriage and left. Melissa entered the rented townhouse. As soon as she walked in, she saw Benson sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at a letter. She took off her veil. "Who sent it?" "Oh, look, our Melissa is back from her travel," Benson immediately said with a smile. "It's a study tour," Melissa corrected. Benson still held the letter in one hand and poured Melissa a cup of tea with the other. "Yes, it's a study tour." Then he asked, "How is Longtail Island? Is it really as good as the rumors say? How did you manage your food and accommodation these past 2 days?" "It's better than the rumors. It's full of vitality," Melissa described. She took a sip of tea and replied, "My classmates and I had all our food and accommodation provided by the Longtail Island Governor's Mansion. They promised that any university student who comes to Longtail Island for a study tour will receive free room and board. And because of Tyrone, we were also invited by Mr. and Mrs. Hobert to dine at the Governor's Mansion, and Miss Donna also came. Their hospitality was almost excessively warm, and Melissa strongly suspected that Duke Hobert and his wife already knew she was dating Tyrone. Hearing you talk about it, I want to go see it myself," Benson said, casually touching his slightly receding hairline. Melissa smiled. "I heard that as long as you have a student ID issued by the South Balam Duchy, you can freely enter and exit Longtail Island. Once I get my new student ID, I'll take you there." Currently, the relocation of several universities in Loan is basically nearing its end. In early January, there were even protests with professors resigning and students dropping out, but it was rumored that the resigned professors and withdrawn students were all escorted by the police to the South Continent. Teachers and students who had been to the South Balam Duchy once no longer protested, because the environment of the South Balam Duchy was not as harsh, dangerous, or desolate as rumored. "Perhaps I'll soon be able to freely enter and exit Longtail Island too," Benson said, waving the letter in his hand. "This is an invitation I just received from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the South Balam Duchy, hoping that I can serve as the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs." Melissa was stunned, first wondering if this was Tyrone's idea, but then she immediately thought that if it were Tyrone's idea, he would have definitely hinted something to her beforehand. Melissa recalled Tyrone's reactions these past few days. He seemed unaware of this matter. Thinking of this, Melissa looked at Benson. "Are you planning to give it a try?" "Yes, Melissa, this is an opportunity," Benson smiled helplessly. "Only after becoming a government employee did I realize that the channels for promotion for ordinary people are very limited. And positions like minister and vice minister are entirely reserved for political parties and nobles. Even hereditary ministers are very common. Sometimes the commands of those curly-haired baboons are truly absurd." Benson said very solemnly, "I plan to take a few days off to go and see." Moreover, Melissa would be going to the South Continent for school in a few days, and if he also worked in the South Continent, the siblings could look out for each other. Melissa was very supportive of this. "There's no harm in going to see." At the same time, she planned to ask Tyrone tomorrow if he knew any inside information. The next day, Benson, dressed in formal attire and carrying a cane, took a rented carriage to the South Balam Duchy's office in Backland. After explaining his purpose, Benson, led by a staff member, went to the Earl's Light to take a teleportation array to the South Continent. Benson was very surprised by this mode of transportation. When the staff member reminded him that he must sign a non-disclosure agreement, he suddenly remembered that when he asked Melissa yesterday if she traveled to and from Longtail Island by airship, his sister just smiled slightly and said, "Number." At the time, Benson was still puzzled. If she didn't travel by airship, how could she go to and from Longtail Island in just a few days? Now he finally knew how Melissa had traveled to Longtail Island. Along with Benson, a group of immigrants also went to the South Continent. They were generally dressed in rags, and some looked like homeless people. After his initial surprise at the teleportation array, Benson quickly reverted to his talkative nature and started chatting with the immigrants. He learned that there were currently a large number of factories in Backland without orders, and factory owners had to lay off many workers, which left many people without a source of income, unable to even afford bread. As for why factories lacked orders, Benson was very clear: because the industrial zone on the Janai southern bank had fallen, Loan's industrial system was no longer complete. Except for military supplies, many factories faced a shortage of parts. It wasn't that there were no orders, it was that those orders simply could not be completed on time. At the same time, Benson realized that the price of grain in Backland was currently very cheap. If these immigrants couldn't even afford bread, they truly had nowhere else to go in Backland. And the reason why grain prices were so cheap was entirely due to the large amount of grain released by the Duke Grain Store. Before the new year, Benson had worried that as the war continued, there might be a situation in Backland where even with money, food couldn't be bought. However, the challenge launched by several major grain merchants against the Duke Grain Store completely dispelled Benson's concerns. This commercial war was a popular topic of conversation during the new year. Shortly after the Duke Grain Store opened, grain merchants began to massively purchase grain from the grain store at prices lower than the market rate. Many citizens and workshops, factories that needed large quantities of grain, fearing that the low-priced grain would be bought up, also participated in this rush to buy. At that time, many people predicted that the Duke Grain Store would soon fall into the predicament of having no grain to sell. Unexpectedly, the grain store soon opened a night grain sales service, with employees divided into 3 shifts, selling grain non-stop day and night. The situation then developed more and more magically. All the granaries in Backland were filled, and many citizens' homes were piled with enough grain to last a year. However, the price of grain at the Duke Grain Store still did not increase, and it continued to sell grain 24 hours a day. Except for a few major grain merchants, others or factories gradually withdrew from the rush to buy. The grain merchants also didn't know where the money came from, but their purchases continued until a few days before the new year, and they were always able to receive large quantities of spot grain from the Duke Grain Store. It wasn't until a major grain merchant declared bankruptcy that this great grain war ended. The reason for the bankruptcy was that the price of grain in Backland had fallen to pre-war levels due to this commercial war, and was still continuing to decline. However, in the early stage of the commercial war, grain was purchased at prices 2 to 3 times the pre-war level, which consumed a large amount of capital from the grain merchants and the nobles who supported them. It is said that later, the grain merchants had no place to store the grain they acquired, so they rented some cheap factory buildings and piled it loosely inside. Later, they couldn't even afford to rent factory buildings, so they simply set up a makeshift canopy and piled it in the yard. But because citizens and factories needing grain also had sufficient reserves, the grain merchants, grain was unsellable, and even with discounts and price reductions, it couldn't be sold, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. It wasn't until the new year that news came from the colonies that the accumulated grain in the Rorstad archipelago and East Balam had all been bought by a mysterious buyer. Without exception, that mysterious buyer required the colonial grain merchants to keep the transaction confidential, with huge compensation if the agreement was violated. Therefore, when the grain merchants in Backland sent telegrams and dispatched people to inquire, they did not receive accurate intelligence, which led to a serious misjudgment by the Backland grain merchants. It was then that everyone realized that the Duke grain store had purchased a massive amount of grain from the colonies at extremely low prices and continuously transported it to Backland using ships from the South LotM Duchy. Because everyone was unaware of the convenience of the teleportation array, they assumed it was transported by ships from the South LotM Duchy, so the major grain merchants did not notice. Benson inwardly greatly admired the actions of the Duke grain store. While making a fortune for itself, it also greatly suppressed grain prices in Backland. In fact, everyone knew that after the war began, Backland was not without grain. It was the grain merchants who had been artificially creating scarcity, which caused grain prices to continuously rise. If it weren't for the Duke grain store, the grain merchants in Backland would certainly have taken advantage of the fall of the front line on the Johnai's southern bank and the panic among the populace to raise grain prices again. Benson, who knew that Hobert was the boss behind the Duke grain store, now finally understood that the Duke grain store used teleportation arrays for transportation, which was much faster than steamships or even airships. During his casual conversation with the immigrants, Benson also inquired about the immigration policy of the South LotM Duchy. Upon arrival, they would be given tents, food, and seeds. It sounded quite wonderful, so wonderful that Benson even wondered if it might be a scam. But for those who had reached a dead end, taking such a risk was well worth it. If it was just a scam, then for them, it was merely a difference between dying on the streets of Backland or dying on the South Continent. If it was real, then it meant a new life. Many immigrants who had previously owned land stated frankly that if they really could get land, they would never sell their land this time. At this moment, the immigration officer not far away said coldly, "No one has the right to buy or sell land in the South LotM Duchy, it can only be leased or rented." Benson paused slightly, then smiled. That's a good idea. He found that in fact, preventing land annexation was very simple, but no one was willing to do it. Or rather, many times the gentlemen of Backland knew how to solve problems, but no one did it, because it would harm the interests of some people. As the teleportation array activated, when Benson came to his senses, he was already in the South Continent. When he saw the large-scale construction in Anjou in full swing, he knew that these immigrants had made the right bet. Even without land or food, this place needed so many workers and offered enough opportunities for them to survive. Led by a staff member, Benson met Miss Audrey, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the South LotM Duchy, in a small office. "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs building hasn't been built yet," the beautiful and charming Audrey explained with a smile. "We are temporarily working in this courtyard." Benson nodded. The working conditions were a bit tough. "Coincidentally, we're handling a diplomatic incident today. Let's go to the site together," Audrey said, wanting to see how capable the second assistant Hobert recommended to her was. Benson picked up the cane he had just put down. "Okay." Audrey invited Benson to share a carriage, and behind them, several staff members and several guards each rode in their own carriages. In the carriage, Benson praised the large-scale construction in Anjou, believing the city was very vibrant. Audrey's first impression of Benson was not bad. First, his social skills were excellent, unlike Mr. Doffus, whose voice she sometimes wouldn't hear all day. If she hadn't known he was a ferryman and was very familiar with the situation in the South Continent, Audrey would have seriously considered Hobert's intention in arranging this assistant for her. Secondly, Benson had a certain sense of confidentiality and did not actively ask about the specific content of this operation, only discussing the situation in Anjou City. Only after leaving Anjou City, this large construction site, did Audrey explain the diplomatic incident they needed to handle today. The indigenous settlement area is currently undergoing expansion, but some indigenous people from the south came forward and lodged a strong protest, claiming that the South LotM Duchy had taken their relatives, while their chief stated that their subjects had been seized. Benson nodded. "I've heard from friends that developing colonies often leads to conflicts with indigenous people." After he decided to try his luck in the South LotM Duchy yesterday, he immediately visited friends who knew something about the South LotM Duchy and also went to the library to look up some information, doing his best to do his homework. "You might not be very familiar with the situation here," Audrey said with a smile. "Last year." She briefly explained the original intention and process of establishing the indigenous settlement, as she had also participated in this project. Thus, she was very clear about the indigenous settlement and knew the crux of the matter, explaining it clearly in a few words. Only then did Benson realize that the indigenous settlement was indeed providing living space for the indigenous people, not, as his friend had said, confining them together to fend for themselves on barren land. At this point, when Benson reconsidered the indigenous chief's demands, he immediately realized that chief isn't protesting because we seized his subjects. Audrey nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. According to our analysis, this chief's real demand is for us to help him develop his territory without compensation. Benson finally understood the point of conflict between the two sides. They want us to help them develop, but they don't want to accept our management. Audrey directly asked, "Do you have any solutions for this?" Benson fell into deep thought. After more than half a minute, he suddenly smiled and said, "Perhaps we can sign an agreement with them. After we help them develop their territory, they would utilize some of the output we need to repay the debt, settling the cost of our improvements." "We have discussed this plan with our colleagues in the Ministry of Commerce," Audrey said. "They are concerned about whether the natives can repay their debts according to the agreement. In fact, the Ministry of Commerce's original words were, 'This development cost is very likely to be wasted.'" Benson realized that Audrey was testing him, so he stopped probing and stated the best solution he had thought of: "We can invite that chief and his family to hold public office in Anjou." He smiled and said, "Just tell the natives that this is our rule. Since they want us to help them develop, their chief must remain in Anjou. The reason for keeping this chief is that we do not understand the living habits of the indigenous people and hope he can serve as our consultant to handle relevant issues at any time. If the chief stays in Anjou, it can largely avoid conflicts between both sides, which is beneficial for everyone. And tell them that we only trust this chief, not the authority of others. Out of apprehension, that chief will certainly be unwilling to come to Anjou City, which will make his subjects realize that the chief is actually trying to gain benefits for himself. The external conflicts of the indigenous people will then transform into internal conflicts. I imagine they won't have time to bother us again for a while. If the chief's family is truly willing to come to Anjou, then it's no longer a matter for our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Instead, people would be sent to quickly occupy that territory and swiftly organize a new government to rule the indigenous people. This is a very good idea. We will utilize this plan later." Audrey gave Benson a very high score in her heart. The plan she and her team discussed was quite similar to Benson's idea. Benson breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had passed the interview. Afterward, the two truly began to chat. From the carriage, they could see tents lining both sides of the road. Currently, building materials were only sufficient for constructing Anjou City. House construction in villages and towns might not begin for another 2 or 3 months. Before then, immigrants would all have to live in tents. Some lived in thatched shelters because these tents came from factories on Longtail Island in South Balam, and the current demand was too great to provide enough tents at once. However, before winter arrived, at least everyone would be housed in tents. Upon arriving at the indigenous settlement, Benson listened to Audrey's introduction of the fish ponds and pastures there, once again marveling at the ingenious way the South Balam Duchy government solved problems. When he learned that this policy was proposed by Duke Hobert, Benson first thought of his own superiors, who were like curly-haired baboons. At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem: the officials of LotM did not understand the lives of ordinary people at all. Could they be expected to propose bills that took into account the interests of ordinary people? The subsequent negotiations went as smoothly as expected, successfully transforming the unreasonable demands made by the indigenous chief into internal conflicts among the indigenous people. The chief had no trust in the LotM people to begin with, so of course, he would not go to Anjou. At this time, the strategic focus of the South Balam Duchy was not in this direction, so Audrey did not utilize her abilities to facilitate the annexation of that territory. The indigenous people who had previously protested began to question their chief's motives, and for a chief who already had selfish intentions, no matter how he explained it, such a matter was difficult to clarify. He ultimately had only one path: to utilize strong-arm tactics to secure his authority, but this was destined to make him gradually lose the trust of his subjects. At noon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs personnel dined at the indigenous settlement. The local town mayor killed 2 fish and a sheep to entertain everyone. Because the matter was resolved satisfactorily, the atmosphere during the meal was very lively. For at least 2 or 3 years, the indigenous people in the South would not have time to bother this settlement. Benson found the dining style of stewed fish and stewed mutton very novel. Although it looked very ungentlemanly to eat this way, the taste was not bad. Upon inquiring, he learned that this was a way of eating invented by Duke Hobert. The method was very simple, all you needed was a knife and a pot. The key was the utilize of spices, which could effectively remove the fishy smell from meat. At the same time, this was distinctly different from the coarse diet of the indigenous people. Benson thought of an adjective while eating: practical. In his opinion, everything in the South LotM Duchy was based on practicality. That advanced teleportation array was actually used to transport immigrants. If it were in LotM, 8 or 9 times out of 10, it would be exclusive to nobles. And this indigenous settlement transformed the indigenous people, who were a threat to the duchy's security, into fishermen, herdsmen, and loggers guarding the southern border for the duchy. The ingenuity of this design had made Benson exclaim in his heart more than once. What surprised Benson even more was that Miss Audrey also dined with everyone. However, before everyone ate, Audrey's maid, Annie, scooped out some meat and soup and placed them into Audrey's separate tableware. But this was already quite remarkable. If this had happened in Backland, it would probably have made it into all the major newspapers, with everyone speculating whether Earl Hall was going bankrupt. After lunch, as everyone was about to leave, a fisherman gave 2 freshly caught fish to Audrey. After several polite refusals, Audrey finally accepted them. Back in the office, Audrey asked Annie to give the fish to the kitchen. Just then, Duke Hobert entered. "I heard you brought back 2 fish today." Audrey smiled. "Your news certainly travels fast." Duke Hobert said to Annie, "Have Bob make one of the fish into fish soup. His fish soup last time was delicious." "Yes, Duke," Annie said with a smile, "I will also convey your praise to Bob." After the 3 sat down in the not-so-spacious office, Duke Hobert asked Benson about his impression of the South LotM Duchy. Benson spoke about the policy of the indigenous settlement, exclaiming, "If all colonies had such flexible and adaptable strategies, we wouldn't have conflicts with indigenous people." Duke Hobert smiled, "But the nature of colonization dictates that conflict will inevitably occur in this process." He then spoke about the current predicament faced by the South LotM Duchy. Except for the northeast, which is East LotM, a Loan colony, the entire duchy is almost surrounded by hostile nations, requiring a sophisticated diplomatic strategy. Duke Hobert stated directly, "Mr. Benson, I am very impressed by your way of thinking, which allows you to see the essence through appearances. This is a very important ability in diplomatic work." After talking for more than half an hour, as dusk approached, the 3 dined in the not-so-spacious office. Dinner consisted of the 2 fish Audrey had received at noon, which reminded Benson of the rumors about Duke Hobert. It was said that the Duke lived quite simply when he first became an earl. Now, it seemed his life was still very simple. The only difference was that Duke Hobert did not eat bread but had the kitchen specially steam a bowl of rice. Audrey, on the other hand, had an extra portion of delicious steak and a few pieces of her favorite vegetable cakes. If one ignored the selection of the steak, this diet was basically at the living standard of a Backland middle-class family. When Benson brought up that rumor, Duke Hobert smiled. "Only when everyone knows I am wealthy do my living habits become a topic of conversation. When I first became a noble, they mostly mocked and ridiculed my living habits." Benson chewed the fish in his mouth. Those words contain a philosophical feeling. After dinner, the day's work concluded. Most government workers did not live in Anjou, they left by teleportation array. However, only Benson and Audrey, along with the minister's maid Annie and the golden retriever Susie, returned to Backland. Stepping out of the Earl's Light, and seeing the streetlights in the mist along the roads of Backland, Benson felt that today's experience was very peculiar. As he bid farewell to Audrey, she smiled and said, "I can tell you haven't quite made up your mind about working for the South LotM Duchy yet. But tomorrow's work will involve a lot of confidential intelligence or information, so you need to give me a clear answer tomorrow morning about whether you want to work for the South LotM Duchy." Benson didn't expect his thoughts to be seen through. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, I will consider it carefully tonight." Upon returning to the townhouse, Melissa was already waiting for Benson in the living room. "How was it?" She had already confirmed with Tyrone today, and Tyrone was also very surprised by the invitation from the South Balam Duchy's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He admitted that he had indeed expressed to Duke Hobert his wish to recommend Benson to work for the South Balam Duchy, but his sister Donna had started from an ordinary staff position, and he had not expected the duchy to offer a deputy minister position. Melissa probably understood that Donna had no work experience at the time, so of course, she had to start from the grassroots, while Benson had rich negotiation experience, so he was directly invited to serve as deputy minister. As long as it was confirmed that this was not a result of Tyrone's efforts, Melissa was relieved. As for Tyrone's recommendation, Melissa didn't think much of it. After living in Backland, she understood the role of recommendations. It was a form of social interaction where each party got what they needed. Goddess above, I still wonder if I'm dreaming. Benson took off his coat and hung it on the hanger, smiling. Everything there felt unreal. He took the tea his sister handed him, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he held the teacup and fell into contemplation. After a while, Benson suddenly said, "Melissa, I plan to work in South Balam. Although the conditions there are very tough, I feel that I can realize my personal value there." He said very solemnly, "For me, such an opportunity might only come once." Melissa smiled, "I support your decision." When they were in Tingan City, Benson had already missed too many opportunities for the sake of this family. Now that Benson had a new pursuit, she would naturally support him. So, the next day, Benson once again went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the South Balam Duchy and expressed to Audrey his desire to work in the South Balam Duchy. Audrey smiled and said, "All right, then let's discuss an important task ahead." Then she had a staff member call another vice minister. That vice minister had a pale face and a cold expression. To Benson, he looked like a dead person. After Dofus was promoted to ferryman, he recovered all his previous memories, so he was perfectly capable of serving as a vice minister. At the beginning of this ministerial meeting, what surprised Benson greatly was that the important task Audrey spoke of was actually negotiations with the Fasak Empire. Benson once thought he had misheard. "Are you sure it's the Fasak Empire? We are enemies now." The battle between LotM and the Fasak Empire was already very fierce. At this time, the South Balam Duchy, as a vassal state of LotM, was going to negotiate with the Fasak Empire. Benson's first thought was, could this be Duke Hobert preparing a retreat for the duchy? After all, the current war situation was very unfavorable for LotM. The reaction of this new vice minister reminded Audrey of Hobert's attitude when discussing this matter, so she repeated Hobert's words verbatim. The LotM Kingdom and the Fasak Empire are enemies, but the king has no clear order that the South Balam Duchy must also become an enemy of the Fasak Empire. Benson opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. It was obvious that there would be no clear order. The South Balam Duchy was so far from the Fasak Empire. At most, the king would order the duchy to attack the Fasak Empire's colonies. Then Audrey began to elaborate on the conflict between the South Balam Duchy and the Fasak Empire in Pritz Harbor. Only then did Benson realize that the South Balam Duchy had also participated in the North Continent War. In fact, Hobert had taken the Trenserost Empire to help LotM defend Pritz Harbor. Hobert, more precisely, the creator, repelled the attack of the Fasak Empire's angel. Although the Fasak Empire's fleet launched another attack afterward, no angel was dispatched, so Hobert did not make a move. The Trenserost Empire helped twice to resist the Fasak Empire's fleet, preserving Pritz Harbor. Now, the agreed-upon month had passed, and another member of the Rune royal family had been promoted to Balancer, so Hobert and the Trenserost Empire withdrew. At this time, the Fasak Empire's royal family asked the Eternal Blazing Sun Church for an introduction, and first contacted Apton, the general manager of the Earl of Light in the Intis Republic, explaining their desire to negotiate with the South Balam Duchy. According to Hobert and Audrey's analysis, the Rune royal family gained another angel, which put more pressure on the Fasak Empire. They needed to recall the Beyonders confronting the South Balam Duchy and deploy them to the North Continent battlefield. As of now, in the Fasak Empire's colonies, an angel needs to confront the South Balam Duchy irregularly. As for the Beyonders involved in the confrontation, there are about 120, which is roughly one-third of the Fasak Empire's Beyonder power. For the Fasak Empire, if this angel no longer needed to come to the South Continent, and if most of those Beyonders could be transferred back to the North Continent to participate in the war, it would definitely put greater pressure on the Loan Kingdom. Hobert believed that if they currently lacked the strength to completely defeat the Faesac Empire and avenge the previous battle in Rocklear City, then it would be better to shake hands and make peace first, and then defeat the Highland Kingdom. After all, once the North Continent War ended, the Faesac Empire would not likely propose negotiations again. This was currently the best strategic opportunity to strike the Highland Kingdom. Audrey, on the other hand, was concerned that if the Faesac Empire's Beyonder forces in the South Continent were transferred back to the North Continent, it might lead to a large-scale rout of the Loan Kingdom. Hobert, however, analyzed, not in the near future. Currently, in the North Continent War, the Night Goddess Church and some members of the Rune royal family are resisting the War God Church and members of the Faesac Empire's royal family in northern Loan. The Storm Church and the Beyonder forces of the Loan colony are resisting attacks from the Intis Republic from the sea in the Rorstad archipelago. Some members of the Rune royal family are in western Loan, resisting the Beyonders of the Intis Republic. The Intis Republic first overthrew the Sorin family and then assassinated Rosal. It seemed unique, free, and democratic, but the bitter fruit of this uniqueness was that their parliament found it difficult to command the Republic's Beyonder forces. Or rather, in the Beyonder War, several Beyonder forces lacked a common leader. Therefore, the Intis army has still not broken through Loan's western defense line. Before the Church of Steam and Machinery, which has many believers in both the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Republic, clearly states its position, the Loan Kingdom's Beyonder forces will be continuously worn down, but there will generally not be a large-scale rout. So, Hobert decided that the current diplomatic strategy was to temporarily negotiate with the Faesac Empire. Of course, these were considerations from the perspective of Beyonder power. Audrey could not explain it too clearly to Benson, only roughly describing the true situation of the current war and the overall strategy of the South Balam Duchy for the foreseeable future. After hearing these analyses, Benson sighed. Duke Hobert is an excellent statesman with long-term plans for the future. The South Balam Duchy will surely have a good future. At the same time, he was also very clear that from today onwards, he too would have a brand new future. In early February, Hobert arrived as scheduled at a desolate valley in the central plateau of the North Continent. Led by a middle-aged woman wearing an Intis-style robe, Hobert entered a stone cave. As soon as he entered, he felt many ill-intentioned gazes directed at him. Hobert knew this was the headquarters of the Spiritual Research Society, the organization his mother, April, belonged to. The members of this organization were very low-key, seemingly focused on some research, and rarely initiated any actions in the Beyonder world. Not many people knew of their existence. Hobert subtly released his angel-level prestige, and immediately, sounds of thump, thump, of kneeling echoed in the surrounding dark stone chambers. After walking for a while, the stone chamber suddenly opened up, utilizing the cave space to arrange a mysterious hall. April sat on the right chair among the two chairs inside the hall. The dim firelight flickered, making April appear alternately bright and dark, giving off a distinct sense of an evil organization. Sometimes I still sigh. April stood up and came before Hobert, looking at him with eyes full of maternal love. You're already a young man. Hobert smiled. Time is like fallen petals and flowing water, never to return. April smiled. That's a very fresh metaphor. She took a deep breath. In a moment, not only will my own advancement be very dangerous, but you also need to be careful of Spike Antigonus. His condition has been getting increasingly abnormal recently. Hobert nodded. All right. April looked at Hobert seriously again, then resolutely walked to the altar on one side of the hall, quietly praying something. Then she took out the already prepared potion, tightly grasping the order crystal Hobert had given her earlier with her other hand, and drank the blood-red potion in one gulp. At this instant, Hobert felt the hall grow darker, as if some power was descending. Ah! April let out a cry, and a pair of wings grew from her back, along with some tentacles and some bright red plant branches and leaves. Hobert immediately granted these mutations to the rocks of the cave, and that section of rock shimmered, turning into a stone man that jumped down from the rock wall. Although the mutation disappeared, April was still in great pain. Hobert carefully distortioned the concepts of April and the stone man, giving April's pain and some negative effects to the stone man. The stone man alternately swelled and grew extra limbs, eventually disintegrating in agony, showing how painful April's advancement was. Then Hobert successively amplify April's rationality and alter the surging, uncontrollable power of the potion. He felt as if there was a force directing the potion to attack April. Hobert finally understood why April had called him. This advancement seemed abnormal. There was a force that very much wanted to transform April through this advancement. But April had been resisting, instead using that power to transform herself in the direction she desired. With such a large movement, and during the advancement, April alone would have been unable to resist the potion. At the most crucial moment of the advancement, Hobert's spirituality suddenly sensed something, and a middle-aged man over 50 appeared not far from him. It was none other than Spike Antigonus, who was suspected of being corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity centuries ago. Hobert immediately reached out and took the 0-76 Death God sword from the country of disorder, while continuing to help April resist the potion's transformation and guarding against Spike. Spike glanced at the Death God sword in Hobert's hand, which had rust and bloodstains, then calmly said, "What's there to resist? The great mother goddess's transformation of her is a grace to her." At this moment, April suddenly took a deep breath, as if all the pain had vanished. Her entire demeanor suddenly became incredibly sacred, and her smile became very benevolent. She asked Hobert, "Child, who am I to you?" Hobert was about to blurt out, "Mother," but then he saw Spike actually worshipping April. Hobert vaguely guessed something and forcibly changed his answer. "Not long ago, I killed the Sea Mother and destroyed the giant stone statue in the elf ruins." April's eyes suddenly turned cold. "So it was you, ah." Her body mutated again, and red maple leaves grew all over her. Hobert quickly granted these mutations away again. April trembled with a distorted expression, then slowly sat down on the chair inside the hall, breathing heavily. Spike said somewhat angrily, "You actually refused the great mother goddess." April ignored him, looking at Hobert and saying, I suddenly remembered many things. My name isn't April, my name is Lilith." Hobert stood there stunned. Holy yes. His own biological mother was actually the blood ancestor, Lilith. Hobart was stunned for a long time before he suddenly thought, "My seniority has increased again, Emlyn will have to call me ancestor when he sees me in the future." He quickly accepted this fact, because it immediately explained some strange things he had encountered before, such as why she betrayed the Earth Mother Church, but still had a sealed artifact with the Earth Mother's mark. For example, why the Earth Mother was so kind to him, and why the Earth Mother Church changed its prayer gesture on the day he was born. In short, all of Hobart's previous doubts about his mother were instantly resolved. In his mind, the general outline of the matter was, the Earth Mother, for unknown reasons, split off the personality of April. Perhaps under the Earth Mother's arrangement, or perhaps by chance, April met Hobart's father, Rex. Later, when Hobart was born, April must have betrayed the Earth Mother Church under the Earth Mother's control and began to contact the Mother Goddess of Depravity. After becoming an angel, April recalled everything. The first information she recalled was that she was Lilith. Hobart took a deep breath. It was fortunate that she didn't let it slip. If she had followed up with, "I am also the Earth Mother," he would have to kill everyone here and also clear out the surrounding spiritual creatures in the spirit world to feel at ease. April, or rather Lilith, quickly recovered from her daze. She smiled and looked at Spike. "You have been used by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The research of the Spiritualism Research Society will never succeed." Spike sneered. "That's not necessarily true." Suddenly, he disappeared in front of Hobart and April. His sneer and conversation just now were merely to cover up his ability to escape. Lilith's smile remained. With a sudden wave of her hand, a blurry, illusory door suddenly opened in the center of the hall. Spike, who was traversing the spirit world, was instantly located and, under the pressure of the blurry door, was forced back into the real world. Spike's body immediately became illusory again, and tiny stars appeared, ready to enter the astral world in the next moment. Ah! Spike suddenly let out a scream. He raised his hand and covered his eyes tightly. His already illusory figure was replaced by a crimson hue, which only disappeared when he closed the passage to the astral world. At the top of the hall, a very textured crimson moon appeared. No matter which part of the astral world Spike opened, what awaited him was a crimson moon. Hobart realized that Lilith had not only recovered her memories, but also seemed to have recovered part of the blood ancestor's authority, which made her strength far surpass that of an ordinary sequence too. As this thought appeared, Hobart, using the death god sword, shot a blazing white spear at Spike, accurately hitting his vital points. Spike's expression was extremely pained. He sealed the all-burning flames from the blazing white spear within a secret realm. At this moment, Lilith waved her hand at Spike again, and clumps of ferns immediately grew on his body, making him look like a human plant display stand. These plants absorbed a large amount of Spike's spirituality, making his spirituality extremely unstable, and many of his abilities could not be used. At the same time, a green head grew on Spike's shoulder, and this head immediately began to contend with Spike for control of the body. Spike cried out in pain, chanting loudly, "The unique red moon." Hobart quickly distorted Spike's mouth, making it temporarily difficult for him to make any sound. Lilith, however, smiled and said, "To actually chant other honorific names related to the red moon in front of me." As she spoke, Spike's chest was torn open, and his heart and lungs jumped out of his chest cavity. They ran around like playful children. Hobart took the opportunity to amplify the power of the green head on Spike's shoulder, allowing it to essentially seize control of Spike. Spike stretched out both hands, clasped his own head, and then twisted it forcefully, pulling his head from his neck and dropping it to the ground. Hobart once again used blazing white spear, piercing the head on the ground. The burning white flames quickly reduced Spike to ashes. Then Hobart reached out again, took out the 0 to 73 death domain, and summoned several evil spirits from the underworld to tear and devour Spike's spirit body. Whoosh! Finally, in the white flames, Spike's corpse was burned to ashes, leaving only an Beander characteristic mixed with a dark green ribbon-like substance. Lilith waved her hand, and the Beander characteristic flew towards Hobart. "This is for you." Hobart, who had just put the level 0 sealed artifact back, was about to decline, but Lilith said again, "Just consider it a gift from your mother." Only then did Hobart carefully wrap the Beander characteristic with the Order crystal and put it into his pocket. "You must have many questions, right?" Lilith asked with a smile. "Yes." Lilith extended her hand. In her palm was the Order crystal Hobart had given her earlier. After injecting spirituality into it, it formed a black barrier that encompassed both Lilith and Hobart. "Our conversation might be overheard," Lilith explained. "There will be no problem inside the black barrier. This crystal has a very high sequence." "Mother," Hobart said somewhat uncertainly, "can I still address you like that? Otherwise, how would you address me?" Lilith smiled. "I finally understand why my state has been so much more stable since you started calling me Mother. It turns out that because I have a close connection with the Earth Mother, the state of Mother can also stabilize my condition." Then she said, "Let me explain the whole thing clearly. Do you know about the history of the Second Epoch? Especially about the battle between me, Phlegre, and Quasi-Tuon?" "I know some." "Great." Lilith smiled. "To have found such ancient historical information on your own." Hobart resisted the urge to twitch his mouth, feeling like he was being treated like a child. "Then you should know that one of the reasons this battle broke out was because I hoped to break free from the pollution of the Mother Goddess of Depravity." Hobart hummed, "I had that guess. Unfortunately, it failed." Lilith's expression became solemn. "The pollution of the Mother Goddess of Depravity is indestructible. It didn't disappear just because I used death once to expel the uniqueness of the moon pathway and to sequence 1 characteristics from my body. After becoming the Earth Mother, that pollution merely reached a controllable range. Over the long years, the pollution of the Mother Goddess of Depravity caused Lilith's personality to become increasingly active, and through the Earth Mother, it influenced the real world to a certain extent. To avoid being affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity again and doing something extremely irrational, I split off Lilith's personality along with most of the pollution, forming April. Through this split, the pollution on both the Earth Mother and Lilith was greatly reduced. However, Lilith's personality still showed a tendency to gravitate towards the Mother Goddess of Depravity. This was originally a very troublesome matter. During my interactions with Rex, many of his ideas gave me inspiration and allowed me to formulate a new plan." Hobart was slightly startled. "My father's ideas?" Lilith showed a gentle smile. undeniably, your father is a rare genius, but unfortunately, the predicament he faced back then was something I also found difficult to help him resolve. Then she spoke of another topic. Have you heard of the Old Ones? I have. Lilith was somewhat surprised. You've even heard of that. Then she sighed, as expected of my son with Rex. Hobart really wanted to tell her that he was past the age of encouraging education. Lilith then asked, then do you know how to become an Old One? Hobart pretended not to know much. I heard it seems to require mastering the uniqueness of different pathways. In addition to that, you also need to integrate the Sephira, Lilith explained. The Sephira corresponding to the mother and moon pathways is the mother nest. The Sephira corresponding to the lawyer pathway is the nation of disorder, which I think you should be familiar with. Hobart didn't know if his mother already knew that he was the creator. He could only vaguely say, so that's how it is. In the beginning, I not only had the uniqueness of the moon pathway and 2 sequence 1 characteristics, but also a sequence 1 of the mother pathway, Lilith continued. Because of the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law, I inadvertently obtained the uniqueness of the mother pathway and, by virtue of this uniqueness, discovered clues to the mother nest. Hobart first recalled his previous speculation. He had previously guessed that, as the blood ancestor, an ancient god, she could not possibly have only one pathway's Beander characteristics in her body, and there was a high probability that she had some Beander characteristics of the mother pathway. Upon hearing Lilith's second sentence, Hobart was somewhat surprised. The mother nest, which is the clue to the Sephira. No way. Didn't they say it was sealed by the celestial worthy in the West Continent? But he also thought of the nation of disorder, river of eternal darkness, and the city of calamity. The celestial worthy's blockade of the Sephira didn't seem as strict as he had imagined. Yes, Lilith replied. Part of the concept of the mother nest is mixed within the maternal nature of living beings. Hobart understood. In other words, unless there was no maternal love left in this world, it would be impossible to completely seal the mother nest. In the second epoch, there were only vague concepts of adjacent pathways, but no concept of old ones, Lilith continued. I could feel the surging power of the mother nest, and thought that was the path to becoming stronger. So I came up with the method of expelling the uniqueness of the moon pathway and Beander characteristics, while also eliminating pollution. Originally, my plan was to enter a pre-refined body, after death, while my spirit body and mental body would attach to that sequence 1 characteristic of the mother pathway. Then I would find an opportunity to become a true god of the mother pathway, and then grasp the Sephira. I had such a plan because I realized that mother, to a certain extent, was easier to approach the mother nest than moon. At the time, I still thought that the Beander pathway needed to be pure to control the mother nest. However, after the divine war, the mother goddess of depravity used her influence over the moon and mother pathways to cut off most of my connection with the spirit world. The mother pathway is not skilled in performing corresponding operations in the spirit world. For a long time, I was always on the verge of losing control. Fortunately, the ancient sun god later helped me steal Omibella's fate, and I recovered my state and quickly became the Earth Mother. Hobart listened intently, never expecting the true history to be like this. It was similar to the historical records, but also somewhat different. All along, I have been striving to resist the pollution of the mother goddess of depravity, Lilith continued. It wasn't until some time after splitting off Lilith's personality that I suddenly thought, why can't I utilize the pollution of the mother goddess of depravity within a controllable range? She smiled and said, to be precise, some of Rex's ideas gave me inspiration. I have to say, when encountering a long-standing difficulty, the lawyer's way of thinking is a good approach. Hobart also revealed a knowing smile. Originally, splitting into 2 personalities had many negative effects on my state. I thought I could also utilize these negative effects to make Lilith's personality closer to the mother goddess of depravity, Lilith said with a smile. After fighting the mother goddess of depravity for so long, I am very clear that she needs a vessel to descend into the real world. But because of the 7 gods' precautions against this in the past, she never found an opportunity. So I delivered this opportunity to her, and just as I expected, the mother goddess of depravity would transform my body when Lilith ascended to an angel. I made many preparations for this in advance. Of course, these preparations were mainly guided by my subconscious, as Lilith did not know her origin or the entire plan before becoming an angel. But I was still a little uneasy, and I couldn't ask Earth Mother for help, so I came to you for help to stabilize my state. Hobart laughed. Fortunately, the power the mother goddess of depravity can project into the real world is very limited. Otherwise, two angels presuming to contend with an outer god would be a complete joke. Then Hobart glanced at the ashes left after Spike burned. This planeswalker doesn't seem to be very clear about the struggle just now. Spike was originally a character used by the mother goddess of depravity to attract the attention of the church and could be discarded at any time, so he didn't know much, Lilith said. The Spiritual Research Society, created by Spike, planned to revive the original creator to a certain extent, thereby using some symbolic meanings of the first, to temporarily open the barrier and allow outer gods to enter the real world. She sneered. This idiot actually believed that he could revive the first, to a certain extent. Hobart looked at the ashes. Perhaps Spike wasn't stupid, but rather Beyonders lacked information about the first, and weren't very clear about what the first represented. Theoretically, everyone has a wisp of the original creator's consciousness within them, and it seems that by finding a way to activate these consciousnesses, the original creator can be resurrected. However, such a theory is very deceptive. It sounds like it's not difficult, but without the accumulation of Beyonder characteristics, there is simply no vessel for the original creator's consciousness. Rather than saying Spike was stupid, it's more accurate to say he fell for the mother goddess of depravity's trick. After all, he was meant to attract the attention of the true god churches, so just give him some random tasks to make him seem busy with some crazy things. On the other hand, the mother goddess of depravity was secretly using control over wild gods like the Sea Mother to strengthen her influence on the real world. Thinking of this, Hobart asked with some concern, the mother goddess of depravity's transformation of you must also have hidden dangers, right? There will indeed be considerable hidden dangers, Lilith said seriously. For example, the mother goddess of depravity can easily cast her gaze upon me, and I am more susceptible to her influence. As she spoke, she raised the order crystal in her hand. However, the gift you gave me can help me block most of the mother goddess of depravity's influence, and I can resolve the remaining small portion through the authority of the moon. As you said, the power the mother goddess of depravity can project into reality is very limited at present. Hobart then asked, what benefits can you gain from this? The direct benefit is that, although I am currently only sequence 2, I can already grasp a portion of the authority of the moon. Lilith did not conceal, the greatest benefit, which is the purpose of my plan, is that through this transformation, I can more easily accommodate the mother nest. Yes, my complete plan is to become the moon, using the blood ancestor's status, and to attempt to accommodate the mother nest, using the mother goddess of depravity's characteristics that Lilith is currently bearing. Now that I have undergone the transformation, the probability of successfully accommodating the mother nest has greatly increased. If I successfully accommodate the mother nest, I will then merge with the Earth Mother. Hobart nodded, thinking to himself, if everything succeeds, a new old one will be born. He pressed, are the uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristics easy to obtain? In the near future, I will be able to obtain the sequence 1 characteristic in the Earth Mother's possession. I tampered with Olnea's characteristic, and it was not acquired by the true god churches, so I can also obtain it relatively easily, Lilith said. As for the uniqueness, given the current situation, I will soon be able to obtain it as well. At this point, Lilith smiled mysteriously, it's not that I'm hiding anything, but this matter involves secrets, and even if I told you, you might not be able to hear it. Hobart also smiled along, actually, I know your secret. Then he realized a problem. I received intelligence that a beauty goddess's Beyonder characteristic seems to have been sacrificed to the mother tree of desire. Lilith shifted her sitting posture, that's right. Then what should be done? Lilith looked at Hobart, that depends on you. On me? Yes, Lilith said. Many people may not know that after a Beyonder of the moon pathway becomes a summoning master, they will possess the ability of moon divination. This is because after becoming a summoning master, one can freely enter and exit the spirit world, and can relatively easily obtain information from the spirit world. The Earth Mother once used the beauty goddess's Beander characteristic in her possession to perform a divination and received the revelation that the last Beander characteristic will be obtained from my child. Hobart was stunned for a moment before asking, could it be the Blood Tribe? The Blood Tribe was not created by me, Lilith said. The Blood Tribe appeared in ancient times. I merely helped the Blood Tribe members stabilize their state and become increasingly rational. She continued, although I transformed many creatures during the second epoch, I did not leave any direct descendants. Only you are my child. At this point, Lilith took a deep breath and added, although it sounds a bit utilitarian to say it this way, the Earth Mother also very much needs a child, but you should not doubt our motherly love for you. Alright, what else could Hobart say? He already had an adoptive mother and a biological mother, and now there was an additional, divine mother. He smiled, I have indeed always considered the Rose School of Thought my mortal enemy. Lilith then asked, do you have any other questions? Hobart thought for a moment before saying, the divine war that happened in the second epoch, was it Olnia who betrayed you? Yes, Lilith said. Although I had indeed been looking for an opportunity to strip away the Beander characteristics of the moon pathway, that battle interrupted my plan. At the time, I hadn't yet arranged how to retrieve the characteristics of the moon pathway. So, in the end, except for the uniqueness which someone helped me retrieve, 2 portions of the beauty goddess's characteristics escaped my control. One was picked up by the god of spiritual items and sacrificed to the mother tree of desire. Another portion was picked up by the god of the undead, who later became the emperor of the underworld. He offered this characteristic to the undying bird ancestor Gregare, thereby pledging allegiance to the undying bird ancestor. Later, that characteristic fell into the hands of the ancient sun god. At the end of the third epoch, I was invited to join the Rose Redemption and only then regained this characteristic. Hobart nodded, meaning that Olnia was already a beauty goddess before the divine war occurred. At the same time, he realized that Olnia's betrayal was entirely due to the struggle for Beander characteristics. According to Lilith's description, although she only had one sequence 1-inch natural walker, Beander characteristic within her at the time. However, the other 2 Beander characteristics, as well as the uniqueness of the mother pathway, should have already been in her possession, which is why she was confident in becoming a true god of the mother pathway in a short period. For Olnia, if she wanted to advance further, she could only do so through Lilith. A new era is coming, Lilith said with a smile. This is an opportunity for both of us. Backland, Moon Hotel. The third round of negotiations between the Blood Tribe and the South Balam Duchy's Ministry of Foreign Affairs proceeded as scheduled. Previously, Marquis Naibe of the Blood Tribe, after the first round of negotiations with Hobart, immediately returned to pray to the ancestor, asking if the resurrection of the Blood Moon Queen was the ancestor's arrangement. It was only after a few days that a response was received. At that time, it had always been the Earth Mother secretly playing the Blood Ancestor using a beauty goddess's Beander characteristic. Therefore, she had to wait for a certain opportune moment to respond to the Blood Tribe's prayers in a completely secretive state, so the response process was not so timely. After receiving the ancestor's reply, the Blood Tribe's higher-ups discussed the matter. Because Hobart's previous viewpoint was very deceptive, they all thought that the Blood Moon Queen had coincidentally resurrected in the Creator's devotee, causing Hobart's misunderstanding. But no matter what, they still had to bring the Queen back first. So, the 2 sides began the second round of negotiations, and Hobart simply let Audrey and Dofus negotiate with the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe was willing to send an angel and 80 members to participate in an Beander war against the Highland Kingdom, but the 2 sides were deadlocked over the distribution of spoils of war. The Blood Tribe believed that the spoils of war captured in battle should rightfully belong to them, but Audrey believed that since they were helping the South Balam Duchy fight, all spoils of war should be handed over. The 2 sides were at an impasse, so the second negotiation made no progress. The third negotiation began, and both sides still maintained their original demands, but as soon as the negotiation started, Hobart suddenly appeared and made a concession. The apothecary pathway Beander characteristics captured by the Blood Tribe in battle belong to the Blood Tribe, while other spoils of war need to be handed over. This was also the goal the Blood Tribe wanted to achieve, so Naibe also agreed to Hobart's proposal, and the negotiation was successfully completed. Naibe smiled. Duke Hobart still respects the friendship with the Blood tribe. What friends are not friends? Hobart smiled. We are all family, don't be so formal. Naibe was slightly stunned. When Hobart previously expressed the close relationship between the two sides, he often said, we are all friends, so why did he suddenly say, we are all family, today? While he was still puzzled, Dafis brought Olnia, and Naibe quickly went to greet the queen of the Blood tribe, putting the matter out of his mind. Olnia, still somewhat weak, gave Hobart a cold glance and finally returned to the Blood tribe. When Olnia learned that Hobart had actually used her to trade with the Blood tribe, she inevitably flew into a rage again. However, since she had suddenly returned to the Blood tribe and had not yet fully recovered her status, it was not appropriate for her to command the Blood tribe members at this time. So, for now, she merely threw a tantrum. Hobart, Audrey, and Dafis returned to the Duke's mansion study, and Audrey immediately asked, why did you suddenly make a concession? Hobart smiled. Lilith has resurrected. He estimated that Lilith would inadvertently leak some news of her resurrection to dispel the suspicions of the war god Badhale, who had already grown suspicious. Hobart remembered that when Badhale fell in the Divine War, he immediately called out Lilith's name, indicating that he had already been suspicious. Now that Lilith had suddenly resurrected, this could at least make the war god believe the Earth Mother for a while longer. Dafis only knew of the blood ancestor and did not know who Lilith referred to. However, Audrey, who knew the relevant information, was very surprised. First, the Blood Moon Queen was resurrected, and now the blood ancestor has also been resurrected. Is the Blood clan going to return to its peak because of this? At the same time, Audrey also understood why Duke Hobart suddenly made concessions. With the resurrection of such an ancient god, even if he, like Fool Klein, could not recover his strength for a while, the strength of the Blood clan still needed to be re-evaluated. Duke Hobart felt that he had just used Olnia to fish for Aemon, although the original purpose was not to fish for Aemon, Aemon was indeed fished out. After all, she was a subordinate of the Earth Mother, and it would not be appropriate to express nothing after punishing her. Moreover, there would be many places to utilize the Blood clan in the future, so he decided to give them some benefits. After settling the matters of the Blood clan, Audrey brought up the negotiations with the Forsac Empire. At present, the negotiations between the two sides have also entered the final stage. The two sides will withdraw their soldiers and Beyonders confronting each other at the border within the next week. Currently, the industrial base of the South Balam Duchy has fully started operating with a large number of skilled workers, and the relocation of the university has also been completed. In addition to these two major projects involving the nation's foundation, the immigration process has also become very orderly, no longer appearing chaotic as before. The duchy government has also completed land reform and institutional reform, completely controlling the entire territory of the duchy. At this point, he could free up his hands to implement the next strategic plan. On Monday afternoon, in the Duke's mansion study, Duke Hobart looked at the jade pendant-shaped order crystal on the desk and smiled with satisfaction. Recently, he has been conducting research to give the order crystal more abilities and power in the real world. Currently, the order crystal has many utilizes in Duke Hobart's hands, such as summoning barriers, performing seals, and so on. But in the hands of others, it can only summon barriers and better maintain their status, making it less likely to lose control. Duke Hobart hopes that the modified order crystal can also possess some other abilities, such as protecting the spiritual body, and being able to utilize some higher-ranking abilities of the lawyer sequence. The reason for this consideration is that Duke Hobart first eliminated the Sea Mother and then helped Lilith fight against the Mother Goddess of Depravity, which could easily attract the attention of this outer god. Duke Hobart has the protection of the Nation of Disorder and is not afraid of the power of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, but if the Mother Goddess of Depravity turns to influence several of his important subordinates, it would be difficult to guard against. Therefore, Duke Hobart plans to utilize the Order Crystal to enhance the ability of several important subordinates to resist outer gods. However, Duke Hobart's attempts have not been able to achieve his goal because the power stored in the Order Crystal is limited, and the excess power of the Nation of Disorder will quickly dissipate in the real world. At this stage of the research, Duke Hobert was reminded of the thin-necked glass bottle in Erebus's hand. When he had just killed George III, Erebus, in order to seize a portion of the order-usurping prince's Beander characteristic, used his glass bottle to block the rapier that Duke Hobert thrust out. As a result, the mist in that glass bottle dissipated, and this magical item was thus scrapped. Duke Hobert felt at the time that this glass bottle might be useful in the future, so he picked it up and studied it, and sure enough, he found inspiration. The new order crystal he created can store a large amount of power of order and can prevent the influence of outer gods for a long time. Duke Hobert plans to make a few of them after attending the Tarot Club later and bestow one to each of his 4 trusted aides, Elliot and others, in the capacity of the creator. He looked at the grandfather clock. There was still time, so he chanted the incantation, Messenger. With the end of the internal reforms of the South Balam Duchy, it was time to begin external expansion, and for this external expansion, Duke Hobert needed Beverly and her brother to go to war. The space in the study became illusory, and the messenger's heavy coffin slowly floated out. Duke Hobert said, "I invited you here today." Although there was a layer of coffin board, his spirituality keenly noticed that Beverly was looking at the order crystal on the desk. A few seconds later, the other party still had no reaction, so Duke Hobert asked, "What's wrong?" The messenger's coffin lid opened, and the messenger Beverly, who usually had a playful smile, now pointed at the order crystal on the table with a serious expression and asked, "This seems to be different from the crystal you gave me before." Duke Hobert's thoughts instantly spun several times. This is something bestowed by the great the Creator to a few favored ones for self-preservation, of course it's different. Beverly then withdrew her gaze and asked, "How can I get it?" To confirm his thoughts, Duke Hobert asked, "Why do you want to get it?" "It's circular." Beverly said seriously, "I can be very sure that this is the opportunity Antigonus divined before, the opportunity for me to recover my state." In the 4th epic, Antigonus once drew a circle for Beverly and told her that this item was very important to him. Duke Hobert said, as expected, in his heart, because he was already planning to promote Chinese architecture and Chinese aesthetics in the South Balam Duchy, so the new order crystal that Duke Hobert had just made had the appearance of a circular jade pendant. Then he was a little dumbfounded. Miss Messenger's comprehension ability was too indescribable. How could she interpret the opportunity to restore her state as a donuts? However, it is not ruled out that Beverly liked to eat donuts too much, so she simply treated it as a donuts. Then Duke Hobert took a deep breath and said, "Can you pledge allegiance to the Creator?" Beverly immediately said, "Yes, both Raymond and I can pledge allegiance to the Creator." Duke Hobert was stunned. Raymond can also utilize it to restore his state. "Yes," Beverly said, "I can feel how powerful its distortion and alter powers are. Even if it's not an angel of this sequence, it can utilize its power to stabilize its state." Duke Hobert nodded. "I will report this matter to the Creator." Then he changed the topic. "Before that, I need your and Raymond's help to assist me in launching an Beander war in the South Continent. Before the war begins, the Creator should decide whether or not to accept your allegiance. At that time, we will discuss your remuneration." Duke Hobert plans to set a merit value for obtaining the circular order crystal, and then utilize the merit as the remuneration for the siblings. When the merit is enough, and he can probably advance to sequence 1, he will then accept their allegiance. After sending off the messenger Beverly, Duke Hobert was in a great mood. Before this, he had been wondering what method he would utilize in the future to completely subdue these 2 angels. Even angels in a bad state are still angels, a very scarce resource in the Beander world, and leaving them unused would be a waste. However, Duke Hobert has always had a principle: his subordinates must be lower in sequence than him, which is the safest way. After all, this is an Beander world where sequence is respected. Duke Hobert, while letting his thoughts wander, put away the order crystal. When the clock struck 3, Duke Hobert's vision was covered by gray fog, and he appeared at one side of the giant hall's bronze long table. "Good afternoon, Fool Klein." Miss Justice Audrey's greeting still sounded so sweet. It had been a long time since anyone had sacrificed Emperor Rosel's diary, and there was no reading session for Fool Klein. So, after the greetings ended, Fool Klein said to everyone, "You may begin." Immediately after, Klein, controlling the world, asked Emperor Hobert, "Mr. Emperor, do you have any clues about the miracle invoker Beander characteristic? What remuneration do I need to pay? The other members all sighed with emotion. Mr. World is also preparing to impact sequence 2. I have 2 clues, no, 1 clue. Duke Hobert also thought of the djinn, but then he thought that even if Klein got the djinn, he couldn't utilize it, so he simply changed his words temporarily. Then he said, no remuneration is needed, because such remuneration cannot be calculated at all, so it's better not to ask for it. Beander characteristics at the angel level, even if they are just related clues, can only be measured by things at the angel level, and it is difficult to have a standard pricing. Moreover, Duke Hobert remembered that Klein should have already inquired about the clue he mentioned from other places. Klein did not speculate and immediately controlled the world to say, thank you. Duke Hobert waved his hand and said, I remember that the destruction magic wolf Flegre once had a subordinate god called the God of Wishes, who seemed to be named Kodal. Kodal occasionally appeared in people's sight during the 3rd epoch, but since the 4th epoch, no one has witnessed this God of Wishes. Many people speculate that he should be trapped in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and since you are also in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, you can try to find him. Klein nodded. He had also received similar information from Will Ansedin, and recently he found Month City and also received new information. He controlled the world and asked, if I need to deal with Kodal, can I ask for your help? No problem, Duke Hobert said. The son Derek curiously asked at this time, how will Mr. Emperor come to the Forsaken Land of the Gods? I can sacrifice myself, Duke Hobert said. Mr. World will prepare the bestowal ritual in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and I will ask Full Klein to send me to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Derek opened his mouth, realizing it was possible. Before he could say anything, Duke Hobert said again, it is not recommended for levels below angels to try this. The physical body of ordinary beyonders may not be able to withstand the surging power in the divine kingdom. An angel's body and spirituality have undergone a qualitative change, which is why I have such confidence. Derek first nodded with some disappointment, but then became happy again, as another Tarot Club member would soon appear in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Klein pondered for a moment. Duke Hobert's method was feasible, so he controlled the world and asked again, what remuneration do you need? Duke Hobert thought for a moment. Except for the Beander characteristic you need, all other spoils of war belong to me. Klein immediately had the world say, no problem. Miss Messenger wants gold coins, and Duke Hobert wants spoils of war, so he only needs to solve the gold coins Miss Messenger needs. Immediately after, the world materialized a stack of papers. These are some information and personality descriptions of the nightmare wolf Kodal, as well as an analysis made by Miss Justice yesterday based on this. I will deal with this mythical creature with Mr. Emperor and another angel. You can offer your opinions and thoughts. The Fool, Klein hoped to find inspiration for hunting the nightmare wolf by getting different opinions from people with different personalities and insights. As for the other angel besides Hobert, Klein planned to ask Miss Rynette Tinnikal, the messenger, for help, so he also provided information about the general abilities of the Ancient Bane. This mode of communication frequently appears in the Tarot Club now. Currently, everyone basically has no urgent need for promotion, but sometimes the difficulties encountered require everyone to help provide some ideas and thoughts. The Hanged Man, Alger, was somewhat excited after receiving the information. He never expected that he, being only Sequence 5, could participate in an operation against a mythical creature. Hermit, Catalia was speculating which angel Mr. Fool would send to help, based on the information provided by the world. After everyone carefully read the information in their hands, Alger was the first to speak. According to the analysis made by Miss Justice, no bait will hook that suspicious mythical creature, it will only make him hide further away. Given that he is suspected of possessing a Sequence 1 Beander characteristic, improving himself is the most important thing for him. If we want to deal with him, we can only consider it from this aspect. Moon Emlyn, hearing this, also expressed his view, but this mythical creature is very cautious and has not left any clues, and intelligence shows that the location where he is preparing for the Sequence 1 ritual, in an environment like the Forsaken Land of the Gods, is actually unrestricted. The ritual to advance to Sequence 1 inch Attendant of Mysteries, requires establishing a town composed purely of puppets. Yes, there are too many monsters he can utilize. The sun, Derek affirmed Emlyn's statement. After 1 or 2 seconds of silence in the hall, Leonard thought for a moment and said, "Can we rely on the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law?" As he spoke, he looked at the world. That mythical creature seems to be on the same pathway as you. Klein had also thought of this method, relying solely on this level of Beander characteristic aggregation ability, trying to find that mythical creature through coincidence, might take 1 year, 2 years, or even longer. Moreover, for a complete mythical creature, there is an ability to cause some interference with this. At that time, Klein also thought that if the aggregation ability of the Saphira Castle was also attached to him, he might be able to randomly move in front of the Nightmare Wolf with the Staff of Stars in one go. But the problem was that in that case, the probability of, coincidentally, encountering Amon's true body would be much greater, much greater, even a standard delivery to the door. Catlia listened to everyone's discussion and, based on some of the Queen's taboos, pondered and said, "Can we utilize this mythical creature's honorific name to establish a connection?" The world slowly shook his head. Given his suspicious nature, he definitely won't respond. If the Nightmare Wolf had not been tracked by Amon, this might not have been impossible, but now, Amon must have thought of what should be thought of. In this situation, the fact that the Nightmare Wolf has not fallen indicates that he must be wary of this aspect. Hobert, who had been in deep thought, suddenly asked, "Can you obtain anything related to Kotal? Such as hair, blood, well, these things might be difficult to obtain. Discarded puppets can also work. If there is anything that can establish a connection with him, I can find him, and this is using the ability to establish association, not divination, so it can bypass his anti-divination ability. As long as we act fast enough, we can catch him." Klein manipulated the world and said, "The target is very cautious and will not leave any clues." After Hobert pondered for a moment, he said again, "I can apply for a sealed artifact 0. As long as I go to a place where Kotal once appeared, I can find some mystical clues." The sealed artifact he mentioned was 0 to 76, Death God Sword. Even if the prey is very careful, in the eyes of a sequence 1-inch hunter, some clues about the prey can still be found. The other members stopped talking because the abilities of angels and sealed artifacts of grade 0 were beyond their imagination. Klein was slightly stunned before saying, "I do know where the Nightmare Wolf once appeared." Hobert nodded. "I will report this matter to the Creator. You can directly pray to the Creator to utilize that sealed artifact. What I want to remind you is not to utilize it for more than 40 seconds, otherwise, it is very easy to be assimilated by that sealed artifact." Klein said, "Okay. As long as you can find relevant clues, I will immediately rush to the Forsaken Land of the Gods." Hobert said, "No, that won't be enough time." Kotal's intuition is very keen. Even if Hobert's search is not through divination, this Nightmare Wolf will definitely sense danger in advance. If Kotal cannot be found within 5 seconds, this operation will definitely end in failure. So Hobert added, "Let's still prepare for immediate hunting, and at the same time, try if I can successfully enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods, using the method mentioned before." That is to say, Hobert himself will operate the Death God Sword, and immediately associate after finding clues. Klein immediately used the world to say, "Once I'm ready here, I will notify you immediately." Hobert hummed. Then, the world said to Magician Furs, "Please help me contact the Abraham family. Tell them I wish to conduct a transaction with them." Furs first nodded, then asked, "Is it convenient to disclose the content of the transaction?" "The Planeswalker's potion formula," the world said calmly. This was a backup option for him. The other members were all stunned. This was the first time an angel-level potion transaction appeared in the Tarot Club. Furs hesitated for a moment, but then thought that she should also push her teacher to face the opportunity presented to them with a more positive attitude. So she said, "I will help you contact them." At this point, the exchange ended. Since no member initiated a transaction, it automatically entered the free exchange segment. Hobert asked Alger, "Have you found relevant clues in the primeval forest on Sunia Island?" The previous exploration of the elf ruins did yield a Sea King Beander characteristic, but it was contaminated by the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Hobert then traded a clue to a Cataclysmic Interer, Beander characteristic for complete acquisition of that contaminated, Sea King, Beander characteristic. Alger took a deep breath before saying, after exploring the elf ruins, I truly saw, Calamity Queen, Gajanham in my dream. Justice, Audrey was slightly stunned. She already knew that the Blood Ancestors, Blood Moon Queen, and Blood Ancestor, had successively revived, and now the Queen of the Elf was also going to revive. Everyone sat up straight after hearing, Calamity Queen, and looked at the Hanged Man. Alger did not hide anything. He promised to give me a cataclysmic Interer, Beander characteristic, but I have to help him take something out of the Book of Calamity, and send it to the West Continent after it appears in the real world. This time, even, the fool, sat up straight. He manipulated the world to ask, West Continent. Alger confirmed, yes, the West Continent. Then he continued, currently, I have obtained what I need according to the Calamity Queen's guidance. The other members were all stunned. The Tarot Club was about to gain another demigod. At this moment, Alger addressed the head of the bronze long table. Mr. Fool, I hope to obtain the cataclysmic Interer potion formula from you. May I ask what remuneration I should pay? This was also the reason he dared to publicly reveal that he had obtained the Beander characteristic, because he would immediately trade with Mr. Fool, which provided a layer of security. You may. Klein had long thought of the remuneration for the cataclysmic Interer potion formula, secretly cultivate a group of Beyonders loyal to you. Of course, based on the principle of equivalent exchange, you can also obtain the Sea God Scepter and Sea King potion formulas from me later. For an scholar of yore, as long as they touch any sealed artifact of grade 1 or below, they can utilize it whenever they want. They can completely utilize the Sea God Scepter to cultivate the Hanged Man. Alger immediately stood up and said, only loyal to Mr. Fool. He had coveted the Sea God Scepter for a long time. Although Mr. Fool said, equivalent exchange, there is basically no concept of trading for Beander characteristics at this level, they are mostly gifts from superiors. Alger was very clear that from now on, he and the forces he cultivated would have to be completely loyal to Fool to obtain the subsequent Beander characteristics and potion formulas. Hobert sighed at the side. The other members of the Tarot Club have also reached the point where they can establish their own organizations. The other members also realized one after another that from today onwards, the Hanged Man had completely become Mr. Fool's subordinate, and the organization he would form in the future would also be Mr. Fool's organization. Catley aside, in the future, Mr. Fool will have more ways to influence the real world, and the Sea God Church is also Mr. Fool's organization. I wonder if Mr. Fool will officially establish a church. After Alger sat down again, Audrey asked, the Hanged Man, who was still very excited, Mr. Hanged Man, you just mentioned sending something to the West Continent. Is the West Continent going to appear in the world? Alger was slightly stunned. I don't know either. However, according to Calamity Queen, the seal on the West Continent seems to show signs of loosening. So he planned to first utilize the Beander characteristic provided by Calamity Queen to complete his advancement. Anyway, Calamity Queen's request was also to send the item from the Book of Calamity back after the West Continent appeared. Seal. Catlia keenly noticed the Hanged Man's wording, whose seal? Who could completely seal off a continent? Everyone looked at Mr. Fool, but seeing that Mr. Fool did not intend to explain, they did not continue to discuss the matter. Klein, however, had found clues from the solidified mist outside Month City and believed that the West Continent should be sealed by Celestial Worthy. However, the other members all believed that the Fool was related to Celestial Worthy, so he thought it would not be good for him or the world to answer this question. So he simply gave no answer. At this moment, Audrey asked again, Mr. Hanged Man, was the elf ruin on Sunia Island that you just mentioned the same ruin you explored with Mr. Emperor before? Although Audrey and Hobert had met frequently recently, they had no opportunity to talk about this matter privately. Not at all. Alger glanced at Hobert, and seeing that he didn't object to disclosing the information from that exploration, he continued, the ruins we explored before were on the west side of the raging sea, already close to the Fog Sea. He roughly described the exploration experience at the time. When they heard about the uninhabited island and cannibals, the feeling of a sea adventure immediately filled everyone's minds, making members who hadn't experienced adventures at sea yearn for it. But after that, no one yearned for it anymore. Those cannibals turned out to be crew members from the Intis Republic. And their captain had transformed into a half-plant, half-human creature, which sounded both strange and disgusting. Alger wasn't very clear about what happened after the trapped people were rescued, so everyone looked to Emperor. Hobert then briefly recounted the subsequent experiences, finally concluding, in the future, everyone should be careful when encountering such ruins. Either the Beyonder characteristic inside has already been taken, and the person who took it might even leave behind some curses or traps. Or it has been targeted by some hidden existence, making it easy to get contaminated. Leonard smiled. Fortunately, there aren't many such ruins. Emlyn suddenly said, I heard that in the western part of Backland, in the Balchus Mountains, there's an ancient ruin. It's said to contain mysterious power that can make people strong, and there are many ancient vengeful spirits inside. Hobert recalled that the ruins seemed to be related to the Chaos Sea, so he said, my suggestion is to pretend not to know about it and only consider exploring it after becoming a demigod. Emlyn chuckled, of course I won't go. He said that purely to refute Mr. Starr. Ever since the protective custody game they played became popular, the two of them would needle each other whenever they had the chance. Catlia, on the other hand, asked Emperor, is the influence of the outer gods on the real world already very serious? With the Orthodox churches present, it won't be too serious, Hobert said. However, their influence should indeed draw everyone's attention. As far as I know, the Rose School of Thought is currently under the influence of the outer god, Mother Tree of Desire. So, apart from the Temperance faction, everyone should be careful of organizations related to the Mother Tree of Desire. Other organizations we are familiar with don't seem to have any connection with the outer gods. He paused and then continued, another thing to note is the bestowers we mentioned earlier. If you encounter a suspected bestower, as long as you don't have urgent matters, investigate them. If the investigation confirms they are indeed a bestower, just give me their location, and I will eliminate them. The other members realized that the creator viewed the outer gods as huge enemies, or rather, any normal god would firmly resist the outer gods and their forces. Leonard then asked Emperor, how should those sea monsters who have already believed in the outer gods be dealt with? I have already informed the Storm Church and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church about this matter, and I believe they will continue to follow up on it, Hobert said with a smile. As a senior member of the Tarot Club, how could he not utilize the reporting special skill? Leonard was slightly stunned. This was somewhat beyond his expectation, but considering that the creator had almost no power at sea, such an operation was not difficult to understand. Klein, controlling the world, asked, that Beyonder characteristic within the Sea Mother must have been contaminated, right? How did you deal with that contamination? It was indeed contaminated, Hobert said. Currently, that kind of contamination cannot be resolved, it can only be sealed. Klein was startled, the creator also. He originally wanted to ask, the creator also can't resolve it. But then he thought that this seemed obvious, and the question sounded like he was questioning the creator, so he stopped halfway through. However, Hobert proactively said, that's right, the creator also cannot resolve it. As far as I know, no god in the current real world can resolve that contamination. When everyone heard this, they felt a chill down their spines. An unresolvable contamination sounded terrifying. Emlyn couldn't help but ask, why is that? Because the mother goddess of depravity is very special among the outer gods, Hobert explained broadly. Only existences at the Old One level can resolve her contamination. Although the contamination from other Old Ones also had such requirements, for people like Klein and Hobert who could mobilize the power of Saphira, contamination outside of a pillar could be transferred to another object through some clever methods. Although it also couldn't be resolved, there was a lot of room for maneuver. For a Pilar's contamination, there wasn't even such room for maneuver. Catlia suddenly said, this suddenly reminds me of the contamination Emperor Rosal suffered. So, even if the Emperor resurrects, he will still be affected by the Mother Goddess of Depravity's contamination, right? To be precise, unless there is help from an Old One, the contamination on Rosal cannot be removed at all, Hobert said. We even suspect that Rosal might have noticed the contamination reappearing in his body, which is why he didn't complete the resurrection process. Upon hearing this news, Katlia was momentarily nervous, excited, and finally, a little helpless. The other members were somewhat surprised, not expecting this question to involve Emperor Rosal. Klein, controlling the world, asked, "Are you suspecting that Rosal avoided being completely contaminated, so he trapped himself in the last mausoleum?" "That's very possible," Hobert said seriously. "This is also the most reasonable explanation." Katlia quickly asked, "How can we help Emperor Rosal completely remove the contamination?" "Pray," Hobert said. "Pray to whom?" "Not pray to anyone." Hobert took a deep breath. "Pray that the Creator or Mr. Fool will recover to their peak state as soon as possible." Alger felt his heart skip a beat. In other words, the Creator and Fool were both old ones. Although he had long suspected this, suddenly confirming his guess still made him somewhat excited. The other members had similar thoughts to Alger. At first, everyone thought Mr. Fool was a god. It was only after Emperor said that Mr. Fool was the celestial worthy that everyone realized Mr. Fool was an old one. And the alliance between the Creator and Mr. Fool was actually a collaboration between two old ones. Katlia was surprised for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and saying, "I understand." She noticed that much of the information exchanged just now could be brought back to the real world. To avoid misunderstandings, Katlia asked, "Can I tell others the information from just now?" Just one person outside the Tarot Club. Hobert spread his hands. "I have no objection." Fool, at the head of the bronze long table, did not express an opinion, meaning he tacitly agreed. Katlia smiled, "Thank you." After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Leonard asked Hobert, "I just heard that the Duchy of South Balam once helped the Loan Kingdom defend Pritz Harbor and successively resisted 3 attacks from the Fasak Empire's main fleet." Emlyn was slightly stunned. "There's such a thing?" Hobert replied, "Yes, there is. Otherwise, why do you think the Rune royal family would be willing to move those universities to the Duchy of South Balam? Because this transaction was already over, it could be announced at the Tarot Club." The other members, excluding Audrey and Furs, realized that this was the transaction between the Loan Kingdom and the Duchy of South Balam. Before, they had wondered why the Rune royal family would be willing to let those first-class universities move to a vassal state when the war was still far from backland. "I understand," Leonard nodded. He had already suspected this when he received the information, and asking today was just to confirm it. After a few more seconds of silence in the hall, Katlia started a new topic. "I received news that someone reportedly encountered the Blood Ancestor on Alavi Island." Emlyn immediately leaned forward. "We also received similar news. If you have a channel, please help us inquire. We will definitely reward you handsomely." He heard that after receiving this news, the Blood Ancestors Duke Olmer had already taken people to Alavi Island, but had not yet found any clues about the Blood Ancestor. Katlia nodded, "I'll keep an eye out for you." Alger, however, said, "Could someone be impersonating the Blood Ancestor?" He spread his hands. "Otherwise, why didn't he seek out members of the Blood Ancestor after his resurrection? Instead, he appeared on an island in the raging sea." Emlyn frowned. Many people within the Blood Ancestor also had such suspicions. "The Blood Ancestor has indeed resurrected," Hobert said at this point with a very affirmative tone. "Really, Mr. Emperor?" At this point, Emlyn's heart skipped a beat. The Blood Ancestor wouldn't have been captured by you two, would he? On this matter, Hobert had a record. "That's the Blood Ancestor," Hobert said with a smile. "How could I possibly capture him?" He said, "When your Blood Ancestor resurrected, I was by his side, so I can tell you with great certainty that he has indeed resurrected." All the other members were stunned. Both the Blood Moon Queen and the Blood Ancestor's resurrection were encountered by Emperor. Could this be a coincidence? Emlyn was also stunned for a moment before asking, "Then, the Blood Ancestor, why hasn't he contacted us, the Blood Ancestor?" "You'll know that later," Hobert said. "In the upcoming Beander War, you should be able to meet your Blood Ancestor, because he promised to help me deal with the Rose School of Thought." Emlyn excitedly stood up, then sat down, then stood up again. I understand. Then he asked a few more questions about Lilith, but Hobert all excused himself by saying he didn't know. After this topic ended, no new topic was started for more than 10 seconds, so Klein announced the end of the gathering. Hobert returned to the real world, sat in the chair by his desk, and just stretched when he heard Corliss, the butler, say from outside, "Grand Duke, a Mr. Medici is looking for you. He has been waiting in the living room for more than 10 minutes. Hobert thought he had misheard. Medici what? Hobert confirmed it again, it was indeed Medici who had come to visit him. For a moment, Hobert wondered if Medici had contacted Adam or Eamon to eliminate him. But he quickly calmed down. Although he was well aware that Adam and Eamon were very likely to cooperate with Medici, for Medici, those two brothers had severely betrayed him in the fourth epoch, so it was impossible for him to actively contact them. Thinking of this, Hobert immediately entered the country of disorder and used true sight to glance at the Duke's mansion, finding nothing amiss. Looking into the Duke's mansion's living room, a young man with South Continent blood was sitting with his legs crossed, leaning on the sofa, waiting. Aside from the red banner-like mark between his eyebrows, the young man looked unremarkable. Hobert recalled that at this time, Sauron Einhorn Medici seemed to still be hiding inside a gatekeeper. Returning to reality, Hobert fell into deep thought. Why did this guy suddenly come to find me? It was like a well-known movie star, whom Hobert didn't know, suddenly showing up at his door. It felt magical. But soon, Hobert, having completely calmed down, understood the reason. Medici was here for that conqueror Beander characteristic. Although Medici's current strength was only around sequence 3, because this pathway had not seen a new deity or king of angels emerge, his Beander characteristic level remained very high. Even when he was still a wraith, he could attract the blasphemy card of the Red Priest pathway to him. Such a high-level individual should have been able to sense that the Conqueror Beander characteristic had appeared in the world and followed the clues to find it. Hobert smiled. So Medici's visit is likely for some cooperation, or perhaps to pledge allegiance to the Creator. Thinking of this, Hobert prepared to meet the Red Angel. Hobert was currently sequence 2 and could subdue Medici at any time. Even if Medici had brought strong reinforcements, as an angel, escaping would not be an issue. So Hobert came to the living room, looked at Medici, and smiled. I didn't expect to meet a legendary figure today. Medici also stood up. Are you mocking me, that a once legendary figure is now so down and out? You. Hobert suddenly smiled. You are a good hunter. He made a, please sit, gesture, sat down first, and then asked, let's not waste our time, let's get straight to the point. What do you want from me? Medici crossed his legs again. Help you destroy the Highland Kingdom. Hobert smiled. Do you have such an ability yourself? I merely studied the 3 Beander wars you initiated before and found 2 problems. Medici said with a mix of confidence and arrogance. None of the Creator's subordinates, including you, understand Beander warfare. Such a good hand of cards, repeatedly played terribly by you. The reason previous wars were won wasn't because you were so formidable, but because your opponents were even more useless. Like Katerina of the Demonist sect, Kleist of the Rose school of thought, these trash I hadn't even heard of in the fourth epoch. He sighed. Current Beander wars are as ridiculous as children playing house. The expression of that sigh was perfectly nuanced. Hobert felt as if he was being openly mocked and took a deep breath to avoid stooping to that guy's level. Medici continued. The second problem is, none of the Creator's subordinates have someone to coordinate the overall battle. You should be leading the angels, focusing on confronting the enemy's angels, instead of having to confront angels and also worry about the overall battle. The final result was that not a single angel was eliminated, and the enemy's main force was even allowed to retreat calmly. If I were the commander of this war, I wouldn't need others to harm me, I'd die of anger on the spot. Especially the recently concluded Battle of Roclier City, which you turned into a piecemeal reinforcement tactic. Heh, you guys are truly amazing. Hobert glanced at Medici. This time, he automatically filtered out Medici's mockery, because he had also discovered this problem during his post-war review. He was running around frantically on the battlefield, but the final results were unsatisfactory. He pondered for a few seconds before saying, let's talk in my study. Medici showed a confident smile. He was very good at finding the vulnerable point. For more than a month, he had been collecting intelligence in the South Balam Duchy and Longtail Island. Finally, he realized that Hobert was a very practical person. As long as he made himself appear useful, there would be an opportunity to join the creator's faction. As for Medici's true objective, he certainly wouldn't bring it up on his own. Arriving in the study, Hobert took out a brand new map of the south-central South Continent. How should we deploy for the war to unify the southern South Continent? Does it even need deployment? Medici scoffed. Just put 200 Beyonders under Mendoza City, and the Beyonders of the Intis Republic and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church will retreat on their own. Currently, there are 2 more colonies in the southern South Balam Duchy. One is Aconcagua State, a colony of the Intis Republic, with its capital being Mendoza. The other is the Salto area, ruled by a Balam Empire noble, who is a proxy supported by the Loan Kingdom. As for the Salto area, Medici said, you only need to send one of your 4 elite Beander teams, plus 2,000 soldiers, and you can occupy it without any major war. At this point, he spread his hands. I know you have no intention of attacking these 2 colonies right now. Since the end of the Civil War, you've been preparing to attack the Highland Kingdom. Even if you've successively sent heavy troops to confront the Intis Republic and the Fasak Empire, that's just for show, or rather, to lull the Rose school of thought. Your true goal is to catch them off guard and eliminate the main force of the Highland Kingdom gathered at Dundror Pass. Hobert smiled and asked, do you have any evidence for your conjecture? Medici raised his head and said, the main force of the Temperance faction has always been kept by you in Anjou. This will definitely be the most dedicated Beander force in the war against the Highland Kingdom. This alone is enough to prove that you plan to raid Dundror Pass when the time is right. If you weren't planning this, keeping the Temperance faction in Anjou would be a huge waste, and given your excellent coordination ability, you would certainly not sit idly by and allow such a waste. Hobert smiled. Not bad. Then he sat in his chair, thought for 2 or 3 seconds, and said, I know your goal is that conqueror Beander characteristic. However, I do not have the authority to decide the utilize of that Beander characteristic. But I can report our conversation today to the Creator. Whether you can impress the Creator depends on your performance. If you feel this is too demeaning, I will pretend this conversation never happened. Medici said more subtly, I came here to make up for your shortcomings. Hobert nodded. Then tell me your thoughts on attacking the Highland Kingdom. In my opinion, the war should be conducted in 2 parts. The first part. When it came to war, Medici spoke eloquently. As Hobert listened, he realized Medici's role. He brought the mindset of Beander warfare. Although Archibald was very familiar with war, he was familiar with conventional warfare and had never commanded a purely Beander war before the South Colson campaign. Hobert had discovered this point, which is why he chose to command the South Balam Duchy's civil war himself. However, his command level was also not satisfactory. He could only say he tried his best not to make mistakes. Medici's battle plan made Hobert realize that Beander warfare was completely different from conventional warfare, and the entire North-South continent had not seen large-scale Beander wars for over 1,000 years, so commanders no longer knew how to fight Beander wars. Old guys like William I and the first emperor of the Fasak Empire should be quite familiar with Beander warfare, but currently, they were fighting each other on the North Continent battlefield. This meant that Hobert had not encountered any decent opponents until today, so even now, the Creator's team did not have a thorough understanding of Beander warfare. After Medici finished expressing his thoughts, Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, I will strongly recommend you to be the commander of the upcoming war. Medici took a deep breath, thank you. Then Hobert said directly, however, before that, I have a few questions for you about the 3rd epic and 4th epic. Medici smiled. As long as it doesn't involve questions about the Lord himself, I will try my best to answer. Then he added, if you were to fall one day, you certainly wouldn't want your privacy to be revealed by me, would you? Hobert's mouth twitched. Currently, it seems I won't be falling anytime soon. Couldn't he just not say that last sentence? He took a deep breath before asking, before the 4th epic, were there angels of the Black Emperor or just to see our pathways? Medici paused slightly, then smiled. You know a lot of hidden information. He replied, in the 3rd epic, there was only one angel of the Black Emperor pathway, Solomon. He wasn't called Solomon before he became an angel. I don't even know what his name was. It was precisely because he became an angel of this pathway that he was bestowed the surname Solomon by the Lord. At this point, Medici explained, In the third epoch, only by achieving great merit would the Lord bestow a surname. For example, Abraham, for example, Solomon. Hobert let out an "oh." He had some impression of this, as Abraham and Solomon were famous surnames in the AD era, so these two surnames must have a great association with the ancient sun god. He sat in the chair behind the desk and asked, what merit did he achieve to be bestowed a surname? Didn't I just say? Because he advanced to an angel. Hobert understood. Because he advanced to an angel, he achieved a certain goal of the ancient sun god. Yes. Medici sat opposite Hobert. I'm not very clear on the specifics. I only know that it seems to have thwarted a certain conspiracy of Lord of the Mysteries. Before that, these two pathways indeed had no angels, but after that, some angels of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways quickly appeared. Hobert pinched his chin and thought, my previous conjecture was correct. In the third epoch, there were no deities of these two pathways yet, which was an important part of Celestial Worthy's scheme, but it was disrupted by the ancient sun god. He suddenly thought, perhaps the ancient sun god disrupting this scheme was also part of Celestial Worthy's plan. Otherwise, in the fourth epoch, Truncest wouldn't have been able to find and enter the country of disorder so easily. After a brief thought, Hobert asked again, in the fourth epoch, were you affected by the pollution of the City of Calamity? This time, Medici was somewhat surprised. How do you know about the City of Calamity? Hobert smiled. The Creator told me. Medici suddenly became much more serious. He replied, yes, after I read the second blasphemy slate, I did intend to search for the City of Calamity. But before I could actively search, one day, the City of Calamity suddenly affected me. Hobert asked curiously, why would that happen? Regarding this point, Hobert found Medici's words quite credible. After all, the normal procedure was to seek the Sephira after becoming a god, and at that time, Medici was still in King of Angels. There was no reason for him to actively seek the City of Calamity without being sure. Medici replied, I did some investigations, and it seemed to be related to a plan of Badhale, but before I could thoroughly investigate, I was killed. God of War. Hobert was a little surprised. If it was the primordial demoness causing trouble, he wouldn't be surprised at all, but why the God of War? Hobert suddenly thought of the relationship between the Black, Death, War, and Hunter, Witch sequences. At that time, could the God of War have had ill intentions, wanting to jump to the Hunter, or Witch sequence? Thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. After all, at that time, the God of War Badhile's neighboring sequences all had true gods, making it seem like becoming an old one was a long way off. However, the Hunter and Witch sequences still had some room for maneuver. The Hunter sequence had no true god at that time, and the Witch sequence only gained a true god in the middle of the Four Emperors' War. In the God of War's view, it was at least better than the sequence he was in at the time. But the question was, how could he jump? If he directly swallowed the Beander characteristics of those two sequences, it would probably be similar to the Underworld Emperor forcibly integrating the uniqueness of the Hunter sequence, at least resulting in semi-rampage. Black, Death, War, and Hunter, Witch, were not strictly neighboring sequences. Exchanging sequences before accommodating the uniqueness of one's own sequence seems to be fine, but after accommodating the uniqueness, the nature changes. Medici did not answer, but waited for Hobert to think for a few seconds before laughing. My guess is similar to yours. Hobert did not continue to dwell on this question, but asked again, do you know that Tudor once built 9 mausoleums to become the Black Emperor? I know. Tell me about your impressions of these 9 mausoleums. Oh, is the Creator preparing to become a god? Medici had no respect for deities. Hobert, however, said coldly, when it's time for you to know, I will let you know. Good. Medici recalled for a moment before saying, at that time, Abraham mainly helped Tudor build the mausoleums. Both of these guys were ambitious and easily got together. Based on some clues, I found 2 mausoleums, yes, some clues. Don't underestimate a hunter's ability to find clues. One of them was already built, and it felt like it represented Tudor in a certain sense, or rather, one of his avatars. I suspect that at that time, Tudor had already established a connection with the built mausoleum, and some of the people's faith in Tudor transferred to the mausoleum, which seemed to turn the mausoleum into Tudor's huge anchor point. Hobert slowly nodded. This was not difficult to understand. After all, the mausoleum during advancement was precisely to stabilize one's state in the real world. To achieve such an effect, one must establish a certain connection between oneself and the mausoleum in advance, allowing the prayers of the subjects to be transmitted to oneself through the mausoleum. This was like using the mausoleum as a relay signal tower, so that the mausoleum could accumulate enough connections with the Black Emperor. Hobert did not continue to think further. He said to Medici, "Come find me 3 days later. By then, the preparations for the war will be mostly complete, and we will go to the South LotM Duchy together." In late February, for the central and southern parts of the South Continent, summer ended, and the weather began to cool. This morning, Mahams, the Rose school of thought demigod responsible for confronting the South LotM Duchy at Dundror Pass, received accurate intelligence. The Beander forces of the South LotM Duchy suddenly gathered in Anjou. This was somewhat unexpected, as the previous posture of the South LotM Duchy seemed to indicate they were preparing to eliminate the weaker enemies in the south first, to eliminate future troubles. This was also the best tactic, effectively avoiding fighting on two fronts. The higher-ups of the Rose school of thought had even decided that when the main force of the South LotM Duchy marched south, they would certainly go south to harass the South LotM Duchy, trying their best to delay their unification of the south. Who knew that the main force of the South LotM Duchy would gather in Anjou? This city was located to the north, almost certainly intending to attack the Highland Kingdom. Although this news was very sudden, under Mahams's order, several Beander fortresses were put on alert. This Beander defense line had been under construction for over 100 years, though previously it was to guard against the Loan people. After so many years of construction, this defense line was extremely solid. Even if the enemy gathered twice their strength, they might not be able to break through. However, after Mahams and his forces had been on alert for more than half an hour, they received new intelligence. A large number of South LotM Duchy Beanders appeared in the northern part of the defense line. Mahams was not alarmed by this. They had long anticipated such a situation, where the enemy would appear behind the defense line through some means, attempting to dismantle it from another direction. Therefore, when the defense line was built, it was designed for double-sided defense, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. However, after another half an hour, new intelligence began to make Mahams panic. The enemy was advancing towards the capital, Asunción. They actually ignored this unbreakable defense line and went straight for the capital. Immediately, Mahams realized that he needed to report to his superiors at once, because at this time, most of the Rose school of thought's forces were at Dundror Pass. If they were left unchecked, the capital might really be captured by them. But if they pursued now, they would have to abandon the defense line, and they did not have an advantage in the number of Beanders. While indecisive, Mahams reported the current situation to the Rose school of thought's angel through prayer. At this time, on the main road from Dundror Pass to Asunción, Medici, riding a horse at a leisurely pace, shouted, "Idiots! Are there mad dogs chasing you from behind? Why are you running so fast?" This time, Hobert had gathered 4 Beander units led by his 4 confidants, including Angus, as well as the Temperance faction led by Sharon, the Power of the Blood race, and a portion of the military's Beanders, totaling over 380 Beanders. In this battle, this portion of forces, from demigods to low-sequence Beanders, would be under Medici's control. Regarding this point, everyone initially expressed different opinions, but after Hobert introduced Medici in detail, everyone had no further objections. Even if they hadn't heard of the Red Angel's reputation, they knew what a former king of angels meant. So, even though Medici's words were very harsh at this time, everyone merely glared angrily, but no one retorted. As soon as the marching speed slowed down, a group of Beanders appeared in front, blocking them. Just as the Temperance faction, who were at the very front, were about to set up a defensive formation, Medici had already ridden forward. "Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the panic on the enemy's faces? Charge through. Idiots, are you not going to take the merits that are being delivered right to your doorstep?" This group of Beanders who came to block them had clearly rushed over in a hurry after receiving orders. When they saw so many enemies, panic was certainly inevitable. As Medici said, as soon as the Temperance faction charged through, the enemy collapsed. Facing the scattered and fleeing enemies, the Beanders of South LotM were about to pursue, but Medici shouted again in a voice that everyone could hear, "You're the stupidest subordinates I have ever encountered. Can't you see that the enemy is trying to disperse our forces? Maintain formation. Idiots. You don't need to chase them, they will come back to die." Several werewolves and zombies of the Temperance faction were so angered by Medici's words that their faces turned red. They almost lost their minds, preparing to charge and fight Medici to the death, but they were stopped by Sharon. Commanders at Sharon's level already understood the cleverness of Medici's current action. This was not just a surprise attack, it also disrupted the enemy's arrangements. At this moment, Medici seemed to have a magical baton in his hand, not only commanding his own people but also commanding the enemy. Or rather, no matter how the Rose school of thought responded at this moment, the direction of the war would be more favorable to the Beander forces of the South Balam Duchy. Before setting off, Hobert had talked with Sharon and other commanders. He said, "Although Medici is very good at provoking, if we can save a few subordinates from dying, being scolded by him is fine." The commanders all felt that Hobert's statement was very correct, so they were already mentally prepared not to argue with Medici. As Medici expected, the fleeing enemies soon regrouped and, together with newly arrived reinforcements, launched another suicidal charge. This time, without Medici's reminder, Sharon immediately ordered a charge. But Medici's voice echoed in their ears again, "Are your brains in your butts? Even if the enemy is stupid, they won't utilize so few people to obstruct us again. Defensive formation. All demigods forward. They must have some scheme." Sharon, dressed in a court gown, took 2 deep breaths before feeling her emotions calm down. Since becoming a puppet, this was the first time she had the urge to curse someone. Just as the Temperance faction had set up their defensive formation, a demigod of the blood race who had come to the front of the queue said, "They have an evil power within them." Angus immediately shouted, "No running here." The charging members of the Rose school of thought immediately slowed to a walk. At this point, everyone noticed that these people's expressions were very painful, and something was indeed amiss. Several imperative mages jointly imprisoned them about 20 meters away. Soon after being imprisoned, the Rose school of thought members exploded one by one in place. Their flesh and blood instantly turned into a bloody mist. The vegetation on both sides of the road was immediately cursed. Some turned black and died, some instantly turned into powder, and some mutated into monsters. A puppet from the Temperance faction said coldly, "Source of curse." The Rose school of thought's demigods first cursed their own people, then intended to utilize their own people to spread the curse. Fortunately, they didn't charge forward, otherwise the Temperance faction would have suffered heavy casualties. So everyone looked at Medici with admiration or adoration. That guy, however, pulled at the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes. Puppets and disciples of silence of the Temperance faction, what are you waiting for? Is it only the enemy who can utilize, source of curse? Quickly go to the front to eliminate the curses on the road, don't hinder the advance." Everyone's admiration and adoration instantly vanished without a trace. The Beander unit continued to advance. After another 10 odd minutes, Medici suddenly raised a hand, "Immediately hide in the woods to the left." Everyone now reacted like a conditioned reflex, immediately obeying Medici's command. As soon as they entered the woods, Hobert's figure suddenly appeared on the road. He slightly raised his hand, and the barrier between the real world and the spirit world before him fell into chaos. Whoosh! The sudden appearance of the spirit world stirred up a hurricane, blowing trees everywhere, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. If you don't want to die, pass through the angel-level battlefield as quickly as possible. Medici shouted, "Morning Dawn Army, don't run in the wrong direction. Flame Army, pay attention to your formation. You are fighting a war, not herding sheep." At this time, Hobert had already pulled Kleist out of the spirit world using distortion. Kleist, whose injuries from the last war had not yet healed, looked even older now. He had originally planned to observe the Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy from the spirit world, but unexpectedly, he was detected by the mounted commander, who quickly summoned Hobert. The old man's first reaction upon seeing Hobert was to immediately flee, but it was too late, the spirit world behind him was already blocked by a heavy coffin. Hobert reached out and pulled 3 times, summoning the 100-eyed demon monarch, in the shape of a giant eye, the Holy Infant King, in the shape of a fetus, and the Duke of Entropy, in the form of a shadowy woman from the country of disorder. Finally, Raymond, in the form of a fire person, arrived. Beverly in the spirit world immediately opened the coffin lid and planted the order wood, and the siblings instantly returned to their peak state. Kleist was momentarily stunned. He was being besieged by 6 angels. Was it really necessary? 2 blazing white spears appeared in Raymond's hands, stabbing towards Kleist. Kleist barely dodged, but at the same time, the 100-eyed demon monarch reappeared, a person sitting on a chair with South Continent-style carvings, wearing a golden mask with an undying bird pattern on his face. The appearance of this figure seemed to give Kleist's spirit body a command, rendering him completely immobile. The Holy Infant King opened his mouth and let out a murmur that directly struck Kleist's spirit body. Hobert, Beverly, and the Duke of Entropy used the abilities of Rampage, Utilize, and Amplify, respectively. Kleist had no room to dodge and fell into a state of Rampage. Beverly's Utilize ability, on the other hand, made the blazing white spear in Raymond's hand return to her hand. Raymond's previous blazing white spear was just a feint. Now, taking advantage of Kleist's Rampage, he stabbed out with the blazing white spear, while simultaneously using the Vital Attack ability. At this moment, the Duke of Entropy's Amplify landed on Kleist, immediately making the Ancient Bane's injuries life-threatening. Then, the masked man, summoned by the 100-eyed demon monarch, waved a hand towards Kleist. This was the summoning of death. Kleist's body immediately lost all vital signs. However, because this pathway has the sequence of Wraith, after becoming an angel, one can survive with just a soul, though they lose the chance for further advancement. Hobert and the others' second round of attacks began. Kleist's spirit body was still in a state of Rampage. After being Amplify and Alter by Hobert and Beverly, Kleist would have difficulty recovering for a while. It was still Raymond who attacked first. He pulled out a longsword covered in rust and bloodstains from his chest and cut Kleist's spirit body in half at the waist with one strike. Raymond's sword could attack even spirit bodies. Afterwards, everyone used their abilities to attack spirit bodies. The 100-eyed demon monarch reappeared, an undying bird, pecking and scratching at Kleist's spirit body. Large chunks of the spirit body were torn from Kleist and dissipated into the surrounding air. The Holy Infant King opened his eyes, and a head grew out of Kleist's back. This head looked exactly like Kleist but had a sinister smile and began to tear and bite at the spirit body. Under their attacks, Kleist's spirit body quickly shattered. It wasn't until the end of his life that Kleist awoke from his state of Rampage. He said, "No," with a face full of unwillingness, then completely dissipated. Hobert accelerated the precipitation of the other party's Beander characteristic and quickly obtained the first angel-level spoils of war from this battle. Immediately after, Beverly retracted the Order Wood, and the siblings disappeared from the spirit world. Hobert then sent the 3 angel-level tool people back to the country of disorder to await orders, and he himself left the battlefield. From Hobert's appearance to the killing of an angel and their subsequent withdrawal, the entire battle did not exceed 10 seconds. During this time, another angel from the Rose School of Thought also appeared, but Belenka, wearing a South Continent-style wizard robe, took one look at the battlefield and immediately left. Even summoning the Ancient Bane, SUA would have been too late, and staying 1 second longer might have gotten him entangled, so he simply chose to flee the battlefield. In any case, Hobert's encirclement caught them a bit off guard. At least the higher-ups of the Rose School of Thought hadn't even reacted before losing an angel. After this angel-level battle ended, under Medici's loud command, the Beyonders resumed their march towards Assen. "Are your feet wrapped in footcloths?" Medici's annoying voice rang out again. "Even an 80-year-old grandmother runs faster than you. Advance quickly. Strive to have dinner at the foot of Assen City." If it were a regular army, this request would be a bit fanciful, but this was an Beander troop. 1 day was enough for them to reach the foot of Assen City. Many Beyonders wanted to ask Medici, "Didn't you just say to go slowly? Why are you in such a hurry now? If you're really in such a hurry, why not pray to the Creator for strength and ask the Creator to send everyone to their destination?" However, officers like Angus basically understood Medici's intention. Initially not rushing the advance, Medici was observing whether the Beander troop he commanded had attracted the attention of the Rose School of Thought's higher-ups. Since the Rose School of Thought had even dispatched an angel, it showed that they had received a high degree of attention from the enemy. Therefore, speeding up the advance at this time was to put greater psychological pressure on the enemy, making them send people to block and pursue them as soon as possible. If they chose to hold their ground, then, unfortunately, this Beander force was enough to take Assen City. In any case, the initiative of the war was now in their hands. This was a very, Lord of the Mysteries, feeling. It felt like they hadn't fought any fierce battles, just run on the main road, but victory was already in sight. The Rose School of Thought was completely mobilized by Medici. Beander forces from all around rushed to block them, but they were more like praying mantises trying to stop a chariot, immediately collapsing after one charge, given no time to organize effective resistance. At noon, the Beanders of the South Balam Duchy even calmly ate lunch and took turns resting before continuing their rapid assault on Assen City. At this point, the Rose School of Thought finally couldn't sit still and transferred their main force from Dundror Pass from the spirit world to block their advance. The two sides met on a grassland, but no battle immediately occurred because Medici immediately ordered a halt to the march and then had everyone rest in place for 20 minutes. Not only was the South Balam Duchy side stunned, but the Rose School of Thought side was also stunned. Their defensive formation was already set up, yet the enemy began to rest right before their eyes. Mahams, the overall commander of this battle, felt humiliated, but due to his numerical disadvantage, he could only swallow his anger and await the enemy's active attack. The South Balam Duchy side rested for 20 minutes, and the Beanders' stamina basically returned to its optimal state. It's time to do some serious work. A longsword covered in rust and bloodstains appeared in Medici's hand. I was still too cautious, thinking it would take 20 minutes to see through the enemy's flaws. It only took me 20 seconds to formulate a battle plan. He shouted, "All Sequence 3s gather behind me and follow me to kill the enemy's Sequence 3. The Temperance faction will assault the enemy's left flank, charging towards the edge of the enemy formation. The Blood Race will assault the enemy's right flank, charging towards the middle of the right flank. The other four armies, charge with me towards the central left position of the enemy, yes, right there. Their commander is absolutely an idiot, he didn't place enough long-range attack forces in the central position. Charge, warriors. The wails of the enemy are the most beautiful music in this world." As he spoke, he charged at the forefront with his sword. "Let us enjoy the joy of charging, ha ha ha, let us break through the enemy's defenses. Charge, charge, ah ha ha ha, scum, your death is here." At this moment, Medici seemed a bit frenzied. He had not enjoyed the pleasure of war for too long. Seeing the enemy's fearful expressions and the enemy commander's panic, he felt as if he had returned to his peak state. Just as Medici said, the central left position of the Rose School of Thought's battle formation was mainly composed of zombie and werewolf forces, without sufficient long-range power. Medici and his group encountered almost no obstruction, piercing through the enemy formation like a sharp knife. The Temperance faction, charging towards the left flank, headed for the edge of the formation, causing the enemy to begin contracting their battle lines. The members of the Temperance faction thus unwittingly encircled the enemy. And the battle on the right flank also quickly began. The front line of the Rose School of Thought's right flank, in the middle section, had several low-sequence Beanders. This was a huge flaw, and the agile Blood Race quickly split the right flank into two. After the battle began, only a dozen seconds passed. Under Medici's command, Angus, Sharon, and Malva, 4 Sequence 3s, killed Mahams, the overall commander of the Rose School of Thought. Medici picked up Maham's head with his longsword. "Scum, look whose head this is. Ha ha ha, you are so weak it's pathetic." The Rose School of Thought immediately fell into chaos, and Medici began to command his various units to encircle the enemy. As the military Beanders who had not received specific tasks earlier plugged the last gap in the encirclement, Medici began to lead his people to crisscross within the encirclement, cutting off the enemy's forces. At this time, the Ancient Bane reappeared in midair, and Belenka also appeared in the distance, trying to rescue a group of Rose School of Thought members. Hobert and the other angels appeared one by one. Besides the siblings Beverly, Ulmer, the Blood Race Angel, was also summoned by Hobert, in addition to the 3 Tool people. With 7 angels standing there, the ugly-looking, ancient Bane, did not even make a move. If the ancient Bane, Sua, were to utilize his vine again, the creator would then consider confronting him. And the other 6 angels were enough to kill Belenka. Sua and Belenka also realized this, so they only observed for a while before leaving. This immediately demoralized the Rose School of Thought members on the battlefield, and the subsequent battle for more than 10 minutes was more like a slaughter. The Rose School of Thought's last main force was transferred out of the Beander fortress by Medici and annihilated on this grassland with few casualties. In the southern part of the Highland Kingdom, Eliot sat by the river, watching his subordinates loudly laughing and washing bloodstains off their bodies in the river, a slight daze in his eyes. The war that ended in the afternoon had been won too quickly, almost unbelievably so. Before Medici arrived, he had participated in planning the attack on Dundror Pass, and it was foreseeable that this tough nut would cause a large number of casualties to the Beyonders. But now the main force at Dundror Pass had been annihilated, Eliot's Morning Dawn army had only lost 2 men, and all the casualties of the entire South Balam Duchy's Beander troops combined were less than 20. And counting from the morning, at least 30 enemies were eliminated on the way, and in the large-scale battle just now, the enemy was almost completely wiped out. When burying the bodies, everyone counted a total of 186. This casualty ratio was astonishing. Hobert emerged from the spirit world and smiled. "Why don't you go wash up?" Grand Duke. Eliot immediately stood up. I was thinking. Hobert followed. If Medici had also commanded during the Civil War, far fewer people would have died, right? Eliot took a deep breath. Yes. Then he explained, "I'm not saying there was a problem with the previous command, but after experiencing today's war, I suddenly have a whole new understanding of Beander warfare." Hobert also became serious. "This is a good thing." Immediately, he took a deep breath and said, "I know that letting Medici command this war will make my previous command look like a fool's. But I had to let him, just as I said before the war, Medici is a professional at this. Archibald and I are far inferior to him." Eliot smiled. "Fortunately, the Grand Duke is not as pedantic as the nobles of the North Continent." Hobert also smiled. "All right, prepare to execute the new mission." He commanded, "Assemble in 1 hour, and together with the Poison Thorn army, withdraw from the battle sequence. Return to Dundror Pass by praying for the Creator's help, and completely crush the enemy's Beander defense line." Yes. In the evening, the Morning Dawn army and the Poison Thorn army, by means of the Creator's distortion of their positions, arrived at the Beander fortress complex that the Rose School of Thought had operated for many years at Dundror Pass. Dundror Pass is a valley with its narrowest point only a few kilometers wide. Passing through it allows direct access to the heartland of the Highland Kingdom, and if one does not take this main road, one must travel along rugged and dangerous mountain paths, which even Beyonders would find very inconvenient. Thus, Dundror Pass became one of the important passages into the Star Plateau, and Lowen's colonial army also contended for it many times, but all ended in failure. At the pass, in addition to the regular soldiers' positions, there was also a fortress complex consisting of 7 Beander fortresses. Eliot and Helen's goal was to capture these 7 Beander fortresses. The Beander forces guarding this fortress complex had basically all been transferred to participate in the afternoon's blocking battle. Currently, each fortress only had a few or a dozen Beyonders stationed, and their sequences were not high. Even so, Hobert was very cautious and launched the attack alone, a step ahead. He exuded an angelic level of majesty, using the method of distortion space, instantly arriving in front of the first fortress. He reached out and touched it, altering the mechanical structure of the fortress, causing this Beander fortress to immediately collapse. The moment the fortress collapsed, curses flew everywhere. Those were the Beander traps set inside the fortress. These traps were like an itch to Hobert, but for Eliot and his men, they were fatal attacks. After the first batch of curse traps were detonated, Hobert used the ability of Utilize to make the remaining traps immediately take effect. With several rumbling sounds, the entire fortress collapsed into a large pit. Hobert thought this method was quite good, so he began to utilize the method of distortion space, appearing next to other fortresses, detonating all the traps inside, and killing all the defenders within. The defenders were no match for Hobert. The traps in the fortress were designed to attack low-sequence Beyonders, and there were even traps that could attack demigods. But there were no traps that could harm an angel. Such traps, besides requiring extremely high production costs, also required extremely high maintenance costs. It was more cost-effective to send one's own angels to fight the enemy's angels. But the problem now was that the Rose School of Thought's angels dared not show themselves, so the defenders could only watch helplessly as one fortress after another collapsed. Soon, their psychological defense line was broken, and they all ran out of the fortresses to flee for their lives. Elliot and Helen, who had been waiting outside, how could they let go of this group of meritorious achievements? After the Beyonder fortresses collapsed, the regular positions of the Highland Kingdom also quickly began to rout. The ordinary soldiers were not clear what was happening, but the officers knew what the collapse of those fortresses meant. Once the officers ran, Archibald's regular army began shelling the positions, and the Highland Kingdom soldiers also followed suit and fled. That night, the South Balam Duchy almost effortlessly occupied Dundror Pass. After a night of rest, they split into two routes and began to occupy the southern cities of the Highland Kingdom. The Morning Dawn Army and the Poison Thorn Army followed them respectively, clearing the Beyonder forces along the way. In fact, there were not many Beyonder forces left in various places, because they had all been transferred by the Rose School of Thought towards Axon City, or more precisely, they had been transferred by Medici. In the war against the enemy's main force, Medici deliberately let a few soldiers escape, allowing them to spread the news that the last part of the Rose School of Thought's elite had been completely wiped out. Medici led everyone to find a nearby city and unceremoniously moved into the local nobles' luxurious manners, not only eating and drinking lavishly but also sleeping with the nobles' women. After a night of rest, Medici led everyone to pray to the Creator. The next moment after finishing the prayer, they appeared below Axon City. Pyromaniac and above Beyonders, step forward, prepare to bomb the enemy's city walls. Medici ordered loudly, fireball spell ready, fire. The Hunter Path could operate multiple fireballs at sequence 6, and over 20 fireballs at sequence 5. Thus, under Medici's command, hundreds of fireballs struck the city walls of Axon City. Medici had corresponding abilities to enhance Beyonder attacks of the Hunter Path. In this round of attack, even the attack range of a Sequence 7 Pyromaniac's fireball was strengthened, allowing it to attack the city walls from beyond rifle range. Without Medici's enhancement, a Sequence 7 inches fireball would hardly cause effective damage after flying a dozen meters. The Rose School of Thought members, hastily responding to the battle, used their Beyonder powers to block the sky-filled fireballs, but many fireballs still hit the city walls, creating many breaches and killing or injuring many people. Everyone was about to prepare for the next round of attack, but Medici waved his hand, retreat. Rest in shifts. The Rose School of Thought members on the city wall were also stunned. They were not fighting anymore. But they did not dare to be careless, because from the city wall, they could clearly see that some of the enemies were resting, and some were on alert, as if they were about to launch a new round of attack at any second. Soon, the first batch of Beyonders to support the capital arrived. Only demigod-level Beyonders of the Prisoner Path could utilize the spirit world to reach distant targets. Most of the Rose School of Thought's demigods had already died in previous battles, so this batch of reinforcements was not led by demigods but came via ordinary roads. Medici immediately ordered the Bloodkin on alert to attack, telling them they could pursue, but had to end the battle within half an hour. At the same time, Medici had Malva's Gale army begin to stand guard, and soon another wave of reinforcements arrived. This time it was the Gale army's turn to attack, and they were also ordered to end the battle within half an hour. Actually, this requirement was somewhat redundant, as the number of reinforcements was not large, and the enemy could usually be completely annihilated in about 10 minutes. After 3 waves of reinforcements were successively wiped out, Zachary, the only remaining disciple of silence in Axon City, realized that the enemy's main attack target was actually the arriving reinforcements. So he ordered all reinforcements to stop supporting. More than half an hour later, Medici, who had been lying on the grass, looking like he was on a picnic, got up and yawned, "Let's go, let's give them 3 more rounds of fireballs." After 3 rounds of fireballs, Axon City's walls were at risk of collapsing from the explosions, but they did not continue the attack. After completing the bombardment, they did not rest, but were divided into 3 groups, each launching a surprise attack along one of the 3 main roads leading to Axon City, and soon attacked the waiting reinforcements on the road. By noon, the 3 groups of Beyonder troops had returned to Axon City to await orders. In just one morning, they had easily eliminated dozens of Beyonders. These Beyonders were all of relatively low sequence, and none of the Beyonders from the South Balam Duchy had died. Several injured members also recovered under the treatment of a sealed artifact. Zachary watched the enemies leisurely eating lunch below the city walls, extremely annoyed but helpless. All the Beyonder forces of the Highland Kingdom were rushing to support, but Zachary knew very well that the highest sequence among these reinforcements was only sequence 5, and the number of wraiths was not large, so even if they entered the city, their effect would be minimal. The key was that, as it seemed now, the enemy would not allow any reinforcements into the city, which made Zachary somewhat helpless. In fact, the few remaining high-ranking members of the Rose School of Thought were already preparing to abandon Axon City. However, after all, both the Rose School of Thought and the Highland Kingdom had operated here for several centuries, so they planned to exhaust the enemy's vital forces as much as possible before evacuating. But the problem was that the Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy were not seriously attacking the city. The defenders had all their skills, and no matter how clever the traps in the city were, they couldn't be used. In the afternoon, the fireball bombardment continued, regularly bombing the city walls once an hour. However, even if parts of the city wall collapsed, the Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy did not actively attack. After nightfall, such attacks became once every 2 hours. After the defenders figured out the pattern, they quickly took advantage of the attack intervals to rest. But in the latter half of the night, these attacks suddenly became irregular. Often, just as everyone went to rest, a new round of attacks would begin, and often, everyone would hold out for 2 or 3 hours without the enemy launching any attacks. After a night, many more parts of the city wall collapsed. Zachary even hesitated whether to continue repairing the city wall. The enemies outside the city seemed not to care about the damage their fireballs caused to the city wall. Repairing it seemed pointless. A new day began. The Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy had a very regular breakfast, and even Beyonders of the Witch Path meticulously washed themselves by the river. Then today's offensive began. They still only bombed the city walls, but did not actively attack. This attack continued for 4 or 5 days, completely baffling Zachary. The South Balam Beyonders' attacks always seemed like they were about to launch a general assault, but each time they would just release a few rounds of fireballs and then rest for a while. Zachary, the disciple of silence defending the city, truly could not understand what the people of South Balam wanted to do. He had already had the reinforcements gather and asked the angel Balenka to transport them from the spirit world into Axon City. The Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy could no longer ambush the reinforcements, so why weren't they quickly attacking the city? However, Zachary did not dare to ignore any of the enemy's attacks. If he responded even slightly carelessly, the entire city wall would be blown down. It wasn't until the 6th day of the siege that Zachary suddenly realized he had been tricked again, as the Morning Dawn Army and Poison Thorn Army, along with the 2 regular armies led by Archibald and Seal, arrived outside Yason City. On the day Medici volunteered at the Duke's mansion, he had a very clear analysis of this war of annihilation. First, the objective of the first phase of the war was to annihilate the enemy's vital forces and, through the struggle for Yason City, to exhaust the war potential of the Highland Kingdom and the Rose School of Thought. After all, Yason City was the capital. The enemy could not leave without resistance, but once they resisted, it meant concentrating all their war potential in this one city. This was much simpler than conquering city after city later, and it also facilitated the occupation by regular forces and the rebuilding of Beyonder order. Therefore, the 4 or 5 days of Medici's attack on Yason City were giving them time to gather all their remaining Beyonder forces into this one city. At this time, the Rose School of Thought was no match for the Beyonders of the South Balam Duchy, so they could only defend passively, which is why Medici's siege was so half-hearted. In fact, at this point, the focus of the war had already shifted to Archibald and Seal, but Zachary lacked such war intuition and continued to gather forces in Yason City. Now, the objective of the first phase of the war had been largely achieved, The South Balam Duchy had effectively controlled about 2/3 of the Highland Kingdom's territory, and Yasen City was surrounded on 3 sides. Thus, the general assault on Yasen City was about to begin. When Hobert also arrived at the military camp outside Yasen City, he immediately convened senior officers to make the final war deployment. The Angels will complete the final stage of the first phase of the war, Medici stated at the meeting. The so-called breaking of the enemy's war potential means breaking the potential of the enemy's allies as well. For example, in the previous civil war, the demonist sect supported the enemy. We have given the Rose School of Thought about a week to call for aid. When the struggle for Yasen City enters its final phase, the demonist sect will definitely send reinforcements. Judging from the current situation, the Intis Republic and the Fasak Empire have not actively launched an offensive, which shows that the war in the North Continent has tied them down, making it impossible to gather the manpower from the civil war in a short time. They can be ignored. However, the other 2 enemies, Tamara and Truncest, must be considered. Unless the stuff in their heads is dog feces, they will not stand by and watch the South Balam Duchy conquer the Highland Kingdom. These are the 2 enemies to watch out for on the Angel battlefield. Hobert nodded, "Don't worry, I have already prepared. If the Tamara family and the Trensust family participate in the war, just hit them hard." Medici suddenly smiled, "I have indeed prepared a meeting gift for these 2 old friends." He glanced at the other officers, "Gentlemen, cheer up. This is the last good opportunity to earn military merits." As this brief combat meeting concluded, everyone returned to make their final pre-war mobilizations. And after a night of rest, the general assault officially began the next morning. Hobert came to the city wall, which had been disfigured by the bombing in recent days, and with a grab, pulled out the giant eye-shaped, 100-eyed demon monarch, sending him to clear the way. All of the 100-eyed demon monarch's eyes looked towards the city wall. Instantly, many Beyonders screamed and turned into streams of information composed of letters, symbols, and numbers. Zachary shouted, "Don't look into the giant eye." He realized that the enemy's general assault was about to begin, but no one had expected the South Balam Duchy to utilize angels as their vanguard. The 100-eyed demon monarch, reproduced, a tall, mighty cyclops, who charged towards the city wall carrying a giant sword. This was the Giant King, in his attack state. His attack stirred up a hurricane, sweeping the trees and rocks in his path into the sky. Just as the Cyclops charged to the city wall, a huge mirror appeared on the city wall. The Giant King glowed with silver light and actually shattered the illusory mirror. However, this was, after all, a reproduced Giant King. After shattering the mirror, his huge body rapidly faded and disappeared into the void. At the same time, Balenka, wearing a South Continent-style wizard robe, transformed into a several dozen meter tall, ancient Bane, and appeared in front of the city wall. The animals, plants, and even stones around him mutated or were cursed, turning into monsters or black stones emitting malice. Hobert immediately pulled the Holy Infant King out of the country of disorder, and just as he was about to utilize him to besiege Balenka, the Holy Infant King, a fetus in a womb, suddenly turned into a rooster. The ugly, divine abomination, Sua appeared in midair. The color of his head and one arm was different from the color of the rest of his skin. This was because he had been injured by the Creator in a previous battle and had not yet fully recovered, but with the war reaching this point, he had to make a move. When Sua's gaze turned to Hobert, the Holy Infant King immediately returned to his original appearance, as he was composed of the power of the country of disorder, and even a divine abomination level transformation curse could not last long. Then Hobert pulled the Duke of Entropy out of the country of disorder and placed him in front of himself. The Duke of Entropy immediately used his Amplify ability on Sua. This was the first choice for any lawyer, as the divine abomination Sua almost had, "I'm not in good shape," written on his face. Sua, while connecting to the spirit world to stabilize his state, entered his divine abomination state to deal with the Duke of Entropy and the Holy Infant King. If it were other sequence ones, they would only be able to hold back the opponent with Hobert's command and these two tools. However, facing Sua, who was not in good shape, the two of them were enough to hold back the divine abomination for a while. Hobert, in the rear, still did not make a move. He faintly said, "Second." Before the entire war began, Hobert and Archibald spent several days deducing the order of the enemy angels' appearances. At the angel level of chess, it was like playing cards. If one could guess in advance what cards the enemy would play, or the order of their plays, one could gain a considerable advantage. The first two orders had been guessed correctly, so the third to appear should be Shirley, the demoness of catastrophe, angel of the demoness sect. Indeed, in the next instant, a black flame ignited under Hobert's feet without warning. He immediately distorted the flame onto Belenka. In front of Hobert, two illusory doors suddenly appeared. The Blood Clan Duke Olmer emerged from the doors. He slightly raised his hand, and the surroundings were enveloped in a crimson moonlight. Under one of the moonlights, a blurry human figure was outlined. The next second, two summoning gates suddenly opened at the feet of that human figure, and a blood-filled maw stretched out from the spirit world, devouring the figure. But on one side of the maw, a mirror suddenly appeared, and Shirley jumped out of the mirror, smiling slightly at Olmer. That smile was full of indescribable charm. Olmer's eyes were a little dazed, and the maw stretching out from the underworld was completely lost in Shirley's beauty, allowing Shirley to freeze it into a block of ice. Shirley, while staring at Olmer and continuously using her charm ability on him, shot a crystal-like spear at him. As the spear was about to hit Olmer, it suddenly turned crimson and grew four slender legs. The running of the long legs caused the spear's trajectory to deviate. Then, this spear, like a frolicking horse, charged towards Shirley again. Shirley summoned a mirror in front of herself, and the ice spear rushed into the mirror world. Although Olmer's eyes were still a little dazed, with the blessing of the moonlight, he was not completely lost in Shirley's charm. It was just that Shirley had accidentally gained the initiative. Hobert did not deal with Shirley with Olmer, but instead attacked Belenka with the Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch was turning his battlefield with Belenka into a stream of information. Belenka's curses all turned into lines of information and were sunk into the information ocean by the Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch. And Belenka's clothes and hair suddenly turned into a stream of information. Just as he was about to further informatize the opponent, Belenka was suddenly replaced by a puppet. That puppet quickly turned into a piece of information composed of symbols and numbers, instantly sinking into the information ocean. Belenka, however, appeared outside the information ocean, but suddenly, his spirituality sent a very dangerous warning signal. He quickly reverted from the ancient Bane state to a normal human size. At the position where the ancient Bane's head had just been, a huge vortex of power formed. Because Belenka's body immediately shrunk, this vortex did not harm him, but only compressed the surrounding air. That was Hobert's attack just now, but unfortunately, it missed. He quietly joined the battle holding the Sun Scepter. The power of sunlight had a considerable restraining effect on the ancient Bane. He raised the scepter and shot a pure white light at Belenka, enveloping the entire battlefield in pure white light. Belenka, instantly sweating profusely from the light's scorching, took out a black heart from his pocket. After releasing the spiritual seal, he immediately swallowed it. The moment the strong light shone on Belenka, his body was covered by a layer of disgusting mucus, which actually isolated the purification of the pure sunlight. Immediately, his skin rapidly expanded, hardened, and dried, as if covered by a layer of rough, black, cracked stones. His chest rose and fell as if a heart with surging power was beating within. Only Belenka's distinctly black and white eyes still resembled human organs. Hobert immediately felt Belenka's spirituality swell, as if he possessed even greater power. The pure light emitted by the Sun Scepter was unable to harm him. Hobert immediately changed his strategy, taking out the box of the old days from the country of disorder. He opened the first layer, trapping Belenka and the space around him in the silver-black jewelry box. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch, having lost his attack target, stood there stunned. Clap! The just-closed jewelry box was immediately pushed open by a huge force. Belenka, whose feet had only just turned into exquisite toys, raised his hands high, resisting the power of the box of the old days. Hobert put away the Sun Scepter, and with a clench of his palm, the air that had been compressed by that vortex of power earlier shot into the jewelry box like a sharp arrow, hitting Belenka directly in the center of his forehead. Belenka, who was about to lift his leg and step out, paused. The jewelry box closed again. But in the next second, the jewelry box opened again. This time, Belenka's two calves also turned into exquisite toys, but he could still easily push open the lid of the jewelry box. Hobert placed the box of the old days on the ground in front of him and ordered the 100-eyed demon monarch to continue attacking Belenka inside. The 100-eyed demon monarch reproduced, a tall cross, as if reaching to the sky. The immense oppressive feeling emanating from the cross made Belenka momentarily dazed, and so the box of the old days closed again. The next second, the box of the old days was opened for the third time. At this point, Belenka's knees had already turned into exquisite toys, and his expression was somewhat anxious. It wasn't because he was becoming more and more like a toy that he was anxious, but because after he consumed the Black Heart, his spirituality became surging, and the state where his abilities were strengthened had a time limit. After that time, he would be weak for a period. Hobert realized this, which is why he came up with this method to exhaust Belenka. Neither the box of the old days nor the 100-eyed demon monarch could harm Belenka in his current state. But Hobert's goal wasn't to harm him, it was simply to wear him down over time. When the lid was opened for the third time, Hobert altered Belenka's surging evil spirituality from head to toe, causing his spirituality to fizzle for a moment, and the box closed again. Just then, Hobert's spirituality seemed to sense something. He was about to put away the box of the old days, but he was still a step too late. The box of the old days suddenly disappeared from the ground. Tamara, who looked like a wax figure, suddenly appeared not far away, and the silver-black jewelry box was in her raised palm. Tamara was about to open the box of the old days to release Belenka, but Hobert immediately used the negative effects of the box of the old days. As the first layer opened, the third layer also opened. Tamara's eyes narrowed instantly, and she quickly pressed down on the box of the old days with her other hand. No matter how Belenka struggled inside, she wouldn't let go. The third layer of the jewelry box contained pollution from the starry sky. Even Tamara, who had already advanced to order killing Prince, could easily be polluted. Just as Tamara was pressing down on the box of the old days, a heavy coffin suddenly rushed out of the spirit world, hitting her back hard and making her stumble. Tamara was slightly stunned, wondering what material this coffin was made of. The chaos she had just used hadn't been able to make it lose its sense of direction. It wasn't until Beverly summoned Raymond and planted the order wood that Tamara finally managed to hold down the third layer of the box of the old days. To avoid being used by others again, she quickly threw the box of the old days towards Hobert. At this moment, Raymond questioned, "Tamara, why aren't you kneeling in salute?" While pulling out a long sword with rust and bloodstains from his chest and fiercely stabbing at Tamara. Tamara sneered, distorted the direction of Raymond's sword, and altered his position, making the sword stab at Beverly. Beverly smiled slightly, extended her hand to let her brother pierce her palm, and then granted the injury to Tamara. Tamara was about to grant the injury on her hand away, but she was used and altered by Beverly, and in the end, she actually granted the injury to herself. When it came to using the Black Emperor's related abilities, Hobert most admired his father Rex, and the second person he admired was Beverly. Especially the cooperation they had honed with Raymond in actual combat, which made it no problem for them to deal with a sequence 1. Meanwhile, Hobert and the 100-eyed demon monarch continued to utilize the box of the old days to exhaust Belenka's abilities. At this point, Hobert's spirituality once again seemed to sense something. He smiled slightly, "The last one has arrived." The next instant, Hobert felt all connection with the box of the old days severed. Truncest appeared not far from the battlefield, and he stripped Hobert of his ownership of the box of the old days. Without the power to control it, the first layer of the box of the old days opened again. Although the 100-eyed demon monarch attacked Belenka, the box of the old days did not close again. Belenka, whose lower body had turned into exquisite toys, breathed a sigh of relief and finally jumped out of the box of the old days. Truncest was about to attack Hobert when the sunlight suddenly turned crimson, and everything around them became unreal. Ulmer, the vampire angel, and the vampires hiding in the distance seemed to sense something with their spirituality. They looked up at the sky. The newly risen sun had become very dim, and the sky was enveloped by a crimson full moon. Emlyn, who had become a witch king and was participating in this battle, was abnormally excited. Ancestor. The other vampires reacted similarly to Emlyn. They were about to get up, but a surging pressure pressed down on their shoulders. At this moment, Medici's voice came from their ears. Did you drink horse piss instead of fresh blood this morning? You all reek of piss. The vampires were furious, but their longing for the crimson moon didn't seem as strong as before. Reason told them that if they looked at the battlefield there at this moment, they would definitely lose control and turn into monsters. The moonlight of the red moon formed a blurry figure in a fashionable long dress, which was Lilith, who had only recently recovered her memories. The crimson moon above her head was not the real moon. The moon was currently occupied by the mother goddess of depravity. However, the moment Lilith became an angel, she regained many authorities of the moon pathway, so the moon above her head was a symbolic one. But the effect was the same. It made Lilith's spirituality abundant and very charming, and all her abilities were enhanced. She glanced at Truncest. Are you the curse that once tormented Hobert? Truncest was about to open his mouth when a hazy gate suddenly appeared on his chest. A young man with brass-colored hair emerged from it, who was Truncest himself. However, this Truncest looked around indifferently, finally looking up at his own body. Whip. A phantom whip with barbs extended from the void, striking Truncest's back repeatedly. Lilith summoned a part of Truncest's divinity, and this part had long wanted to kill its main body and become Truncest's main consciousness. At this moment, Ulmer, the vampire angel, was about to come and salute Lilith, but Lilith stared at him. You are fighting, you fool. Saluting can wait. Ulmer quickly nodded. Yes. Then, as if he had taken a stimulant, he attacked Shirley with all his might, no longer holding the mindset of just holding the enemy back, as he had before. Truncest's main body was about to raise his hand to imprison his own divinity when he suddenly felt his hand was out of control. Looking down, his 10 fingers were arguing with his palm. They had all grown a mouth and 2 eyes. Not only could they speak, but they even had expressions, like normal creatures. The thumb said, I am the most important one. Without me, you can't hold anything. The index finger said, I am the most important because I am the most flexible. The middle finger said, stop arguing. I am the most important one. I have the most strength and can even curse people with gestures. The ring finger said, I have always been the one who contributes silently, and I am the most symbolic. Rings are usually worn on me. I may not be that important, but without me, the fingers would have no meaning. The pinky finger said, I admit, you are all very important, but without me, your importance would be greatly diminished. It is I who makes the entire hand agile enough and makes every movement more stable. The palm said, stop arguing. If you keep arguing, I'll throw you all off. Let's discuss how to detach from this idiot's arm instead. I don't want to stay with an arm like a dumb donkey for even a second. Truncest smiled. Wonderful power. The next second, he imprisoned these lives one after another, and the arguing finally stopped. The divinity that had appeared on his chest was also restricted again. Truncest said to Lilith, this lady made moonlight appear in the daytime, severely violating the laws of nature, and should be imprisoned in the spirit world forever. As soon as he said this, even the moonlight of the full moon summoned by Lilith dimmed significantly, and an invisible cage flew towards Lilith. But Lilith's figure suddenly became blurry, causing the cage to mistake a wisp of moonlight for Lilith. After confining a wisp of moonlight, it entered the spirit world. Although Lilith is currently only sequence 2, because she possesses a part of the authority of the moon pathway, she can completely deal with Truncest alone. At this point, Hobert and the 100-eyed demon monarch's siege of Balenka had gained an absolute advantage. Balenka was still in his transformation state, but due to Hobert's ability to utilize an altar, the parts of him that had been turned into toys by the box of the old days had not yet recovered. This caused Balenka to move slowly like a wind-up toy. So Hobert had the 100-eyed demon monarch reproduce more high-attack power deities or usable scenes. Then Hobert amplified the attacks of these scenes. After the immobile Balenka took a direct hit from the Giant King's greatsword, a charge from the God of War, and a strike from the Dragon of Imagination's sharp claws, even though all his abilities were strengthened after swallowing the Black Heart, he was starting to falter. It was also fortunate that the 100-eyed demon monarch's reproduction could only reproduce a portion of these deities' power, and even with Hobert's amplification, it couldn't reach 1/3 of the actual person's power. Otherwise, with the Giant King's full-power sword strike, Belenka's physical and spiritual bodies would have already been split in two. Not far away, Raymond was still attacking and provoking Tamara. I heard your family split, so you had to kill many of your descendants. Heh, congratulations. But Tamara remained unmoved. At this moment, Medici suddenly jumped out from behind cover, stood on a rock, and said to Raymond, Kid, although you've understood the purpose of provocation, your methods are mediocre. Let me give you a demonstration. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said to Tamara, when old Tamara was killed by the 6 gods, Stiano, who is now the god of steam and machinery, was also present. He told me that old Tamara knelt and begged Truncest for mercy before he died, crying with snot and tears, and kissed Truncest's shoe, hoping he would give up becoming a god. Tamara, who looked like a wax figure, heard this, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. She charged at Medici with the black longsword in her hand, wanting to tear the guy's mouth apart. Beverly and Raymond quickly attacked Tamara from the left and right flanks, immediately gaining the initiative in the battle. Medici laughed heartily and returned to cover. This was a gift he had prepared for his 2 old friends. Of course, there was certainly an element of exaggeration, but the probability of Tamara and Truncest cooperating in the future would definitely be greatly reduced. The angels, whom Hobert and Archibald could think of as enemies, had all been dispatched. The key now was to see which side could achieve the first kill. The battle between Tamara and Beverly, Truncest and Lilith, as well as the blood race angel Ulmer and the demoness sect Shirley, would be difficult to decide in a short time. The crucial battles were between the God of Abomination, Sua, the Holy Infant King, and the Duke of Entropy, and Hobert and the Monarch of 100 Eyes, Siege Belenka. Initially, Hobert's side had the upper hand, with Hobert and the Monarch of 100 Eyes already having wounded Belenka. However, Sua quickly suppressed the 2 tool men summoned by Hobert and was able to relieve Belenka, whose spirituality was becoming increasingly weak. Thus, the battle once again became deadlocked, and Hobert had no choice but to shout towards the Beyonders, cover, Sharon. Sharon understood and immediately summoned her teacher. The space at the edge of the battlefield suddenly became illusory, and Renee Tinicol, dressed in a complex black dress and carrying 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, arrived from the spirit world. Her 4 heads stared at Sua together, and a black crystal-like talisman suddenly appeared in the mouth of one of them. Yesterday. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads returned to her neck, making her body complete and temporarily restoring her strength to its peak. Renee's fingers suddenly lengthened and pierced into her chest, causing blood to flow immediately. A wound also immediately appeared on Sua's chest, from which a line of thick black blood flowed. The Duke of Entropy immediately performed Amplify, and Sua's injury instantly turned into a large hole. Even Sua, in his God of Abomination state, was clearly affected. This forced Sua to withdraw his energy and focus on dealing with Renee Tinicol, as well as the 2 tool men, the Holy Infant King, and the Duke of Entropy. Hobert took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Belenka, whose stony black skin was gradually returning to normal. Belenka already harbored thoughts of retreat. The leader of the Rose School of Thought clearly could no longer provide him with assistance. Was he still hoping that the invited angels would help him? But fleeing at this moment would only worsen his situation, so he transformed into a wraith and charged towards Hobert, hoping to find a breakthrough to escape the battlefield. However, as soon as a phantom figure in a South Continent wizard robe appeared in Hobert's eyes, he used Belenka's wraith possession, prematurely ending the opponent's ability and instantly releasing Belenka from the wraith state. At the same time, Hobert's shadow appeared in Belenka's eyes. The utilize ability at the angel level could temporarily utilize the ability that had just been used. Normal possession would immediately attack oneself, trading injuries with the enemy, because the physical and spiritual bodies of Beyonders of the prisoner pathway are very strong, so they are not afraid of injury at all. Especially after becoming a disciple of silence, using the ability of source of curse, one can only injure the enemy without being injured oneself. Hobert did not have such an ability, so he merely made Belenka stand still. This was enough, because at this moment, the Monarch of 100 Eyes reappeared, a tall human figure. The figure's face was unclear, only a very antique cross on its chest was visible. This giant figure spread its arms, as if embracing the sun, Hobert quickly left Belenka's body. The moment he left, he felt his soul had been somewhat scorched. Belenka had just regained consciousness when a very pure white light fell upon him from the sky. Death. Amidst Belenka's loud cry, his physical and spiritual bodies were purified. Unfortunately, this purification was fleeting and failed to completely eliminate Belenka. His entire body ignited with pure white flames, and both his physical and spiritual bodies suffered severe damage. Amplify. Hobert, of course, would not miss this opportunity and immediately amplified Belenka's injuries. Just as only one final blow was needed to finish off the opponent, Sua suddenly let out a shriek, causing Hobert's spiritual body to momentarily stagnate. Then Sua endured the attacks of Rene and the other angels and let out another shriek. His shriek was somewhat strange. It did not cause much damage to the spiritual bodies of the surrounding angels, merely causing a sense of separation between the spiritual body and the physical body. But after the second shriek, a portion of the space within Yasong City suddenly became illusory, and a monster that looked somewhat like a giant conch suddenly appeared from the spirit world. However, at the tail of the conch, in addition to some crab-like creature's legs, there was also a blood-red human upper body among the clusters of legs. Its appearance covered the surrounding ground with a layer of white frost, as if the air immediately became evil. At the same time, the residents of Yasong City around the monster immediately mutated. Some turned into large trees, but their trunks grew human facial features. Others turned into patches of grass, with the swaying blades forming the shapes of human facial features. Some became similar to the monster, having the body of a sea beast but the head of a human. They were tormented by their extremely distorted spiritual bodies, wailing in pain. Hobert recognized this monster. Previously, when he attacked the gathering place of the Tamara family, Petty Tamara had summoned this monster from the spirit world to block the creator. Later, Hobert thought about it and believed that this monster must have been contaminated by the mother tree of desire to become such a creature that was neither human nor sea monster. Encountering this fellow again, Hobert felt a slight relief, because with the uniqueness, he could mobilize enough power from the country of disorder to temporarily seal the pollution emitted by the monster. Moreover, the pollution from the mother tree of desire is not like the pollution from the mother goddess of depravity, which cannot be removed. Hobert can alter this pollution to other objects in the country of disorder. At this moment, Truncest, Lilith, and other angels' spirituality all sensed that this monster was extremely dangerous, and they all tried to stay as far away from Yasong City as possible. This monster was definitely the Rose School of Thought's trump card, because even Rene Tinakal was afraid of being contaminated and quickly retreated. Only the God of Abomination, Sua, was not afraid of such contamination. Just as Hobert was about to deal with that monster, he heard Rene exclaim in surprise, "Bound God." Hobert was stunned. Could this monster be the bound God? That's too weak. Sua, taking advantage of the angels retreating, showed a very ugly smile. This is just a product of Torsna's death throes, but it can be used to stop the creator's forces. At this moment, the monster ignored the angels and slowly moved towards the center of the city. Hobert did not continue to ponder Sua's words, but shouted to the Holy Infant King, "Go." The Holy Infant King immediately used the ability of distortion space to arrive above the monster's head. His form became illusory, gradually extending into a black shield that slowly descended towards the conch monster. In this war, it was highly possible to encounter the pollution of the mother tree of desire, so Hobert naturally made some preparations in advance. Of course, these preparations were inseparable from the power of the country of disorder, as only the power of the country of disorder could resist the pollution of the old ones. The problem was, Hobert, in the real world, couldn't gather a massive amount of power in a short time to complete a certain seal. So he thought of this method, using 3 tool men angels to create a seal. These 3 tool men were charged by Hobert in the country of disorder in advance. When they were needed, he would pull them out from the country of disorder. Each tool man was equivalent to a huge energy collective, which could be used to simply seal the power of the mother tree of desire. After sending out the Holy Infant King, Hobert once again attacked Belenka, who only had blood left. He distorted the life state of this ancient bane from living to death. In that instant, both the real world and the spirit world thought Belenka was dead, and even the weakened Belenka himself thought he was dead. Such distortion is only effective when the target is sufficiently weak. If Belenka's state were normal, he could evade it with the puppet ability. This battle became more intense than before. Just as Hobert was about to utilize the relevant laws to instantly extract Belenka's Beander characteristic, and at the same time, the God of Abomination, Sua dodged the Duke of Entropy's attack to stop Hobert's final blow, the monster in Yasong City suddenly let out a sound similar to blowing a conch. Although the shield formed by the Holy Infant King covered the monster, the black liquid it continuously sprayed prevented the shield from completely closing. This sound made the entire Yasong City suddenly silent. Hearing this sound, the spirituality of all the angels realized that something bad was about to happen. Medici, in the distance, immediately ordered the Beander troops to hide further away. Only Sua's face once again showed a very ugly smile. Suddenly, a large amount of black mist surged from the center of Yasong City, covering the entire city almost instantly. There were wails everywhere from the residents of Yasong City and the Beyonders. As they fled towards the city outskirts, they were enveloped by the black mist and transformed into grotesque monsters. Some grew crests with fangs on their heads, some grew leaves with mouthparts all over their bodies, some had their limbs turned into goat limbs, some had their heads turned into mantis heads. The entire Yasong City became a sea of monsters. At the same time, almost instantly, the black mist spread around Yasong City, and Hobert was also encompassed within it. Lilith was about to rush in to save people, but Hobert's voice came from within the black mist. "No one come in, I have a way to isolate the pollution here, you." Just as he said this, Hobert's voice suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the black mist stopped spreading. Although Lilith was a bit anxious, she knew that Hobert had a significant connection with the country of disorder, and she also knew that what Hobert said was true. At this moment, Medici in the distance chuckled and asked Truncest, "Do you also want to be a running dog for an outer god, like Tamara?" Truncest gave Medici a cold glance, then snorted. He took a step and vanished from the angel battlefield. Lilith looked at Tamara with great displeasure. "Hobert still needs the Beander characteristic in your body." Tamara felt as if some unfamiliar life had suddenly awakened within her. She quickly granted the unfamiliar life away, then made the space around her chaos, and also vanished from the battlefield. Ulmer, the blood race angel, came and knelt down before Lilith, but Lilith was not in the mood to pay attention to him. The remaining angels and the Beyonders in the distance all looked at the black fog, many showing expressions of concern or worry. Medici, however, smiled naturally and said, "I told you, the Rose School of Thought must have a mutual destruction trap in Yasong City." Everyone around glared angrily, but they had to admit in their hearts that if they rashly attacked Yasong City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Inside the black fog at this moment, Hobert briefly lost his vision, but soon he could see things within 1 or 2 kilometers around him. The moment the black fog appeared, Hobert had covered his body with a thin film-like order crystal, so he was not contaminated by the black fog at all. Aside from his vision being like wearing sunglasses and difficulty breathing, this layer of order crystal had little effect on Hobert. So Hobert altered his breathing frequency, changing his breath from once every 2 or 3 seconds to once every 2 or 3 hours. At this moment, another loud bang came from within Yasong City, as if a surging power had emerged from underground. Hobert walked towards the edge of the gray fog according to the direction in his memory, but after walking for more than half a minute, he still had not walked out of the black fog. Hobert immediately made the order crystal around him amplify, forming a seemingly illusory shield. Hobert's limit was to support a shield with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. The black fog within the shield was dispersed, and his vision returned to normal. Through the shield, Hobert saw that there was a transparent barrier in the direction of the black fog's edge. He reached out and touched it. It was a spiritual wall, or could be called a spiritual barrier. Hobert felt as if he was completely cut off from the real world. Rumble. Another loud bang came from the center of Yasong City. Hobert looked towards the city center, but his vision was blocked by the black fog. After briefly pondering how to deal with the current situation, Hobert decided to first meet with the 100-eyed demon monarch and the Duke of Entropy based on their remembered locations. After losing their attack target, they froze in place. They were tool people composed of pure power, so they were not contaminated. However, Belenka was no longer in his original spot. He had no idea where he had escaped to. Hobert took them into the shield, letting them protect him, and then he tried to enter the country of disorder. It failed. However, Hobert could clearly feel that he could still utilize the power within the country of disorder. After a brief thought, Hobert roughly understood that his spirit body was sealed within this spiritual barrier, preventing him from entering the country of disorder. However, because the power of the country of disorder is extremely high in authority, it can find loopholes in the rules on its own to transmit power in. If one wanted to enter the country of disorder, they would need the help of the Creator, and the Creator is currently the one who cannot enter his divine kingdom and needs help. Hobert smiled and simply began to think of other ways. At this moment, a group of monsters rushed out from within the city, but they were all blocked outside the shield by Hobert. Hobert ignored them and walked into the city step by step. At this moment, one of the monsters asked, "Do you need help?" Hobert was slightly startled and looked at the monster. It was a monster with 2 human legs but the upper body of a lobster. All the other monsters had blank eyes, with only desire and madness remaining. Only this, lobster monster, had 2 protruding eyes that flickered with the light of wisdom. Before understanding the other party's situation, Hobert just looked at the other party coldly, without answering. The lobster monster opened the mouth below its head and smiled. "We made a deal, have you forgotten?" Hobert's eyes narrowed. "Farbati." Then he quickly denied, "I have not made any deal with you." I know. The lobster monster laughed, "But what I want to tell you is that even if you don't acknowledge our deal, it's useless. Of course, this can indeed protect you to a certain extent, but I can still utilize that deal to perform many operations." Hobert probably understood that the so-called performing some operations might include Farbati being able to easily locate him when he encountered certain specific situations. He frequently entered and exited the country of disorder and was very clear that his spirit body and spirituality were fine, so he still believed that as long as he did not acknowledge it as a deal, he would be relatively safe. Hobert asked, "How did you enter this giant, spiritual barrier?" The lobster monster, or rather, demon monarch Farbati, replied, "No need to enter, I was already in here." Hobert was slightly startled. "You had already made arrangements in Yasong City." The Rose School of Thought never noticed. "You are misunderstanding. Wherever there is evil, it can carry my will." Hobert sighed. "This is uniqueness. Or rather, this is a god." Immediately, Hobert thought that if he had also accommodated the uniqueness at this time, the spiritual barrier would certainly not be able to trap him. Hobert isolated the contamination on Farbati and put him into the shield. "Speak, what is your purpose?" "My purpose is, of course, to help you." Hobert smiled. "Think carefully before answering. I can give you another chance. Deception is the nature of demons. This clumsy lie might be for other lies. Young people nowadays are really getting more and more impolite." Farbati said, "Guess why I came?" Hobert didn't even think. The uniqueness of the chain pathway. Farbati smiled, which was considered an acknowledgement. Hobert had been guessing earlier whether such a big commotion in Yasong City was caused by the true bound god. Farbati's acknowledgement confirmed his guess. Hobert hadn't expected that Truncest, the bound god who had been missing for hundreds of years, was actually hiding beneath the capital of the Highland Kingdom. At the same time, Hobert realized, after the main force of the Rose School of Thought was completely annihilated, Sua intended to release the bound god to cause huge losses to the Creator's forces. Fortunately, in this battle, Hobert hired Medici as a senior consultant. If he had still followed the previous war thinking, using Beander troops to attack the city and forcing the opponent to send out angels first before his side sent out angels, then the Creator's forces would have suffered huge losses. After a brief thought, Hobert said, "Help me eliminate Sua, and the characteristic will be mine. That sequence 1 characteristic of the bound god will also be mine." Farbati shook his head. "Without my help, you would have no way to leave here." Hobert chuckled. "If I want to leave here, I can leave anytime." This was not him bragging, he could easily leave here by praying to the Fool. After all, the Fool has authority over the spirit world and can easily solve problems related to spirituality. However, the Holy Infant King has not yet been recovered, and it is easy to eliminate Belenka now, so leaving just like this would be a bit of a pity. In addition, Hobert was very clear that the bound god's condition was very poor. If the opportunity was right, he could try to provoke a battle between him and Sua, to see if there was a chance to eliminate this god of corruption here. Because he could utilize the power of the country of disorder, Hobert's safety was basically assured, which was why he had not prayed to the fool until now. Farboti's two protruding eyes stared at Hobert for a while before he said, "All right." Hobert asked, "What is the current state of the bound god?" "Not very good. Has he been hiding under Yusong City all this time?" "Probably." Hobert frowned. "What do you know?" Farboti smiled. "I know that the conch monster was Truncest's last attempt to get rid of the contamination, but he will definitely fail." Hobert said, "Tell me in detail." "This process is not complicated. Truncest was too severely contaminated and could only lock himself in a spiritual cage to retain his last shred of sanity," Farboti explained. "A long time ago, after a portion of god of corruption, Beander characteristic was torn from his body, he seemed to have found inspiration from it, expelling a portion of ancient Bane Beander characteristic from his body and combining it with a part of his own flesh and blood to create a target to attract contamination. This target did indeed absorb a large amount of contamination, but Truncest was too naive. The target he created had a strong connection with himself, and the mother tree of desire could completely influence him further through such a connection. It is conceivable that after absorbing a large amount of contamination, that target must have been completely controlled by the mother tree of desire. So the mother tree of desire used the target, which is the conch monster, at an opportune time to awaken the sleeping Truncest and carry out the final contamination on him. What is most ironic is that Truncest's resistance became the medium for his complete contamination." Hobert slowly nodded. "We must seize the uniqueness and Beander characteristic of the chained pathway before he is completely contaminated." As soon as he finished speaking, Hobert saw the already out of control Belenka. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.